mean, I'm joining Zico, Super, and Ben. It's a retirement home over here.
True,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Whoa, why are you dragging us in?
Amazing. Well, let's take a look at the roadmap that these teams have been taking their journey on. Of course, this is the third and final cup to make it into the grand finals. The competition has been so tough on both sides in the European region and the North American region. You can see here we've already done Cup 1 and 2, and now we are currently in Cup number 3. These teams are trying to get into the top 3. If they don't get into the top 3, they're in the next 5, which means that they're going to get sent to the gauntlet. Only one team from each region will make it out of that alive and get sent into the top 4 for the grand finals for NA and EU. So we'll definitely keep everybody posted on the status of that as these teams make their final push to get into as high of a placement as possible. As you guys know, we do have that open bracket on Wednesdays to whittle it down to a top 8, and this week was no different. And Tan, it sounds like we've got some top 5 plays that we can talk about from those games on Wednesday.
Absolutely. So the first game we have up here is going to be a fantastic play from Yes Dave. Ill2 versus Nursing Home TC. Richard with no cooldowns, Yes Dave dying, and look at this ice block that comes through. Almost pulling a Raikou and dying pre-block, but fortunately comes in right in time. And after that...
I was just gonna say you're already tearing him down. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Of course I have to. And Pacifier, I love this player. I think he is actually one of the most underrated mages on the European region, and he shows you exactly why right here. Look at Tony. Aerodas rolls over, leg sweep, and then here comes in the ice wall, denying Lynette from being able to save Tony. Beautiful plays.
Sheesh. Beautiful plays indeed. We've got some more also, Zico.
Raikou got to take some
that
notes.
was a really beautiful play right there. We love the ice walls here, and we got another ice wall play coming in here. So you see here the RMP is setting up and actually doing a bit of a swap to Danny Carey, but then they decide that, you know what, we're done with this swap. We're going to just lock Danny Carey into this room here, and we're just going to let him vibe it out here. Danny Carey actually ends up killing that ice wall while he's in tree. So some clutch moves from both sides there, but it's one of my favorite locations to drop an ice wall for sure. In number 2, we have this Windwalker DK and Chibaku Tensei. They were struggling against Dear Mama. This is in game number 5. They bring in Kroto on the Frost Death Knight, and they get this beautiful triple setup with the Ice Dragon, Syndragosa, and then they eventually manage to get the kill. And our final play of the game, or the play of the open bracket, I should say, is going to be, of course, this play coming in here from Mafia Boss. So Mafia Boss, you can see Big Mex here. He's dying. He's taking all kinds of damage. Zenlin gets a Hammer of Justice here. So Big Mex is really struggling at this point. And the Thug Cleave, or the Hunter Rogue, they basically just thrive off of offense. Manages to get the aspect of the turtle. Look at Zenlin there, getting a beautiful triple fear. Big Mex cancels the turtle here, goes for the freezing trap onto Lontar. Then they try to pre-smoke bomb the trinket of Lontar right there as well to force out Fusten's trinket. So this was a really good setup coming out from Mafia Boss. Playing some unconventional compositions, but still showing what they got. And that was a really beautiful play.
Certainly was. Thank you guys for highlighting those clips, but we can talk a little bit more, of course, about that, because like I said earlier, we are in the EU region, so let's talk about those players. Super Tees, you were watching the games, you had some comps that you wanted to mention from those offline games that surprised you a little bit.
Yeah, I think the biggest adaptation from week 2 to week 3 is Retribution Paladins and how the teams are going to be incorporating them into their compositions. So we saw a lot of teams in Europe testing those waters. Chibaku Tensei was one of them. In this clip, they're running a Demon Hunter Retribution Paladin. They also tried some Windwalker Retribution Paladin. However, I will say for their team, it wasn't looking like the strongest option for them. They were really getting pressured on this composition throughout a lot of their games. But Chibaku seemed like the team that was really flexible and willing to experiment and try different things. So even though the Demon Hunter Retribution Paladin wasn't working for them in these initial stages against Mafia Boss, it was looking kind of grim for them while they were trying to figure out what was going to be their composition, what was going to be their best option in order to get through the series. And do note that you know, they were the #1 team from week 2, so to see them struggle like that. But then Streamer Zone was also running Retribution Paladin Warrior, which I think is going to be the most notorious composition that is adapted by a lot of teams this week. And we know Streamer Zone as that Hunter Feral, so it was very surprising to see them actually broaden their composition pool this deep, because it was very important. I think Mafia Boss likely would have been a very significant challenge for them to be able to defeat, but with Tony's incorporation of the Retribution Paladin, it enabled them to find victory. And then later on in the tournament, Chibaku really felt experimental. They brought in a Death Knight, and this might be one of the few times where we've seen Death Knight actually have some success. I was kind of questioning it when I was watching the open bracket, but it paid off for them. It got them a win against the Subtlety Rogue Windwalker competition. Death Knight looking fresh, and it seems like we do have at least a lot of experimentation from teams for this week.
That is so true. A lot of experimentation. It's definitely working out for these players as well. It's been so exciting to see the journey that they've been taking. The level of competition that they are bringing to the AWC, and this week is no different. It sounds like there was kind of some shenanigans going on in the lowered bracket as well, Supatis, and it's been a little scary down there, a little sketchy.
I mean, the lower bracket was a bloodbath in the open bracket. It was an absolute danger zone down here. I mean, look at the rosters, right? Forged RMP, Chibaku, 4th and 5th seed have to eliminate each other 2 series before they're even on broadcast. And then Dear Mama, who was trying to get into that top 8 for the gauntlet, had to go head-to-head with Chibaku and took them to a game 5. It's been a crazy open bracket. It's been a crazy season. We've seen amazing plays. Chibaku is looking like they leveled up a lot from Cup 1 to Cup 2 and now Cup 3. And I think especially with this Demon Hunter elemental
Rotary, thank you for the
composition,
46-month reset, buddy.
mastered it, especially in the
It is cool that Jen's
matchups
casting.
against mages and rogues. They play a very defensive-oriented playstyle, very conservative playstyle until they get deep in dampening, and then they pick up the pace. You can see at like the 7-minute mark, they start using cooldowns aggressively to stay on their target, to run down these mages, to stay on target and finish the games out. So Chibaku, easily the most improved team, moving from Cup 1 to 2 to 3, but they're still in the lower bracket, even despite all of those improvements. And this Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman comp wasn't bulletproof. It wasn't going to work in all cases. As you can see, Dear Mama, with that series that went to game 5, brought out a curveball with that Subtlety Rogue and Windwalker Monk. And I was thinking that might be it for Chibaku. We don't even see them on broadcast. But fortunately, that curveball pick, like we said earlier on with Croto on that Frost Death Knight, banked them the win. It got them into the top 8, and they're now going to have to sweat it out if they want that #1 position.
Oof, yeah, and speaking of top 8, we can take a look and start talking about these teams that made it through that extremely tough open bracket into the top 8 for today's bracket on the European region, because things are going to be so exciting this weekend. You guys definitely want to be tuning in for this region. Zico, talk to me about these top 8 teams that we're going to be seeing compete today in EU.
Yeah, so we got some pretty familiar faces, you know, teams that we've seen.
Bro, that
before,
game, I just
Overload,
watched again.
Dobov,
Dos,
Echo,
he
Chibaku,
trinketed
Napalm
DI
is
cheap
back
shot
again,
and IBF the opener
Streamer
against the
Zone,
sub
they
rogue.
get in, locked in,
They-
which had a
they
pretty
were
impressive
full
run
all
as
in the
well
opener.
last weekend. And then
They win or lose right there.
Super duper gamers, which actually have beaten Chibaku Tensei in the past. So that is going to be some familiar faces on a somewhat new roster as well. That's going to be, I guess, the biggest surprise in this top 8. And then, of course, all of these teams are playing for, you know, the glory, but also for the points, the qualification. This is it. This is the last cup. And as you guys can see,
Yeah, they won a game. It's true.
The way it works is
Someone had to
top
do it.
3 guaranteed qualification to the finals. However, 4th to 8th, they will be playing in that gauntlet. So any team with the asterisks are still in the tournament. Any team without it is knocked out. So as you guys can see here in that top 4, we have a very, very sketchy situation. Overload might
Echo
finish
in a
season
weird
at
spot.
top. Dobov could have a good run and maybe overtake everything. There's some tiebreaker scenarios. And then thanks to Chibaku Tensei's massive run that they had last week, they're actually tied for Echo in that 3rd, 4th position. So likely one of those teams could
Echo's
be going
lower
into the
bracket, right?
gauntlet. And then, of course, everybody else is going to be playing
Sitting on
for
the bracket
gauntlet
with us.
seeding as well as for that top 8.
I think Echo's
You know, Forge RMP not being here.
Upper bracket,
gives,
another
for
upper
example,
bracket.
Locked in and Streamer Zone a great opportunity to maybe overtake them, because it's not just qualifying for the gauntlet, but also the seeding in the gauntlet is going to help out a lot. So this is it. This is the last chance to grab points for these teams this weekend, and they really, really need to make it count. because if not, it could have
It
massive
basically is a
ramifications
direct
later.
race between Echo and
That
Chibaku for
doesn't really
who
feel like any of these
gets
teams
the-
are safe, so they've got to step it up leading into this weekend.
I will say,
Let's take a look
though,
at the bracket
the
for
Echo-
today
the
for
Echo,
EU
like, fucking,
region. We are starting off the day in the lower bracket. Chan and
It was
what do you
Chan?
think
I don't know
of
if I have
how
any
it's shaping
conflict
up
with
so
Chan.
far for this week for EU.
Oh, I think it's crazy. I mean, Chibaku Tensei, obviously, they won last tournament in a pretty convincing fashion, I'd say. And now they're facing up against Super Duper Gamers, which is a pretty newly formed team. MVQ, SQX, Jamie, and Blizzo as well, who is a legend in his own right. I think this team actually lost last week. Chibaku lost to Super Duper Gamers in a mirror. So to have them as game one, while Super Duper Gamers
I
are
think
trying to
there's a
break into that
difference,
top 8,
a little
get into the
bit.
gauntlet, it's going to be a big one. And of course, for game 2, we have Streamer Zone versus Locked In. I'm looking forward to this one as well. Tony Farrell Movies, one of my favorite players in the EU region. Absolute treat to watch him play. He always gets memed on for doing low damage, but he has his own style, and it's going to be super great to watch. What about you, Super?
I mean, the upper bracket.
Wait, he's
Overload
mean on
versus
doing low
Naptime.
down?
Naptime was a team that we saw in
Is that what you
number
said?
1.
That's
and they
crazy
made it
work.
into that lower bracket top 8, and they were taking games off of Zepai on that Elemental Shaman. So I'm very curious to see how they've leveled up moving into Cup 3, because we didn't see them at all from Cup number 2. If you're a Holy Paladin fan, you're definitely going to love this team.
I will say, though,
Naptime, they're running pretty much
the
only
most
Holy
exciting,
Paladin, to my
the most
understanding.
exciting
They're facing
thing for the
Overload,
region.
who's
Fried with
number
50
1
gifted
team.
subs, man. What
But
the
if
fuck?
anything has taught me, anything
Fuck,
over these
man.
past
Top
3
of the
weeks,
week. 50 gifted subs from Fried.
the number 1 team could be out of the tournament.
Wait, Fried, you see the chans on the disc for this?
So definitely
9912, by the way. 9,912 total. Fried with 50 gifted subs. What an actual fucking god. I don't even know what to say, Fried. You've done so much for my family, man. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I fucking love you, buddy.
Some crazy sound effects for that
Holy
one, too.
shit.
So I can't wait for every single one of these series. I couldn't name
That is absolutely fucking
a
insane.
favorite that I'm particularly
An ad here real quick. I think it did not blow up my PC.
in your head? Are you
Should
in
be
the right
back.
space for this? Are you ready to go? And
I
prove,
think
like,
my
battle
power
locked in,
switched?
Get out of here! Like we're the top dogs in this position. You're not. Gonna
That's
take
what
it
I
from us.
think happened, but I could be wrong.
No, that is fair enough. All right, well, Chad, if
My
you
computer
are
just
watching,
restarted.
let us know how you
And the
think of
game's
our
straight back. I don't
power
know.
rankings. But let's
Thank
go
you
ahead
so
and
much,
talk
Fry,
about
with
the
the
first
50
series,
gifted
Super
subs, but it's
Duper
absolutely
versus
fucking insane,
Chibaku
man.
Tensei. Chan kind of already talked about
Are we
this a
back?
little bit. So if you want to get in your predictions, do it now. Get some points in.
Samuel, 5 gifted subs as well.
On the desk.
Right, wait.
Who has the most accurate
Hey, the dragon's
predictions.
continuing.
Dean
Wait, no,
absolutely crushed it last
hold on a
weekend.
second.
Do you think that
What
you're
is going
gonna
on?
be
It
good at
was
this? It's very
Samuel
hard.
10 gifted subs.
Absolutely.
Fried with. I gotta replay those, by the way. Those that is criminal.
Let's
That the
take a
game
look
tried
at,
to skip over those.
predictions for
That
this
is
series
absolutely
for
criminal.
the casters here on the
It's
desk.
okay, I
Chan,
can press
guess
the
I'll start with
refresh
you.
button.
What was your prediction?
Samuel 10 gifted subs. Fried with 50 gifted subs.
Oh,
Unbelievable, man. It's gonna go through all those again because that is criminal that it would skip over Fried's things like that, and somehow my computer restarted.
I don't know how.
Somewhat concerning that it did restart, but I think it was a power surge. I want to say.
But 3-0.
Wow, I heard production reacting to your prediction, and they were
It
saying
sounded
it
like
was
my
wild, and
computer's-
They weren't kidding. That is
I don't even know.
interesting.
That was
Okay,
super
Zika,
weird.
what was your prediction for the series?
I thought I was gonna be the odd one out here. With Chibaku winning last week. I'm with Chan. Not as aggressively though. I don't think it's gonna be
I'm
a 3-2,
excited.
but
I'm very
going with the
excited.
Super Duper Gamers as well. Their roster is stacked. They
Wow.
beat them last week. Chibaku, they didn't look like they had that good of an answer, and in the mirror, they just looked better. So the fact
Getting some
that we're
audio
starting
popping.
to see more warriors in the meta as well, and I can't remember there's Blizzo
For some
there.
reason.
I don't know. You don't bet against Blizzo.
All right, now it's going through Fried's one. Thank you so much, Fried, with the 50 gifted
yeah.
subs. Samuel for 10
Well, at
gifted
least
subs.
You guys can
We literally
sleep
just got
soundly
here. I don't know
okay,
what's going
because
on.
I'm
PC
pretty
though.
sure my prediction does not fall in alignment with any
Like,
of these, which is
a
good
little
for
more
me.
worried that'll happen again.
This is a good thing for you if this happens like this. So I'm getting comfy at the bottom. Okay, I got my slippers on. I'm gonna get my blanket and pillow.
Oh, wait, a lot of people. Everyone's predicting Super Duper Gamers against Chibaku. That's kind of weird. Wait, Chan's 3-0, predicting 3-0?
Mirror is a completely different matchup, right? Chibaku seems really
It's not
strong
it's
in-
not going to be a
in
mirror
Mage's
though.
teams.
I don't
But
think.
in the mirror, having lost it before, I can definitely see
Because I
that
think
it's
DH
possible for them to
I think in
win.
theory
But I'm
DH
still
Warrior
gonna-
should
I'm
win
still
that
gonna stick
mirror.
with them. I
And
feel
they
like
have that.
Zontar has been really on fire. I feel like he's also got like something to prove.
They didn't
you know,
have
with
Blizzo on the
Mac
team
and
last
Mac,
time.
Echo roster and then having to find a new roster.
I
feel like
truly
he's got
don't
some
expect that at
firepower in
all.
there that definitely is
I could
showing
see
from
Frosty
last
showing up here.
Okay.
'Cause my theory is that Frosty is good in
I have
Cleve.
a similar prediction
Or
to
okay
you.
in
I'm
Cleve.
going to 3 in favor
Not that
about
Cleve's
Chewbacca.
good,
Just,
but,
if
you know,
anything,
hypothetically.
I think momentum is really important in these series or in these games, like from cup to cup, and obviously
China Blaze is
considering how well
crazy.
they did last week. That's kind of what my thought was, but I don't know.
It's actually-
Zico, you guys got
it's
me
awesome he's
convinced.
casting.
I'm kind of thinking you're right here.
It's
so
worse that he's
we'll
not competing,
definitely find
though.
out, but if you're watching,
Not a
from
good
home,
Warlock season. He
get
actually
that
picked a good season to
prediction
not
in.
be
Actually,
competing,
I can
though.
Look at it now. I've got chat open. It looks
Considering
like
how
they
bad,
are
like he
in
didn't.
favor of
It's
Chewbacca
crazy because
Tensei.
I don't know if he could have
About
known
even.
that Warlock wasn't good this
That is
season.
interesting.
At the point that he retired, but he retired at the perfect time. Like Warlock would have
For
sucked.
me, that's
No one's playing
unfortunate.
Warlock right now.
Where did you end up last week in placement? Were you below chat?
I
Did you
think
end
it
up
was on the bottom
below
the
the
whole
coin
weekend.
still?
I'm pretty sure I was on the bottom. I don't think I hit 50%. I think I was on the bottom.
That's
the whole
unlike
weekend.
you. You gotta lock it in, bud.
I'm telling you, these tournaments are not. You can't predict these tournaments.
I think
anymore.
Sid's correct in this one.
I mean,
I've done
Oh,
this for
production.
like
Stop it.
like when I'm this wrong, that shows how volatile the tournament is. That shows how different the tournament is than it has been previously. Like, completely unexpected things are going on. Echo's out on a Friday, taking their Sunday off last week. Like that doesn't happen. Wait. Echo's normally #1. They're tied for 3rd right now, and they're tied for 3rd with a team that Chance is going to get knocked around 3-0 by a team that's like 11th in the seeding. Like they're not even in the gauntlet right now.
Yeah.
They're going to get knocked out 3-0. Like this is a wild final weekend.
I mean, Waz himself said it last weekend to Ben. Like, you know, this is a season where you really don't know who's going to win. Anybody.
What's
can
that?
win.
There's a
And I
delay
think
in with the
just
cast? What do you mean by that?
How different our predictions are really goes to show that. So we're going to be getting into game number 1 shortly here. Looks like the teams are getting loaded into the arena. This is lower bracket as well. The loser of this one is knocked out of the tournament. We could have last week's champions knocked out in the first series of the day. Who's it going to be, though? Super duper gamers, these sort of newcomers.
The sounds matching?
With this new roster, not new faces though.
Let me try
versus
this.
Shibaku Tensei.
Let's see if this stream's up yet. It is now.
As well, the loser of this one is knocked out of the tournament. We could have last week's
Getting
champions
a lot of audio
knocked
popping up,
out
which I don't
in
like.
the first series of the day. Super gamers, these sort of newcomers.
How are
with this
accelerations
new
on?
roster, not new faces though, versus Shibaku Tensei, the former champions of Cup number 2. Very, very excited here for this.
Let's
to
see if it
get
matches
started.
now.
Lower bracket round, best of 5, game number 1, starting off here on the Grand Arena.
All right, let's see. I'm excited to see what kind of comps they're going to be running here. Are we going to see the straight-up mirror? I feel like we might see some Warriors tagged in.
I don't normally use Firefox, but I'm using
Firefox,
Firefox so it comes through on my YouTube as well.
I don't think it's gonna be a mirror.
Is the plan.
I think well, it's gonna be a battle. You know, if it is a mirror,
I think.
Cyclones, who's able to divide
Who is gonna play this
Cyclones
shit?
as well? And the fact that they lost the mirror last week doesn't give me a vote of confidence in that. Maybe Blizzard comes out, maybe Lontas switches up to something else. I'm very curious to see what they're cooking up this week.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Shibaku Tensei, they had such a fantastic run last weekend, and being tied with Echo on points, with Echo also being in the upper bracket, if they lose here,
I think Echo
is
and
gonna
them are on
feel a
different
lot
tracks
more
as well for
confident
this.
with their chances.
So Echo would not fight the resulting
team that they're
like
tied with
match of
being
this
knocked out,
if they
and
lose, which they
the
easily could. I
team
mean, I don't know what's gonna happen.
of, Forged RMP, which is in 5th place, also already being knocked out. That basically, I don't want to say secures for qualification because I haven't done the math on that, but it's definitely Echo.
Don't you get into fried for 50 gifted subs, by the way. Sam, you have 10 gifted subs. We're literally been here for 1 second. Actually, negative ones. We what's the DC? Okay, wait a second. Why is
I can
Zipe
tell you
an
for
arcane
sure
mage?
that, you know, they would be doing that. They absolutely want to
Zipai
do
is
that
an
as well,
arcane
but
mage.
we have
They were
even had
predicting
some
warrior.
mage invoker
Wait,
come
what?
out, but
They were predicting warrior a warrior DH.
I'm not sure about the Demon Hunter mage. What do you think?
They lost the blind picker.
It's Arcane Mage.
Arcane Mage should lose. Oh wait, no, Arcane Mage is second to.
Somebody who basically only plays Arcane Mage. I love to see it. Let's see how he performs. He's playing that Kleptomania.
It's Klepto into Ardred is the plan.
On the Prez Evoker, like you mentioned, already going in.
Oh wait, it's
for
full.
a
It's
big
full
deep
like
breath.
destroy the Ardred.
Spamming out the big
This
heals
is super
onto his
interesting.
Team and should be able to deflect this opener. Zipa is still holding on to that Arcane Surge though, so he's gonna have. Oh my God, Zipa is getting absolutely blasted there. Double Chaos Nova coming out.
I still think they expected cleave, Ardred cleave,
Jamie also
but
damage, activating the aura mastery there, and he is still blasting Zipa. Zipa might just die without blocking. This Arcane Mage is not looking good right now. Into the LA Shaman, into the DH. I can't think of a worse thing to be playing Arcane Mage.
He
Oh
has
my God,
blocked.
the
It's the
ice block
opener.
being forced 45
They
seconds
really
in.
wanted them to play Warrior DH.
just
I
think
thought
that,
Warrior
you
DH would
know,
happen
Super
too.
Duper gamers, they realize what they have to do against this. Run on top of Z-Pi, run on top of him on that
Can
Arcane
I
Mage.
transparent it?
Straight
Oh wait,
under the pressure,
hold on.
It's gonna be an onslaught.
This turned
Lontar
off.
isn't gonna be able to keep up with this and even have a moment.
That's
to get
better. Sorry about
aggressive.
that. The Dragons will continue, and I'm extremely happy they will. I'm incredibly lucky they will. I don't know how they will. We're at 21-71 by the way.
Almost at this point.
We're at 21-71.
There's almost nothing worse to face than Ellie as an Arcane Mage.
The Dragon's probably over quite soon here, but I am incredibly lucky, like I said.
He goes for the Klepto again, and he's going to just be spamming out the missiles here, but he has a really hard time getting distance on MDQ, and when it comes to training against another caster, you really can't get a lot of work done against the Ellie Shaman.
Oh, he's just dead. Oh, there's the immunity though, but he also blinked before it. There's the knock.
Activates the Emerald.
Goes to Paul, gets kicked.
Cyclone attempts coming out there from SQX.
Kleptos, tries to get some money up,
as well.
or tries to get some pots here. That's the part that would make him stronger, I would have thought.
Left. They don't have a lot of cooldowns left to rotate. Finally, no, he's not going to get that Arcane Surge off. He's been trying to get it off the whole game and just completely unable to. Finally,
There's the
he
surge.
gets it off, though.
Yep, and a huge.
But he's
thing about
dying
this
instantly.
matchup, right? It's the preservation focus, not pushing on top of playing super aggressively, but it's not the case at all here. Lontar is the one being pushed on by SQX, going for that maim into that full cycle and almost shutting Z-Pi down. I mean, I can't help but feel, were they expecting a cleave of some sort from Super Duper Gamers?
Yeah.
Is that why
Have
they
to have
picked Arcane
expected
Mage?
Blizzo on.
I think they were expecting to see maybe like Demon Hunter Warrior or something.
Yeah.
Which
Did I think
Arcane Mage
too?
would have been very good against.
Because it would have. They expected the mirror, and they wanted to play. They predicted the. This is like a leveling match, right?
But for Super
Duper Gamers
as well.
just played the most
And it's
obvious
only,
comp possible.
Every single cooldown.
They
from
expected
Chibaku.
Chibaku to play Warrior DH, or sorry,
And
DH,
honestly, with the next
DH
sequence
Ellie,
coming up, I
and
don't
then
see
Super
Z-Pi being able
Gamers
to make
they
it out
figured
of
would
this
try
fight.
and counter that with a cleave,
Yeah, we'll
and
see
then
here. He's got
Chibaku
it
leveled
up
themselves
very,
and played
very
an Arcane Mage into it.
a lot of damage.
So it's just basically that they leveled themselves into weird matchups.
Iron Bark coming out here from SQX, keeping Jamie nice and aggressive, but he's still actually taking a lot of damage.
Dying! No way! He lost this, man. That is crazy. He had Burrow. What the fuck? They were getting blasted, but that is the advantage. Oh, that is crazy. That actually is kind of. That is what the fuck. You have to understand how bad this position actually was here, right? We are in complete control of this game. Do you know how much mana the Druid's at? I don't. He's in fucking cat form. This is the situation you're in, right? He's obviously almost dead here in this case, but you can see SQX is sitting at 60% mana. Lone is sitting at like kind of like 35, 40. Jamie's got Burrow. Z-Pi has no block for 2 minutes. Like they are just, this game is over by 5 minutes. If they just survive, the game is over in 5 minutes. If he uses Burrow here, I mean, he has Ironbark. He dies through Ironbark. So in all fairness, they are like expecting that to work. And their kind of plan here is basically a combination of Klepto from Z-Pi and the Purge from Lontas. They're hoping to completely counter Ardred. I don't think that's what happened here, though. I don't know what happened here.
Hots, SQX got kicked on a Cyclone by Lontar on that Evoker, and then the touch comes out, and the missiles come out. And he gets absolutely blasted. The Darkness is too late. The Burrow is too late.
I mean, the Darkness wasn't even necessary. The Burrow was the only who could really save him here.
And that's the cool thing about the Arcane Mage, though. You have a lot of damage like that. Like, you have a lot of burst damage. You can absolutely blow somebody up. If you get a big stack
I want to
of
see the
missiles,
amount.
You get the Touch of the Magi. You get Arcane Barrage. You can do a surprising amount of damage. And the good thing about Arcane in general, of course, is also that Kleptomania against Resto Druids. Very, very nice to have.
I mean, Klepto's doubled.
Well.
They expected.
Z-Pi's damage overall was.
Oh my god, Z-Pi's dam is basically Lontar's dam. That's crazy.
I mean, I think if you're Chibaku Tensei right now, you're rejoicing so hard right now.
You're
that was a
kind of fucked in the series now.
You saw it from the start of the game.
So here's the issue, right? I'm sorry to turn down Chan. The problem with this is this was a blowout matchup. They were expecting Cleave. They got what they didn't expect. What you're going to see from Chibaku is they're not going to blind. I don't think they'll blind that same comp. They're going to blind probably LEDH. If I had to guess, Chibaku should play it safe here and blind LEDH. And then Super Duper Gamers will have to play their cleave into it. I think whatever they're afraid of, they're going to have to deal with now. Blinding that same match. Yeah, there. See, look at that. We fucking called that shit
In the mirror.
immediately.
This is good.
They're locking in. Well, no,
The
Super Duper Games is
key
going to lock in
setup
Warrior
that you can
DH,
see from Super Duper
which
Gamer.
actually should
The
plaster a
arcade page ready to go.
I think Warrior DH should plaster Z-Pipe, but we'll see. They also they could also blind. No, yeah, Warrior DH is what I expect.
Best case, you win the mirror, and all of a
If I
sudden,
get this right,
you're up 2-0.
then we know
So this is a
exactly what's
really
going on here.
intelligent draft from Shibaku
They only really
Tensei,
have 2 comps.
and
so
we'll see. What do you think the Super
they have
Duper Games are
Warrior
gonna do?
DH,
Do you
Warrior.
think they have an answer? Maybe a
Ellie?
comp, that could
Oh, it
be
could be
good here. Like,
Thunder.
what do you think they should do?
Thunder or Warrior DH, I think. One of those two.
The choice is here. You either lock in Demon Hunter, Ellie, Druid, and mirror them, or you go for the Thunder Cleave with Druid and pseudo mirror them. I think they're gonna go for the mirror, the full mirror of Demon Hunter.
I don't think they're going for the
It
full
worked
mirror.
last week. Why shouldn't it work this week?
They expected something.
Jamie,
Shibaku
obviously,
expected
very,
something
very good
different.
at, shutting
It's
down
either
enemy
Thunder
healers.
or it's
He's gonna make
Warrior
Monta's life hell.
or it's
and
Warrior DH.
I don't think Shibaku Tensei.
They locked the mirror.
is-
Okay, I'm fucking
Yeah,
wrong.
so this is
There
going
it
to be an
is.
exciting one. You always love to see mirrors because the better team wins. So this is a
What?
statement from Super Duper
Is
Gamers.
that how
They
that
think they're
works?
The better DHLE, and I like seeing that. I like seeing that confidence on, on stream. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah. This is the matchup they won last week, like we mentioned, and they are locking it in.
If you
with
played in
full
this, I mean, you
confidence
should play.
here.
I don't know.
We'll see
You
what
use
they
weird.
can do. Like Super Duper Gamers, they have an opportunity here to climb into.
I don't know what the meta
complex,
is.
to climb into,
These are two. These are two of the only
finals.
teams I
But
think in this
also
entire
they can kinda
tournament
be the boogeyman
that don't
here
have
and
mages.
deny Shibaku Tensei. Now, for me, that is almost a stronger motivation than winning. Like for me, it's like, okay, if I'm winning for me, it's whatever. But if I'm winning to make somebody else lose,
Is
and
it
kinda
strongly
say
decent?
Spoilers. That just, I don't know. It just.
I
makes
think
me
it's
wanna
on
be
their
more.
end.
And it's funny that you say that the Super Duper Gamers are the boogeyman because Houston's Rogue is actually named the boogeyman. So Super Duper Gamers
If you could look for me, Sam, if you don't mind, go to the Warcraft channel and tell me if it's out of sync there as well. I hate to like redirect you. You're saying they're the audio is 5 seconds off sync from
to have than to
the
be
video?
Tensei, advance and knock Echo into the gauntlet for the first time, really.
Yeah.
It's not that out of sync for me.
Yeah, that's got to be a big confidence swing as well for Super Duper Gamers.
Is it out of sync
moving
for you,
forward
Josie?
into the tournament. If they can knock out the team that won last week, that's just like
I just my computer.
you're a player yourself. You've been in that position yourself.
It's
as well.
not
If you're,
synced for you.
in a spot where you're knocking out a really strong opponent, it kind of fills you with that confidence of, okay, well, we beat these guys, we can beat anybody. But I guess you guys used to be the team that people wanted to
We were
beat,
the
so it's a bit
boogeyman.
different.
No, but the momentum going into it,
Right.
if they win,
I'm seeing
I
the
mean,
quarter of a second,
they're gonna be
but
on a
he's saying
roll. I
it's
can see them
5
winning
to
the whole
7
tournament
seconds.
in this series.
It's fine for me. So you're noticing
I
it's
can see
fine
it,
on my
yep.
stream?
I have faith. I
I'm
think
just trying to make
Jamie's
sure it's not my
incredible
stream,
on
'cause
the Ellie
immediately
side.
I'm looking at
Back in the day, Z-Pi was known as the king of Ellies on Europe. In the world, really. I think that's not disputable. But, recently, Elsewave, Jamie...
It's fine on mine. Okay.
they've
As long
kinda
as you
been
just let me know if it isn't,
Z-Pi
because if
sweat.
it isn't, I
there's
want to look
been
into
times when I
what's
feel
going
like
on my
Jamie is the
PC.
hardest Ellie to face. I don't know. I'm not sold.
Interesting.
You're 10
think that
seconds
Jamie's
behind?
saying.
You mean the stream's 10 seconds behind?
He did win that cross-region tournament, so anything is
Guild Clash.
possible. Or the Guild Clash, yes, the
right.
Guild Clash, sorry.
The stream
that's
is behind
true.
by a little bit, as long as the
JD
audio
has
is not
leveled up a
desynced.
lot lately, and he
So that
used
means
to
it's
be
like-
kinda, it used to be
Oh yeah,
Z-Pi
Twitch is
versus
different. I
Jamie.
know,
Jamie used
but
to
there's
get,
advantage to watching on
Z-Pi used
YouTube.
to get
I
the
prefer to
better
watch on
end of that
YouTube. You can
exchange
like.
historically, but lately Jamie
I
has
meant
been
more
stepping
like
up. Let's see if he
the
can
audio
step up.
desync
So
issue he was having.
Here in
All right.
game number 2, Super Duper Gamers versus Shibaku Tensei, double Stormkeeper loaded up and ready to go.
Oh
And,
my
you
God, it's a
mentioned, Chad,
bloodbath.
It's going to be important to stop these cyclones and to land these cyclones for the
Look at this,
Druid.
man. Look at
That
this.
is going to be what
This is an absurd looking mirror.
So I love
Declan with the 6-month resub against Sammy with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Fried, for 50 gifted subs and 9,000 over, like over 9,000. A lot more than 9,000 overall. Like 9,900 overall.
By either side.
Absolutely
And of
fucking
course,
insane,
you really
man.
want to pay attention to the Druids because the Druids are the ones who are going to be driving the momentum of this game. If one of the Druids can get clones off constantly, get in there, get maim stuns and kicks off, they're going to pull ahead. And right now it looks like SQX is falling behind.
Yeah, beautiful cyclone there by Lontar. He actually faked SQX interrupt there, and as a result, they are going to be getting a decent amount of pressure here, but Jamie is actually just doing a lot of damage here back onto Z-Pi.
Neither Shaman has traded any cooldown yet. Both are playing Byro here, which is kind of interesting too.
To recover, but they did manage to force out.
Is it true you
Ironbark
use
there
DH
from Lontar.
more? I mean, this is both the
Actually a
DH of
little
the
bit
tournament as
aggressive
well.
here in cat form,
So it's
just
hard to
trying
say.
build up some combo points there onto Z-Pi, and then he's most likely going to go over to Lontar and try to stun him and then look
It's
for a
difficult to
cyclone like
say.
that. But Lontar getting some cyclones onto Jamie on the semi-low HP, trying to make those hots fall off as well, and that should be helping his team to get some momentum. But there's that Mame stun actually going to be popping it onto Zeepai, just allowing his team to get some extra aggression. But SQX caught up in a cyclone here. Lontar so far landing more cyclones, and that is going to force the Astral shift.
SQX there, going for a meme on Zeepai, following up with a clone, but Houston, of course, has the foresight, sees that it's coming, goes for a stun on him, denies it, and Lonta counter-cloning. And like you said, this game, momentum-wise, Chibaku Tensei is in, they're behind the driving wheel. This is crazy. I don't think SQX has gotten a single cyclone this game, whereas Lonta has gone 4 or 5. He's just been denied over and over again. And if he can't turn that around, if his team can't assist him to get those clones, they're just going to keep falling behind
He's playing DHS.
more and more. Right now, before dampening hits, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But when dampening does start to ramp up after the 3-minute mark, it's going to be really, really tough for super duper gamers to get any sort of pressure and maintain it.
Yeah, Zeepai just did a really nice play there. He actually interrupted the Cyclones and then managed to pre-hex. Oh my god, Jamie's getting blasted. Jamie's dropping down to half HP.
Yeah, we've seen exchanges now, but not on the side of Zeepai, on the side of Chibaku. Chibaku hasn't used anything. We've actually seen
doing some work here. He's behind
both Stone Bullock and Wall traded and Ironbark traded. So Jamie's sitting with just Burrow.
Looking for the Cyclone, but he gets denied again. The pre-hex, second time in a row there from Zeepai. When he doesn't have the wind shear, he's pre-casting the hex. Nice gust of wind there from Jamie.
Oh, nice knock.
Kind of jumping up on that platform, but he actually gets thunderstormed back behind that line of sight. XQX looking for the
Nice
Cyclone,
clones.
gets it onto Houston. Should be able to slow down the momentum. But Zeepai, he's been playing like an absolute king so far.
Here it is. SQX finding his first cyclone of the game. Getting some
Second.
pressure on Zeepai,
First and
getting the
second.
astral shift there. First real cooldown that they've traded out. And, Houston taking so much damage there.
Oh my
Not
god.
working for 1%.
That is...
Oh
Wait.
my goodness.
Whoa.
Zeepai
This is possible. He could die still.
See what happens.
Clone! He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Okay, it's game over. They have 2 chances.
Lonta has trinket though. There it is. He's so close to dying.
Oh, that's...
Lonta has the trinket out there to save him, but Houston, very...
He's getting plastered, man. He's getting plastered, man. He has blur in 5 seconds.
Making it out. No one knows how, but super duper gamers, showing signs of life. Really deep.
And Jamie's got his cooldowns back in. That was absolutely crazy.
Game so far. Maybe some nerves.
It's not sure that as well. I mean, that was crazy. They had a chance. They had both Houston and Lonta had to play incredibly there to keep him alive.
You're gonna look for that next clone when it comes off DR on Lontar and try to close it out on Zeepai.
Yeah, that was a really nice push, but Zeepai is taking some damage as well.
I mean, Zeepai's in trouble too. They got Trinket Barrow though.
Jamie is taking a decent amount of damage as well. Zeepai does recover. That was a fantastic push though onto Houston.
Zombie did the 7-month Twitch Prime, buddy.
No Trinket. He gets Mame stunned. He gets full Cyclone. They're going after who?
Zeepai.
Looks
No
like
wall.
they're gonna go after Zeepai. Zeepai, what are you gonna do?
He has no Trinket though.
Okay.
This is now scary.
Goes for lightning lasso onto MBQ. They're actually these Demon Hunter swaps are.
This is the tough part of this mirror. It looks like Super Duper Gamers are actually leading the actual tempo of the game, even though they're behind on cooldown. Like I think Chibaku are playing it very methodically. But what you're seeing here is that Super Duper Gamers are just making swaps that are difficult to deal with, and you can see Chibaku kind of trying to adapt to that mid game, start mixing in more DH swaps and stuff.
Also denies all incoming healing. When you pair that with the Cyclone, you can deny healing for quite a long time. Extend the CC chain and look for opportunities like they did earlier.
Yeah, that's a great usage, but Zeepai is taking a lot of damage here.
Walls, Burrows, they have overtraded once again. They had no choice.
And the Astral Shift in one push.
It's not over yet though.
Cyclone here potentially. No,
Jamie may have to trade his Burrow as well. Looks fine. Mana-wise, Lonta with a slight lead.
And Jamie is taking a tremendous amount of
Here's the
damage
Burrow.
as well.
Okay, they both had to trade everything.
This matchup is so volatile, like you mentioned. As soon as dampening starts to ramp up,
we have nothing actually. Jamie could just die.
Ducks, and right now it's going to be a battle of who can get their damage.
Raw, stun, clone gets kicked. The Druid's having a battle here. Here comes SQX for his push. In caps. Big damage on Zeepai.
He has his darkness rotating back up.
There's the Mame. The clone's game. The clone's game. There's the clone. Full clone.
And the full Cyclone. That might just be it here.
They're having the battle. Nice aura, but he's dead. He's dead. There's no way. Beautiful stun behind. So dead. Bro, the Druid battle is crazy. This entire game comes down to these moments right here. So you can actually see these Druids have this crazy fight going on. Just stare at what the Druids are doing. in this moment
As
here.
well. He's gonna have to burrow.
So right
This
after this
matchup
this
is so
tree ends,
volatile. Like you mentioned, as soon as dampening starts to ramp up,
you're gonna
these
see
Shamans,
SQX
they
and Lone to have a
basically become like
fight.
two
Don't
sitting
focus
ducks.
on what's going in the middle, what's happening in the mess over here. Focus on these two druids.
And right now it's gonna be a
It's literally raw from Lonta. Lonta tries to get SQX. He actually gets the opener on him. And then what you're going to see SQX do, he's going to instantly skull bash the follow-up clone here. And then he's going to, I think he maims. I think he kick and then he meld maims. I'm pretty
battle
sure.
of who can get
Oh, wait, no. What's he do? He gets stunned and then he starts casting the clone and he trinket kicks.
their damage up. Who can
Trinket
deny a darkness?
kicks him with, that's the skull bash kick. And then I think he meld stuns him
drops
back.
there onto Jamie, and that is going to be enough defense.
Oh,
but
he's
they're
chases
gonna have
after
to pull
him.
the trigger on that massive cooldown.
Then he gets
They're not gonna
in-capped,
have that. Meanwhile,
and then he
Fused
moves
has
across
his
to Raw.
darkness.
Off that,
Raw
no,
is
he gets
back up
maim.
to nice cyclone.
And here comes the
Attempts
clone to
coming into
clone.
Lone Dark,
And the
again,
game ends.
They land a full cyclone.
It's actually a sick sequence.
And watch this. He Chaos Nova Z-Pipe, but SQX follows up with a clone on Lontar to secure the kill.
Yep.
Beautiful teamwork right there. I think
I mean, they played that
Super Duper
insane.
games
Just
like
little micro plays like
I can
that.
see why they won the mirror last week. You know, the first half of this game was a bit sus, but the second half really showed how good of a team they are and why they won last week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a really
I
sick
like
sequence
that
of
as
events,
well, that
honestly.
SX leaves the gap
I mean,
right
it's one of
there.
those things as well. You can see, like, at the very start of this game, the first, like, 3-4 minutes, it was just Z-Pi just completely shitting on. I'm not shitting on. That's where they went wrong with, but, like, basically just stopping everything, right? And then it just reversed. The entire game reversed with that swap to Houston, getting every CD. That overlap, like, having Darkness would have saved him, because Houston was able to get there. But having Darkness would have saved. And then they got in the overuse on Z-Pi, and then, yeah, it's a very good game.
Right there at the end to kind of extend that CC chain.
Yeah, they got like Houston got lucky. They were winning at the start though.
For Shibaku Tensei,
So
man,
they had 3 minutes of
you're getting
lead before
farmed
that
in
Houston
mirrors
swap.
last week, and now you're locking the mirror again, and you're getting farmed again. What do you actually do here?
I think they're doing Warrior.
Do you have a response to?
I think
the
we're
blind pick? With
expecting.
the Super Duper gamers, they can just lock this in blind.
Oh wait, no, they're locking this
I don't
blind.
think Shibaku Tensei are going to be like, okay, well, let's lock in the Arcane Mage again.
They have to lock in
And we're going to
this
hook
blind.
point as well. So
There's no
what
reason
is
why Super
Shibaku
Duper wouldn't
Tensei's
lock this
answer?
in.
Do you actually think the Arcane Mage is their
Shibaku
answer?
plans to
Like,
play something
was that the
different, like a
matchup they wanted?
cleave or
I think if you lock in
something.
an Arcane Mage willingly into Demon Hunter Ellie, you are full trolling. It is not good. It is probably two of the worst classes you could possibly face. On top of a Wrestler Druid, you can't sheep. They insta-lock.
What is
They
Super
realize- Super Duper Gamers realizing, hey, we just kind of dominated that game.
Well, I mean,
Let's lock in quickly,
they only have two things they can do. But what is
they can come up
Shibaku
with.
doing?
And now
Shibaku's
I
playing.
expect them to use the full 2 minutes. They're gonna cook. Do we go Demon Hunter Ret with Proto? Demon Hunter Windwalker? What can we play? Windwalker Ret? I don't think any of these cleaves
The
are gonna
cleaves-
do good into Demon Hunter Ellie Resto Druid.
I think cleaves do
Druid's gonna have a field
fine.
day, Ellie's gonna have a good time.
Oh wait, no, this is a
Ellie's
Druid healing.
I think
Maybe
it
it
just
wouldn't
has
work.
to be a mirror for all of these games, and you know, based on how last one went, if Super Duper Gamers keeps it
I
up,
could see when like Frosty Guy seems okay here.
It's a quick 3-1 here against the former champions Shibaku Tensei. I don't know. They have a tough decision ahead of them. They need to.
And
lock
no,
something
they're
good
picking
in.
Hook to play a cleave. You
What
pick
is
Hook
the
to.
answer?
They're playing
That
a
is the
cleave of
question
some
right now.
type. I
They
don't
have
mind
something
Rit
prepared
DH. I
against
don't
their
mind
own
Rit
comp.
Windwalker. I don't mind
If they're
Rit.
not winning the mirrors, then
I think it's one of those
that
two,
is
or
not
it's
gonna be
or
good
it's
for them.
Windwalker DK.
And the clock
So
is
it's Windwalker
ticking.
DK,
I
it's
don't
or it's
I
Ret
wanna know
DH, Ret
what were they
Windwalker.
thinking with the Archimage? It has to be some kind of counter
Or
to the cleave, but
they don't have
the
Windwalker
DH
DH.
LA is beating the cleaves anyway.
Windwalker DH isn't an
What
option
would
for them,
be
is
the
it?
point of taking that risk?
I'm pretty sure Houston is their
As somebody
DH
who
and
does
their
play
Windwalker.
Arcane, you know, I don't like. I
So they
doubt
actually
that
don't
this-
have that
I would
comp
be
from what I
shocked
understand.
if
They
see
talked
it
about it, but I don't think they have that comp.
into this matchup.
Unless they have
There's
two
no way
DHs on that
seeing
team.
it. Zipai did 60 mil damage that
Or
game.
two Windwalkers on that team.
Lontar did 30 mil damage.
I think Kroto's
So
Rit or DK.
He was not having
And
a
I
good
think-
time at all. For the first like 2 minutes, he was just trying to get his.
So it's
arcane
going to be
sword
Rit
off.
X
It's just
or
complete
DKX
misery,
for Cleave.
when
One of
you
those
go up against
two.
That many interrupts,
Right?
Against the class that has so much uptime, and yeah.
Windwalker
They
DK.
are gonna lock in Kroto.
Oh
my
shit!
God, the
This is fine.
Windwalker
This is a
DK
fine matchup for one. I think if there's a single matchup that Windwalker DK can actually do well
I
into,
love this,
it's
actually.
this
I don't
one.
like this, I love this, and I'll tell you why. They just lost a mirror. All right, it does not feel good to lose a mirror. It's worse feeling.
Yeah,
than
I think this is
ever
fine.
because it's humiliating, right? And they kind of got dumpstered in the second half of that game. Not a
Wow.
good feeling.
Chen
Now, what do they
showing
do?
some diplomacy
Try to
here.
play the same thing. You know, big head, big ego. Try to play the same thing and win, or do you pivot and throw?
Is there any issue on my
That's
end,
exactly what
Sam?
this comp is. Windwalker, high burst. Frost DK, decent setup, not really in the meta, but high burst, and then you have a Preservoker on top of that to counter the rest of
The main thing
They're
here,
not looking for a long game. They're looking to throw Super Duper Gamers a really hard, quick curveball and try to cheese out a win, just like they did in Game 1.
it's not really cheesing out a win. It's like this is like a good map for setups.
It's
You don't have to have the Druid involved. You can just do
LEDH.
LEDH. But MVQ is very good at annoying people on goes.
Walk landed on SQX and then get maybe a double.
How's
stun
Frosty
with
Cat?
the leg sweep
That's
grip
not
on
crazy.
MVQ and
Okay.
Jamie, or maybe even just clump them all up together and get a triple.
This is the YouTube stream, yeah. I
stun
prefer the
setup
YouTube stream because I can
or
skip
ghost
back and
side
look
leg
at stuff
sweep.
really easily.
So their win condition is basically stack them up and cleave
Right,
them down.
MVQ is the DH specialist. And then Blizzo is Warrior Specialist, I
Get
think.
the Frost DK or what?
They're looking to run around in circles. They're just playing to live. Deny every grip setup. Deny every sweep. That's the trouble every 50 seconds. If they live a few minutes, they're going to win naturally. Because the problem is, you know, the DK just takes so much damage. One of the squishiest classes.
Thank
in the
fucking
world.
God, man.
And
Thank
with
you,
DK
Chan.
melee, extremely high
It's
DPS
about
class.
time someone didn't call them fucking immortal
Just wanna
tanks.
see the DK living more than a few minutes, and of course, you know.
Bro, I want to send
Jamie-
this fucking clip to
I always
Blizzard.
praise Jamie. Whenever he faces Prezivokers, they make their life hell. They're melee range, and he's just always abusing them.
Grotto's
knocking
very good
them
at Frost, yeah.
verdant, and just making it unplayable for a long time. And I expect to see
Yeah, it's
that
actually
with this game
funny.
as
Some
well.
people think DKs are
Super
tanks.
Gamer's gonna get CC on
They're just
Monster,
stuck in
World
BFA
Cup
or
is
something.
gonna be
And they died in
amazing.
The funny thing is they
Games
died to
for
getting
40 hour
dampened in
like Game
BFA
1.
too.
Disaster is about to strike. If they don't lose in 2-3 minutes, I think they got this in the bag.
I mean, they just need to be able to heal or something. I don't know. DKs need Deathstroke healing desperately. Again, I want to thank Zombie for the 7-month resub. I want to thank Declan for the 6-month resub, Samuel for 10 gifted subs, and Pride for 50 gifted subs today. Appreciate you being around today.
Damage. They just need to land it and make the Shibaku Tensei, or make the Super Duper Gamer, sorry.
He's playing 2M Frost?
overlap their defense.
Wait, that means he's playing. Oh, he's playing Deathbringer. You played 2M Frost for Deathbringer. I haven't seen this. I haven't actually cooked this at all. But he apparently has.
Blinding Sleet. Here comes
Okay,
the setup. Ooh,
double.
He's playing that wall deep breath here. SQX though is gonna duck into the middle of the fray.
I don't understand why we're playing Deathbringer. I want to see what happens with it.
Pretty good. Kroto.
He's doing
He's
2
gonna
million
get a lot of
DPS right
damage
now.
when
That's a
he
lot.
responds to the anti-magic zone. This is not
The thing
too bad,
is,
actually, for Shibaku Tensei.
The biggest problem. So he's playing the
But the
full
opener is
like
very
Zeke
front-loaded for
one
the
shot
DK,
kind of ish
Kroto
build.
always one of the. To be honest, I think he's probably the best DK in Europe. He has been for a long time now. He's always finding those opportunities where he death grips the healer or the other DPS in, gets the blinding sleet, and sets his teammate up for that double leg sweep. So look for it again in another.
The
15
thing is,
seconds when Houston
is he
has
playing
his
30
back up.
seconds reap?
That's
No,
how
he's
they're
playing.
gonna
He's playing
develop that pressure,
45.
Get those setups going, and if they can find them consistently, then they have an opportunity. But
They're just playing.
look at
So
that.
it's awkward to play 1 minute 30 goes.
The problem with this.
He's
comp
playing
is
1
that
minute goes now.
They're just so fragile, and Lontar almost falling to air. Really.
It's getting blasted. Here's a go.
Damage there onto Lontar. He did trade up
Wait,
the
he didn't get
rewind,
the-
but
he
they're
didn't
trying to
get
a
it.
counter setup
They
going, but
denied.
They had no CC there on the SQX, so they're not able to
That's
do
a
anything. Lontar
commune.
trading out
It's
the
looking
Emerald
kind of rough.
Commune.
We do have a.
SQX. And,
not really.
MBQ actually had a really nice play earlier. They swapped to SQX and they strangulated him, but then MBQ just removed it with the reverse magic and allowed
Is
him to
Kroto
hold on to
playing?
that trinket. So there's still an opening here, 45
Mini
seconds, no
show?
trinket on the DPS, but they need to make something happen. Shibaku Tensei are about to hit that enrage timer. The clock is ticking, and they need to make something. They need to get some opportunity here.
And the
to
problem is they have no
actually
stun for a
continue
while.
That chain of no trinkets.
He's sitting
Otherwise,
on pillar.
this
He's
game
been
is
sitting on
slipping
pillar for about
away.
30 seconds now. They're gonna do a 2-minute go.
Already, it's been 2 minutes. Lontar's at 60.
I think
SQX
they're
is
thinking of
70,
doing. Like
75.
Kroto is actually skipping his
Kroto
minute
can't
go
find these opportunities, and Houston
in favor of a 2-minute go,
to win.
which is kind of
The
rough.
problem is as well is that SQX hasn't had to come close to drinking. Here's the setup, the blinding sleep. Here comes the leg sweep. See what they can get done.
Here we go. This is
Instantly
a real
trickles
go.
out.
He's
It's
already knocked.
MVQ though in a bit
Double
of trouble.
stuns.
The Iron Bark holding it for another rainy day. But
Okay, well,
the
Kroto's
pressure from
AFK.
Shibaku- the problem is they're far from winning. Unless they get a Gib kill next time, SQX does have no trinket, does have no skin. MVQ has trinket, Jamie has trinket. They're gonna have to push for SQX on the next leg sweep, or the game is probably gonna be over for them. They're gonna be too behind in momentum.
Doesn't look great.
Let's see if they can do that.
I think
it's
I did.
Look at SQX. He's playing very safe right now.
They
He
have
knows
they
he's
have
the
to
win condition.
yeah.
If he pre-bears that next setup, he might
The
just be
next
able to
one
survive.
is
Jamie holding on to the
so
ground
20
and throwing
seconds
as well.
on the giant
Just got a
go
little bit of extra
with no
safety
trinket on
before you see
SQX.
they're going
I
after
could see this.
Lontar now on the back.
If we're playing this really
Lontar actually
gimmicky,
forced to trade out his
which I think
trinket.
we
Yes,
are,
Obsidian Scales
the
coming
really
out,
gimmicky
SQX
go
going to
would
cycle
just
onto
be
Lontar.
saying,
They
fuck it,
knock him up, though. That
one
was
shot,
beautifully
run at
done.
this druid in
And he
20
managed
seconds
to
and win the
avoid
game.
that CC chamber. Crota
It's kind of
also
free.
taking a lot of damage.
Here
They
it comes.
launched
It's
the
in
setup,
3
they
seconds. They're
launched
getting
the
ready. They're
attack.
setting up for
That
it right now.
Bartkin is coming back
Here we
out
go.
for SQX,
Giant
and that
one
win
shot.
condition is fading.
This is it.
And
This is
meanwhile,
your only
everybody
chance.
is
You have to
dying.
win right now. Here it is. He
Sensei
he grips, he
Lontar
blinks, he
is
jumps.
just getting absolutely farmed. The
Oh no, they're not getting it.
Lontar down to 1% HP, trying to duck
They got
around the
denied,
corner.
man,
SQX
because
getting
DKs
aggressive
fucking
once again
suck.
here. Has
Holy
the
shit.
preemptive Iron Bark there
They still have
onto
sweep?
Jamie, and he's managed to
No,
keep
they don't have
Jamie
sweep. They have
aggressive
nothing.
once and time again. Lontar with the anti-magic zone, Houston as well.
It's
They're
such
trying
an
to find
awkward.
a
They're just
window
running him,
opening,
but
they're
we're
not
it's
finding
game
it.
off.
Did he just immune the leg sweep right there? No, it doesn't look like it. But Lontar actually gets gripped away there from the
That is a
fray, and he's gonna be
brutal
able to
situation.
behind the
He's
pillar,
totally
once again recover, but Crota,
And
man,
it's
he's
game
left
of.
behind, and he's gonna go down.
We cooked too much here, I think.
Super gamers are looking absolutely bulletproof right now.
And this is what I was afraid of for Chibaku Tensei. I called it at the start. If they don't get like too many cooldowns in the first few minutes, it's gone south.
So I want to see what build he's playing.
Gets chased by SQX in catform for 30 seconds straight, denied a nullifying shroud.
It's kind of got no setups, apart
Super
from the
Duper
first
Games
one.
Realizing, hey, this Pres Evoker gets a shroud off, it's going to be a bit harder, but if we just harass him, go on him, burn his mana, and just constantly pressure him, he's not going to have a good time. Lontar was, playing so scared this game. He hasn't done a single point of damage in a long time. How are you going to win as a Pres Evoker like that?
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing a very
aggressive,
interesting
but
build. Of, I wish I could see the details and see like what numbers he's
SQX,
getting.
Actually, the fact that even when he doesn't have trinket, he was still harassing Lontar and kind of making those kind of risky
Is President
decisions
Asham?
there,
Yeah, in theory.
knowing that okay, our darkness
In
is
reality,
back
no.
up. I can be a little bit more aggressive. My bar
In reality, they're both bad, but
I can afford to be aggressive.
in
here
theory,
and really
the
make
Ash,
money.
the
There's not
idea
a
is
lot
you
of
have
druids in
klepto
that
for these
position
big
who
goes,
are
but
just gonna go in with no
it's tough, man.
trinket
It's really
and
tough to have a
actually
death on your
look for
team.
cat form plays. But he does, and
Because
then as soon as they connect on
The DKs are almost good, but he's just such a massive fucking liability eating shit on the entire game.
And he knows that he's going to be able to kind of squeeze in a little bit of extra offense and then instantly swap back to defense. And they're going to take this game. Super
Yeah, they're
duper
planning to
gamers.
win the game in 3
What do
goes,
you
and they
do
had an
now if you're
opportunity, but they
Shabbat
just
Sensei? How do
like
bring
I'll
this
show
to
you.
Game 5? Is it
I'll show you. They missed it. They had no. This is not their fault. They just missed. They missed basically every setup, but it's not apart from the first one, and that's okay, right? That's the way it goes. They had a win condition, right? Yeah.
they need to launch their attack?
They have. So you can see they've got pillar, they've got breath, giant one shot. We have no trinket on Krotos. They're probably not going to land it. And we've got leg sweep from Houston, and he's actually pre-popped. And you can see at this point here, like Kroto pre-pops his Death's Advance. He's getting ready for a giant go. And I'm pretty sure what you can't see from the POV we're looking at here, but I'm pretty sure Kroto's staring at the Druid. The Druid is sitting behind the pillar, the middle pillar, like the far pillar, I guess. And when he goes for the grip, I think he's playing long range grip. We can double check that. It's possible he's not playing long range grip. He is. So he's just AFK behind the pillar, like waiting. And he has no reason to peek. This is one of the problems that Frost DKs have. You can see that on the side of Super Duper Gamers, they're all full HP. This Druid has no reason to peek. He has no reason to attack because the Frost DK is so gimmicky, and the Windwalker is so gimmicky in this case as well, that he is AFKs. He has no reason to play. And when he finally does have to peek to heal, they all start spreading out. So you'll see when he finally is forced to. I mean, they just do a set up on the WPS here. Actually, they don't even. Okay, this go is cooked. They were just forced to do the sweep go before. The reality is the only person who could die in this go, because you can see you've got Trinket Blur here from MVQ, you've got Trinket Wall and Burrow from Jamie. They can't die. They've got Darkness in 5 seconds. The only person in this go who could die is the Druid, and the only way to really guarantee it would be to run at the Druid blindly. But they just have no. They have no hope here. They don't even have to. They don't even trinkets. We trade an Ironbark onto Jamie. MVQ sets it. That's game over. But yeah, that's their best map
I don't know
too.
how they would do it. Maybe they ask a different player to help as well from a different team. but I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved at all, and it's just part of competition. You know, enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Houston with the Warglaves, trying to make some magic happen, but unfortunately, we'll see what they can cook up here. Lontar playing aggressively at the start of this game, which is what you want to see. Instantly stunned, instantly shut down, and
as president of the America, I might make wrong decisions, but I will put all the power I have to call Blizzard and tell them to make Unholy Death Knight great again so our boy Mess can play and destroy his enemies in the arenas.
Really doesn't get
Thank you, Theo. Wario wouldn't do good in that. One was perfect for it. The problem is you can't have pressure outside of your go. You just have your go, and outside of that, people just sit behind a pillar and AFK.
Cyclone, good offense here onto Jamie, actually. Nicely done there. Good pressure coming out on the Prez Evoker, trying to make some magic happen in this potential knockout game. But Zeepai might just be getting knocked out right now. Lontar in the disorienting roar right there. And Zeepai actually catches a huge heal. That was the rewind coming out from Lontar, but still.
So this is an unfortunate matchup, by the way. What we're seeing is they've gone back to the DH Arcane Mage, and they kind of have to, because you can't go out in the series without playing a matchup again. I think it was an accident, but
Arcane Surge off and has an opportunity to get aggressive, but
I think they kind of had to go back to it.
I like that from MVQ, the foresight. Hey, Jamie doesn't have wall, he has to burrow, they lose a lot of momentum. You got the surge off, why not just darkness here? Prevent it. Houston is in, you know, the IB meta form, but in terms of momentum, it's fantastic. And, you know, in this matchup, I can't help but clench every single time Lontar gets CC'd. Right now, he's in the nullifying shroud, that CC immunity, but once that ends, once SQX starts to play on top of him, play aggressively, Zeepai's just gonna have to run backwards, and they're not gonna have any pressure. But I will say that in this game here, Shibaku Tensei having a few signs of life. They're not rolling over. It wasn't looking like game one. Maybe it was a bit of nerves.
Oh my god.
Taking a lot of damage. He is having his wall rotate back up, just pre-burrowing.
Oh, he actually sends the burrow.
Momentum.
He respects it.
This isn't looking as bad as it did in game one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mainly due to Lontar actually playing really well aggressively. He's almost doing
I think Shibaku had no choice but to go back to it, Lefty. They'd go out and...
Jamie might just get one shot here. What is he going to do? Astral Shift. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
That's crazy. He actually lives a big execute barrage there.
Mania is doing a lot of work, and the Prez Evoker Deeps is really adding up here. He's... Again, 50 mil damage compared to Zeepai at 57 right now.
I mean, they're dry on CDs.
That is going to be a huge
if they can
deal.
get
the good thing.
So we got a surge in 10.
You have the Kleptomania.
We have a surge in 10. If Zeepai can get the surge off somehow on something, a totem or something like that,
the way you shut this down is just
this game can end.
You're interrupting Zeepai here
right now.
These missiles. Make sure that you're just shutting him down.
This could be it.
And here comes the Arcane Surge.
Stopped.
Ooh, they shut it down though with the nice fell eruption there. Jamie is just going to line of sight here during that touch of the Magi. Did not want to get Arcane Surge there, and if oh my goodness. Houston might just get one banged.
Oh
Houston,
my god.
With the Nether Walk, manages to potentially survive here. SQX manages to keep him back.
Zeepai!
That was
Blocks.
a close call, and Zeepai has to ice block randomly.
Alright, so super duper game is playing too aggressively, Shibaku Tensei punishing accordingly. But they're dragging backwards now, Jamie realizing, hey, this is
and he gets clothesline, man.
And, well,
lights out, man.
Knows, aka Zeepai. You know, super duper game is adapting big game. I like this. Jamie, SQX realizing, hey, this is
there it goes. Shibaku, the champions of last week, are out. Echo, if they win one series, will be third place seed, and Shibaku will be the that it decides basically who is in the gauntlet and who isn't.
And then just close the game out 30 seconds later.
If Echo can get beyond top 6, then they are not gauntlet.
Positioning here, so you can see it even here. This is kind of what opens up the game, like you mentioned.
We'll let them talk to this
Jamie
first.
Just started running around the pillar a bit more. Because when he was out there in the open field, and then they just, yeah, I mean, Zeepai just gets caught there behind the pillar, and look at Lontar. He tries to.
I mean, Akame seems very flimsy in this matchup.
Instantly costs Zeepai his blocks. He gets the nullifying shroud, and then Zeepai looking for the damage. Lontar's going one way. Zeepai's going the other way. He gets wind sheared, and then he just dies instantly in one wind shear.
He kept going that way. Lontarino, that's so unfortunate. Like you said, following Houston gets cloned, and then just you turn on Zeepai and you can't get there in time. And that's the other problem with chasing around pillars as an evoker. You know, Jamie is leaving the slow totems, he's slowing Lontar. Look at Lontar just waddling across, and then he's so desperate to get back to Zeepai, but too brutal. Zeepai, 78 million damage.
So, to say what I was saying before about this, like basically, I think this match was terrible. but they won it, right? They played that first game expecting they tried to I think kind of curveball the series by expecting a cleave out of MVQ and Blizzo, and they didn't do that. They locked the mirror, and they won. But they won this match that looked awful the entire time, and then they lost the next 2 games. They lost the mirror, and then they lost the cleave. That was their kind of like counter pick. They lost their counter pick on their best map, and then they're in this position where they kind of have to go back to the first matchup, because they won as it already. It was the only win they had, so they kind of had to go back to it, even though they knew it was a bad matchup. So really, the thing that fucked them here is the hook point game. The hook point game really screwed them. I also think the mirror could have been closer, but the problem is you can't really lock it like the mindset of winning a series. You can't really lock a mirror in when you're down on match point, because the chance of you winning 2 mirrors consecutively are kind of lower. They should win with 2 opportunities. Like, you're just basically taking a negative edge. So they kind of had to go back and play that matchup again, and it looked okay, but still a bad matchup.
You have 1 game to go off of, right?
Yeah.
You have to mirror, I think. You have to play better than the other team. And they were on Tiger's Peak. For the first half, I would say Chibaku, they were in the driving seat. They were cooking. Lontar was getting 5 clones out for every one of SQX's. I think they take that mirror, they improve as they play, and they try to just go in with confidence.
By the way,
beat them at the mirror.
Super Duper Games, you can see this, by the way, right? Look at this. They're 9th seed. Because Super Duper Games as a team, they didn't play the first cup. They played the second and third cups. They did not get fire on the second cup, although they did beat Chibaku Tensei. They've actually beaten them twice now. The big thing is that in order for them to not be in the gauntlet, or in order to get into the gauntlet, they have to get another position. They needed this win, and they need more than this one. They need to win the next game too. I think they need to actually maybe win 2 more series. I think top 6 is going to tie them. It'll be a 3-way tie for 7 or for 8th. But nap time and streaming zones. Nap time is upper bracket. So they have to fucking go crazy. Like, Super Duper Games have to win 2 series just to make it into the top 8. And I think it would be pretty sick if they were in it. I think in the gauntlet, because they could actually win.
So we'll go to a break. We come back. We're going to knock yet another team out of the tournament for Cup number 3. We'll be right back.
In a bracket? I think pretty similar to last week. Well, the problem is that like the expensive pieces are kind of the best pieces from Conquest, but it's up to you, Bio. It's sort of there's different strategies you can use for it. I don't think it matters too much either way. Again, I want to thank Fried for 50 gifted subs, by the way, today. Samuel for 10 gifted subs today. Declan for the 6-month resub. Zombie for the 7-month resub as well. And Larry for the 46-month resub. Right, I had fuck all sleep today, but it's actually been very, very fun game so far. Today was a like 2-hour sleepish kind of day, but I'll have a nap after these games, after the tournament ends. Poor Death Knight, man. They brought it out. Good for them. No, I planned on having a bit more sleep. It just didn't work out that way. Poor Frosty here matchup, man. Watching this again is kind of painful. They had a win condition. It's just, you know, maybe they need to put a thing in so you can grip through pillars or something. Because it gets pretty fucking rough when you just AFK the Frosty can go out. And we didn't get to actually see the true power of Frost here either, by the way. They didn't get to, like the first Reaper's Mark go was pretty massive. They were like 2 million DPS. He was getting fucked up down with their opener. Like, look at this opener. I'll go back to it because we're waiting anyway, right?
Only route.
I'll show you guys what I was talking about.
I mean, Catful. Here's the setup.
This opener is,
here comes like
get some opportunity.
this opener is
sets
massive.
to meet up for that
Look at
double.
this.
Always finding those up.
We gotta get this. This first setup is perfect, right? We've got literally everything activates at the same time.
Blinding sleet. Here comes
And
the
you can
setup.
see that
Ooh,
Croto is doing
that wall deep breath here. SQX though is gonna duck in
2 million
into the
DPS
middle of the fray, and they manages to get on. Actually, they got 2 trinkets.
They
with that
actually just
setup.
heal
That's
through
pretty
5
good.
million
Croto
DPS
is gonna
there.
take a lot of damage, but he responds with the anti-magic zone. This is not looking too.
This, by the way, this opener is not healable. What they just did is illegal amounts of damage. The only way in which this was survivable was because MVQ did 38 million healing with Darkness. He healed 3 full health bars. There's no universe where I could see the Druid, even if he's in tree form, doing 5 million DPS or 5 million HPS. I've never seen it before. I don't think it's even remotely conceivable, even through wall, even through everything. These guys did completely fucked up damage.
Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really fun game. I feel like we've seen some interesting things from Streamer Zone in the offline bracket leading up to this tournament. We actually saw Tony play Rep Paladin, which is something I never thought I would really expect.
I don't know if I like Croto's build, though. He's not playing Brittle.
It's definitely picked up popularity. I mean, Super T's mentioned it at the beginning of the day. Rep Paladin's got some significant buffs.
Oh, he was playing Vesicle
yeah,
Shell.
If they lock in Ret and
instead.
locks in like a jungle cleave, which we've seen them play.
Not
that
Team
could be
Shell, I'm
a
guessing?
really rough matchup for them.
Yeah, certainly could. If you are watching
Team
from
Shell
home,
still.
get those predictions in, and we will do the same here on the desk. Zico, I will start with you. Streamerzone.gg versus Locked In. Who do you think is going to win this one? You did great last time. Keep it going. I believe in you, man.
I'm not feeling that confident, actually. I almost want to change my prediction. Streamer Zone, y'all better not let me down. You better not let me down. Like, I keep voting for Streamer Zone, and they keep letting me down. I'm going with
MVQ
you, Tony.
needs
Don't
Locked
let
In
me
to
down.
lose this.
I'm thinking Streamer Zone 3-1 right now, but based off of Locked In's performance last week, I don't know, man. They're scary, and like, we might see some cleaves, like you mentioned, but also we could also see Tony and Cassidy go head-to-head, Feral versus Feral. That would be super.
How's
exciting.
Breath work? So the reason why you play Breath,
Definitely be.
I don't think it's super necessary, but the reason you play Breath is because it instantly procs your Reaper's Mark. It counts as Shadow Frost damage. It just instantly procs it.
They looked very good in the
So when you
open
press
bracket.
Breath, it just
Gelu playing the Panda Mage. As
if you
usual.
reproc your Reaper's Mark
They
as
did a
well, it
great
just instantly
job. So
pops
they're
over and
adding
over
their own
again.
Little flavor on the Feral Mage Priest. They played Discipline Priest, which is something that we know Numliz has been, preferring over the Holy Priest, and it looked very good. Of course, you got Gelu on the Mage, and I think a lot of this matchup for me is just going to come down to the blind pick. If we see like a Ret Warrior against Gelu on Mage, then I do think we could see Locked In win this one. But if not, I'm just giving a slight edge here to Streamer Zone.
Okay, I think that's fair. Maybe we reveal Super Tease's prediction, but I was on the same side as you guys. I think just historically looking at this team, Streamer Zone GG, I feel like they're a team that can make it work when, the meta is not necessarily in favor of them. And now they're adding in that flexibility. So they are able to lock in some, different compositions here. So I am curious what it does. Okay, Super Tease. Only one.
Okay, this is good for us.
I hate.
great.
Oh yeah, true, dude. He was he finished the weekend in 40% with 40% last week. So, and he was wrong last one. Go ahead.
I feel like if my prediction is anything close to what Chanimal is doing, then we're looking good because. Chanimal, I feel like he sees this game like the Matrix. He's like Neo in the Matrix. He can see all the angles. So if I can just copy off Chanimal's homework this weekend, I think it's gonna be looking good.
Do you think when Chan looks up in the ceiling, he sees like chess pieces move around, but it's not chess pieces? It's like WoW players in the arena, and he just
Demon
kind of
hunters.
sees all
positioning
of,
on his warlock to just kite warriors and
yeah, he's like, oh, this is gonna be how it plays out. But no, he definitely had that game read. Supati's redemption arc, surely we will
I hope so.
find
I'm actually
out.
I'm gonna be like, honestly, if Supati's gets this, I'll be happy for him more so than like if I get it right. So I hope he pulls it
agree.
off.
He needs a win.
I said it earlier, but I'm happy that so many other people went with the same prediction as me. So you know what? I'm with you on that. Either Supatis gets it right and we're chilling, or we all get it wrong. So I'm good with either side. But we're already in game here.
Incredible. Okay, I did not expect this in the blind pick. We got Limps
What's
playing
this?
Warrior, so it's Warrior Pharaoh Druid, and I feel
Freeman's
like
lost his last weekend, I'm pretty sure.
Locked in. I feel like if you're a Devastation Evoker playing at Cleave like this, I mean, you are going to be doing the most insane damage. I mean, Smite, I think, is going to go on an absolute tear this game. Tony might just outright die here in the opener, and you can see his damage is sky high. I think Locked In absolutely won this blind pick. We'll see what Streamer Zone could do.
Acity and Smite both peaking at around 1.8 million DPS in this opener. This is going to be tough, but it looks like Limps is actually going to be attacking Numbless here a little bit. Cassidy is getting cleaved somewhat. They actually get a Cyclone here onto Lanat, and they get something with that. It doesn't look like it. They're just going to be kind of line of sighting there. Only now going after Numbless here with Limps, trying to train down the Priest. They get him down to
Og actually, you know, Wexo, I have changed my mind on Og. Og was sick. I played Og. Did you see the games with Trill last night playing Og?
Still taking a
He played it in full greens with like
Limps
2400.
continue to get uptime. This could be dangerous here. Numbless fake casting the penances. Tony holding on to the interrupt for now. Nice Cyclone around the corner there onto
played Og
Numbless.
DK.
And now they have some pressure on the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, this is not looking too bad. Cleave damage out onto Smite and Cassidy. Cassidy's getting a little bit low. They do have a little bit of pressure here. Limps on that Fury War. I mean, if he just has...
I mean, Og is a giant one-shot. He'll get nerfed.
Mortal Strike effect.
I think
He's going to be doing a ton of healing reduction. It can be very devastating to deal with. I think Warriors right now are super strong in the meta, and they put out a devastating amount of damage. So we'll see how they end up doing. We're at about 10% dampening. 2 minutes elapsed into the game right now. Maim's done here on the Numbless. Cassidy uses the bar.
I mean, I think Prez has pretty nice.
Tony are
maybe.
in trouble. That Dragon Rage
It's good damage
about 13
overall.
seconds for Smite. And that's going to be that really scary moment that Streamer Zone has to deal with.
Yeah, but right now the avatar is popped. But look at Numbless. He gets the ulti penny off, and he is doing a lot of damage here onto the enemy team.
Here it is.
Zone is in big trouble. Here comes the setup. Smite might just get a double kill right now. He's doing so much damage with the power infusion as well. Tony, what are you gonna do here?
Og,
He's
Og
up like
blasted,
7
yeah.
out of his 9 lives already on that kitty cat druid, but he's still running, trying to stay alive. Lanat is getting interrupted here as well, and they are just trying to close out the match already. Tony might just die. He's on 1% HP.
Oh my God.
And Tony will fall. Locked in, locking in a huge blind pick here, ending the game with 1.35 million DPS on Smite. He must have had the most fun ever in this match.
That's great. I mean, honestly, I said it in the pre-show. For Locked In, if they wanted to win this series, it was going to be a blind pick angle, and I do think they picked an incredible blind pick here. I don't think this is what Streamer Zone wanted whatsoever, and it's at this point of the game, you got Power Infusion on a Devastation Evoker. He's got the Dragon Rage up. He's going to be doing the most damage of pretty much anything in the game. The only thing that kind of abuses Devastation Evokers is things that can spam crowd control them. So if they're getting like spam feared and kicked by a Warlock, or a Mage is just spam polymorphing them and counterspelling them, that's what's going to shut down a Dev Evoker. But in a matchup like this, he just has free reign. I mean, he's absolutely terrifying.
Sorry that.
And you can see it on the scoreboard, and you can see it on the health bars here for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and also Cassidy, man, his playstyle works so well as well with this Dev Evoker, because he is soaking up a lot of the interrupts. Previously, we saw him, casting Cyclones, getting 2 interrupts out. And when that happens, you're just wasting all your interrupts. Well, not wasting, but when you're spending them onto the Pharaoh.
Steve, what is going on today, man? Steve with 10 gifted subs as well.
Anything. You can just
Today has been absolutely fucking ridiculous. I've been here for like an hour. We've watched like 4 games. 5 games. It was a 3-1 series.
What are we gonna see here? What is the
5 games?
To the Pharaoh?
We're like 73 subs today.
Cleave, their FMP. Like, what do you think is a good pick here for Streamer Zone if we end up seeing the same thing coming in the blind?
I enjoy these watch parties a lot. I also get to learn a lot too, like about the meta and stuff. This match is probably a little less interesting in terms of like the meta. This is very, it's like one very off meta comp, and I think Streamer Zone plays some kind of more meta stuff. I don't think Fury Org, maybe Windwalker Org. The thing with Org is like a very gimmicky spec. It just one shots, and then it does nothing, and then it one shots.
Killing everybody. So you do not.
Wait, Wexo, have you considered playing Org yourself?
I think that's why, in general, in this meta,
Org's playstyle is kind of sick. You just run around in circles, and then you one shot someone.
Yes, because then you can actually spread out a little bit. You're not just automatically.
Like I feel like we could have a lot of fun with that.
I think that's one of the struggles when you run the kind of a double melee setup. So I would expect we see Hunter, Kasu. Maybe he plays the Beast Mastery Hunter. Maybe.
Oh, actually, Smite. They both have. Smite also plays Hunter. So both these teams are playing jungle basically.
So you can kind of shrug off some of the attacks.
I had that as an option.
Hunter, you're not going to get one shot the same as like a mage would. But yeah, we'll see what Streamer Zone decides to do. We are going to a large map.
Do you think MM Hunter Mage could be something here for Streamer Zone, or is that completely out of the question?
MM Mage
on Tolvir.
Maybe it's possible. Yeah. I'd be curious to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen jungle.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, but it's MM Hunter jungle though.
Okay.
So a little bit different. That's one thing about Streamer Zone. They do like to play MM Hunter jungle. Even seen him play Survival Hunter. The Caster really a master of all Hunter specs. So he's gonna opt in for the MM, and it makes sense on this map. He's gonna be able to get a lot of distance and outrange the Evoker, because that is their weakness. They kind of want to stay in that mid-range area and get, you know, a lot of damage off there. But the Hunter can use his range advantage. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage off without the Evoker actually being able to trade that back.
I'm curious to see if it works out for them, because if Locked In wins this, then I think they're pretty good for the series. I don't know if Streamer Zone really has anything else they could run that would effectively work. So Smite holding it down for all the Devastation Evokers. You love to see it, kind of on his main specialization. I was wondering about Augmentation this week, since it did receive some, you know, some hefty buffs. But it still feels like the Augmentation really relies on kind of like a gimmicky one-shot to win, whereas the Devastation is a lot more consistent. So it's cool to see. Smite's one of the only Evokers that has been holding it down. So if you guys are Dev Evoker fans, definitely Locked In as the team you want to be cheering for here.
Yep, absolutely. And Lanat still sticking to that Holy Priest. It's interesting to see. Numlis, even when Holy Priest, like before the nerfs, Numlis was locking in the Discipline Priest. He loves that Discipline Priest. They've had some deep runs already with it. And for Streamer,
I mean, Disc isn't that
nerfed. Really difficult
by any means
in terms of standings, because right now everybody in this tournament is trying to avoid the boogeyman, the super duper gamers. They are once, I think if Super Duper Gamer wins this next series, their next series, and Streamer Zone loses here, they will be overtaken in terms of gauntlet stands. Yeah, so we can see it right here.
Not quite.
52 points for the Super Duper Gamers.
It's 20 for the win, the next one.
Streamer Zone at 72, so that will be a tie. And Naptime already being in that upper bracket with an extra lifeline. If you're Streamer Zone, we're down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this probably is the battle for it.
Not feeling good here. If you get knocked out in 7th, with teams behind you still in the tournament.
Let's do a one shot. You literally pressed, I think you NS Fire Breath and then Deep Breath.
Bottom of the gauntlet.
You don't play Breath of Eons, you play normal Deep Breath, and it fires off 3 eruptions for a trillion. Actually, there's an extra step. You pre-cast Ebon Might, then you NS Fire Breath, Deep Breath.
Elimination as well.
That's the whole thing.
We'll see here if Locked
That's
In
2 extra modifiers.
Series. We're going into Tolvir. It's 1-0 for Locked In.
All right, let's see how they can do. Locked In, looking good so far in game number 1. Curious to see if Smite's going to be able to play on top of Kasu. So
more I think after that, use upheaval tool or something like that. That's your full combo. Just one shot someone.
I think that's going to be a really good sign that they can win this game. If he's afraid, he's pillaring, he's running, then I think it's going to be really tough. Scatter shot coming in. Beautiful little setup here early on from the side of Streamer Zone, but Eternity Surge is going to be cast out. Tony getting hit with a huge surge there. Getting blasted down by these disintegrates. This is Dragon Rage as well. So Smite has a lot of damage available. It looks like they are just going to be using the pillar and going after Tony as much as possible in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, they also got that dark. Oh, here comes the Deep Breath. They managed to land it. They get actually the Cyclone there. Cassidy gets Cyclone Smite. He's taking a lot of damage there, but gets gripped back to safety. Gets Cycloned by Tony there. And it looks like they're going to turn the pressure back onto Cassidy here. Cassidy just gonna cover around the pillar, and they're playing very scared. There's a time stop from Smite without his healer actually being in any crowd control. That could be punished later if they manage to land a freezing trap.
Yeah, looks like Eternity Surge will be cast out again. Cassidy trying to move in and get a little bit more active into the game, potentially landing a full trap. He does. Smite immediately rescues Cassidy, so just a heads-up play. Not wanting Streamer Zone to really develop any kind of momentum in the game, so we'll just trade that out early. Honestly, I like that decision, especially against a Marsh Hunter where you can be bursted down really, really quickly. Just deny the setup, trade out the cooldowns. Now Cassidy once again in the back line. He channels out the aim shots. Smite gets hit with a huge one. Big rapid fire as well, but these powered shields are thick here from the side of Numliz. Curious to see what talents he's playing, but Smite's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run away, and that time stop is not going to be available. He heals himself up just a little bit. Obsidian Scales, Living Flames, throwing as much healing as he can, but if he spends too much time in the open, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, nice CC chain there as well. They get the follow-up Cyclone, but Numliz holding on to it with his trinket. Ulti Penny coming out here for Numliz. Here comes another stun down to Smite. He's in line of sight of Casu. Casu's got big damage, and they're all stacked up right now. Casu, nice time stop there. Just respecting the damage that's incoming there from Casu, avoiding getting aimed shot, but still, it is not looking too good here for Locked In, just kind of covering around at the pillar, letting the Hunter do whatever he wants, but maybe they can punish Tony when he goes back in, or they can kind of win that game of patience. So far, in terms of mana, it's not looking too bad for Numliz. He's holding on to his CDs. They try to eat the freezing trap. They don't manage to get it. Smite's in big trouble here. They might just kill him right. Numliz is going to trinket the freezing trap, and that is finally a huge cooldown now being forced here on the side of Streamer Zone.
Jeez, a big surge there. This is the Dragon Rage again. Smite popped it while behind the pillar, so really needs to get active with his ability, try to get that damage rolling, but looks like Lynat's going to shrug it off here, going into that angel form, just freely casting heals, not being able to be crowd controlled whatsoever, and Locked In is playing this very passively so far. Big stun going to be coming in as Smite retreats behind the pillar once again, and I was talking about
today?
how
I doubt
the
it.
Dragons are against the Marks Hunters, but it's not looking so
I
good
very much
in
doubt
this
it.
particular match. However, they do have good pressure right now. Both Tony and Casser rotting down low. Smite getting pain suppressed. Numla's doing what he can to keep him alive during this setup. But in terms of positioning, I would say it feels like Locked In has had a lot more defensive positioning in this game, having to sit by the pillar. Streamer Zone might even have opportunities to drink. However, you can see Numless, his mana is way ahead. Cassie, though, taking a huge amount of damage, almost going down, immediately retreating back to the pillar.
Yeah, and now Smite could be in trouble. Now he's in a full
he's dead. Oh, huge swap.
Done. No, they get the void shift there in the nick of time, and now Smite needs to get aggressive back on the
I think Class Unit, there's no rush to have Class Unit come in.
Sacrifice one time
unless it's PvE related for MDI.
On Tony, Lynat still has basically
you got a month until
the only saving grace
the
is
next
like
day you see
that mana bar, and that might just be the win condition here for Locked In. But Lynat, look at him. He's trying to look for a drink right now behind the pillar. Is he going to be able to find it? He's sitting down. They need to do something. Cassidy gets stunned here, and they just launch an attack. Cassidy trinketing the stun to get aggressive, but the damage is done. Lynat managed to recover about 20% of his mana in that push. They get the trinket as well from Cassidy. Decent amount of pressure, finally forcing the Roar of Sacrifice. Locked In, showing some signs of life there, but Lynat kind of denying that late game win condition. But here comes Smite. Deep breath coming out. Nice. He manages to hit 2. Sleepwalk, he manages to hit 3. Big opportunity right now. Cassidy is in a stun though at the same time. Nice rescue, and they're forced to kind of retreat here with the counter go from Streamer Zone. Beautifully played there in that 2v3 situation. Gonna hold on to their cooldowns, but they did force out that.
Yeah, no, Sam, I agree. It can be really frustrating for sure.
Next push.
Yeah, let's see.
Unless you're me and you're playing a Death Knight, you're hoping for buffs.
It's going to be ducking into Angel form,
and those buffs don't matter.
And that's kind of the theme here. Anytime Locked In gets comfortable, wants to make a push, it kind of gets denied by that spirit.
I mean, I expect they'll shift the meta before the tournament in some form, but
and that forces once again Locked In to play passive.
No giant rush, you know.
It looks like Smite's going to be making a push, playing the center pillar now, moving forward, maybe even looking for a sleepwalk. If he can find once again that deep breath on the entire team into a sleepwalk, that's a great setup opportunity for the side of Locked In. Cassie right now getting a few disintegrates in the middle of the map. Lynat doing what he can to try to keep him alive. Smite gets caught up into stun as well, but Numliz should be able to keep him alive. Here comes the deep breath. Smite's just using it to retreat away, and the damage on Smite has been immense. He's really greedy here with the Obsidian Scale. Wants to really hold on to it for when he needs it.
Yeah, but they did manage to get Lynette's trinket. There actually is an opening right now where they could maybe take somebody down. Maybe Tony. He's got no bark skin to get a fear onto Kasu. Smythe could be in trouble, though. Tony with an instant kick right there.
The wall hack paints
up.
up. He's fine.
Kasu sniped the trap. He's looking for it. He's fishing. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. They're actually trying to punish Tony here a little bit. Behind the pillar, he could be in big trouble. Lynette's got no trinket. He fades away from the Cyclone cast, realizes he needs to get away from this pillar, repositioning a little bit away from the CC potential, and he does manage to recover his team in this position, but it is not looking too good right now for Streamer Zone. Actually, if they can land that next sleepwalk, there's about a 15-second window. They realize they have it. They're going in for the push. Tony pre-bears to get a stun onto Kasu. They look for the Cyclone. Cassidy not able to find it. They shut it down there with a nice stun, but still Tony taking a lot of damage. Double fear onto the DPS. They get a stun onto Namlis. This could be it though. Onto Smythe. They get a full trap. Namlis got no way out. Do they have the time stop out of this? There it is. Smythe manages to freeze time there for a second, but here comes aim shots. They manage to line of sight for 1 second there, ducking away. Deep breath coming out from Smythe as well, not managing to find it onto Lynette, and that window is kind of gone
Dragon
now.
Rage.
They could will it Forsaken, but here's the Dragon Rage. So unstable. Huge damage with the Dragon Rage PI. They're still holding on the side of Locked In.
Cassie looking for a defensive.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Samuel. I completely agree.
Surge lands. Smite has a lot of damage here. Dragon Rage up for a few more seconds.
It makes it really unstable.
Pressure, and once again,
it'd be nice if they could have done like a
Lynette's gonna have to sneak away.
Friday changes for Friday.
Trying to do what he can, keeping him alive, but Snite has been doing a good job.
I mean,
he hasn't
been off the tournament, I guess.
Situations, really holding on to those obsidian scales, like I mentioned. Now he has it available. So
I don't know how you do it though.
Happens here.
Sunday changes.
To trade out the trinket.
I guess Sunday changes the only way you could do it.
Overwhelming. Smite could die. He's got the scales up. It's a lot of damage reduction, but they're just killing him through it. I can't believe the pressure Casu and Tony have in this game. Big rapid fires.
Oh my God, Cassidy getting blasted.
Smoked. Has to go the survival instinct, but at the same time, Cass is
the reversal.
Tony's getting low. This game is unstable.
The reversal.
Triple deep breath coming in here from Smite. They could
is Tony dead? Is it
Tony's so incredibly low on health. Lynette
Cassidy might be dead.
How much healing does he have? At the same time, Cassidy could easily fall. Pain suppression's there. Numla's doing what he can to deflect the attack.
Some low. Cassidy in trouble. Has turtle.
Knocks him away here.
Has turtle. There's the turtle.
Damage. Tony gets feared away. Great defense here by the side of Locked In, and they are making a push to potentially win this game here, Zico.
That was a sick play from Numlis there.
Yeah, they're break, but it's a more condensed schedule now because of
into a fear onto Tony. He's bought his team a lot of
most of the 80s or MDI.
Well soon on the side of Numlis, but he's stuck in a full freezing trap.
And a faster patch, like seasonal thing. Like there's less time between patches nowadays, so it's hard to get everything done at the same time.
No mana left. Casu's got no cooldowns left.
Oh, Casu dies. Casu surely dies.
He might just get sacrificed right now in the midfield. Locked In are gonna take game number 2, playing it calm, cool, and collected, just patiently at the pillar, finding opportunities to make pushes, finding opportunities to land CC, deep breaths coming in time and time again, and it was that kind of enraged timer deep in dampening where they find the Dragon Rage, they find the power infusion, they get huge pressure, and for me, the MVP
they lost Rauza. They lost Rauza and Tessia, right?
To stall the game
yeah,
out
might play very well.
He manages mana beautifully, and it was right before this. You can see his fear is still on cooldown, but Tony leaped over to Numlis and wanted to stun him. He faded it like 0.1 seconds, landed a fear onto Tony, feared him into the starting room, and then he bought so much time for his team to be in this 2v3 situation where they could have the advantage, and also avoiding a freezing trap as well. I think prior to this,
why? I'm not sure.
Did a great job.
I think Tessia and
they managed to win the game with this huge pressure from.
They just kind of formed a new team.
Yeah, you love it.
I don't know if there's drama on it.
See evokers or talk about
it might just be one of those things where they wanted to. They didn't. So like last season, they had Kasu and they had
really
Tony, Tessia,
kind of
and
it's like a
Rauza.
Cyclone. You can
but they didn't really play anything but Feral Mage Priest.
You freeze their debuff.
So
but basically, it's really.
They probably
wanted
to get more diversity.
We just saw Smite use it on Cassidy, so. As soon as Numlis goes in crowd control, they obviously want to go on Cassidy, so he just freezes time. He's going to be immune to damage. His health is completely frozen. And then eventually, Numlis is going to get out of crowd control. So
that's speculation,
one of
though.
Really interesting plays you can make on Evoker, and an Evoker that can use that time stop ability well. Yeah, there it is. 45-second cooldown, 5 seconds of invulnerability. Super cool effect, and it's nice to see Smite implement that so well for his team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that came in clutch right there at the end, too, when him and Numlis were at the pillar, but Cassidy was kind of left out in the open field. He's just like, I got you, bro. So definitely a clutch ability, and you can see the def log here. Casso actually popping out the exhilaration, but look at these eternity surges, 1.5 mil, the disintegrates, just taking for so much damage deep into dampening here, and the living flames as well, just being spammed out, and those are instant proc living flames coming through, so a lot of damage for sure coming out from Smite. What is bombardment?
It's like it's a hero talent effect. It's basically some extra damage that dragons fly in from the sky and bombard your target. It's cool. It looks real cool.
It looks really weird, honestly.
Yeah. Casser's going to have to watch out for the bombardments for sure, because he definitely got bombarded in that last game. Locked in. They're going with the same comp. Do they have an answer on the side of Streamer Zone? They're going with the BM Hunter this time around. So, in typical Streamer Zone fashion,
Seems kind of smart, I suppose.
Jungle again. But this time with a different
pity. Like Limbs is such an insane player too. They don't really have much.
I'm curious to see what
happens. I guess the rush they have does not really enable it super well.
Locked in bought themselves a lot of time by just using the pillar, right? So hiding, running behind the pillar, like we kind of mentioned. Beast Mastery Hunter, it's a little bit of a different story. You're gonna have those pets on you regardless. So I do wonder if for the side of Locked In, they should play this one more aggressively instead of trying to like stall and wait for dampening. Maybe they really should try to like push in and get crowd control. I don't know if that's the best strategy because it did seem kind of nice. Numless was able to maintain his mana for such a long time, so maybe the strategy really is just try to stall and survive. And Super Tease is looking good. Let's call it out. Super Tease going against the grain here, maybe proving us all wrong, but I guess it's not over just yet.
Super Tease redemption arc, man, I saw it coming. I swear, like. I was like, I kind of want to change my prediction. But then I saw Chan's prediction and I saw your prediction. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm actually feeling kind of good about this.
Well,
but yeah, again, Locked In. Tony, this is my last time predicting for you guys. You guys have costed me like, I'm like 0-4 for Streamer Zone predictions, by the way, like straight up.
Well, I will say during the open bracket on Wednesday, Locked In looked incredible. So I was like, dang, this team really looks like they leveled up. Like just the synergy, all of them had. Especially seeing Gelu on the mage as well. I was like, okay, we're finally seeing Gelu on the mage, and he looked good. He looked clean. So I think Locked In, they have the compositions. They look like they're completely locked in for this cup. But I went in favor of Streamer Zone, and it might backfire here, but you can never count this team out. Their jungle is insane. In the last game, there was some moments. There were some close calls. So I do think Beast Mastery Hunter for this matchup is going to be better. Like, I actually believe in Beast Mastery a lot more than Marksmanship Hunter at the moment. So I think this adaptation should be good.
I agree with you, but I also we'll see. The Holy Priest seems to run dry a little bit faster than the Discipline Priest, but maybe the BM Hunter will make kind of the necessary difference here. We'll see how they play around the pets. Ashamane's Fall is the battlefield. It is elimination series. If Locked In wins the series, they will be knocking Streamer Zone out of the competition. We might not even see Streamer Zone in the entire gauntlet. And this is usually a team that is in the upper echelons of the AWC. Let's see if they can make a final stand here against Locked In. They're looking for it right now in game number 3.
Oh, all right. Cassie's had enough of being line-of-sighted, and I really don't blame him on that Marksmanship Hunter. Those pets are in, and they're loaded up on damage. Smite immediately getting the Dragon Rage with the Power Infusion, throwing out some significant burst, throwing a nice little deep.
I do think BM has a bit of chance, at least as the game goes on.
It doesn't seem like it will be of too much consequence here in the game. And Smite's health is
doing a lot of damage
go down. He's got a lot of bleed effects on him.
Mass Disintegrate is pretty strong. Smite getting blasted.
It looks like Streamer Zone wants to play a very aggressive match here and really keep the pressure up on this dragon.
And they're rewarded with a trinket from Numless. They already got Smite's trinket. They basically have a checkmate position here if they can land a good enough CC chain. Let's see how they set it up. Tony's pushing in with half HP. It's a bit risky there, but Lanat now in crowd control. Tony, is the greed going to get punished? Lanat's
I mean, all casts are good right now. Literally all of them.
Serenity there onto Tony,
Except, I mean, randomly, maybe not Warlock.
They stun him into a go, and Numless going to pop the pain suppression. They do manage to time stop there as well. The DR clone coming out. Is it going to be enough? Tony's looking for the Cyclones here. They get a second pain suppression in that push. So that was actually a really nice push coming out here from Streamer Zone. I would say on that next push, there's going to be no time stop. There's going to be no openings in terms of defense here for the side of Locked In. They could actually win on the next push if Streamer Zone executes it right.
Oh no, the sleepwalk breaks. I don't know if Lena had bleeds on him or what, but Finally, a nice sleepwalk landed there for Smite. It just breaks, and now it's up to Streamer Zone to make a push once again. Smite trying to get some counter pressure here, and I like this. He's just going to be sitting in the barrier, realizing their best defense is offense right now, as they really have no cooldowns left. This barrier getting some significant work down by Numliz. Great usage of that cooldown to keep Smite alive, and he holds on to his Obsidian Scale. He holds on to the time stop, and all of a sudden, Locked In isn't looking too bad. They're up 2-0 in the series, an elimination series. Streamer Zones really needs this win here. Need to come back, but they're going to have to get a reverse sweep if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
Streamer Zone fighting defiantly on their last leg. Can they take this dragon down? Here's the stun onto Numliz. They have the freezing trap. Numliz has the trinket, though. It actually broke there. What happened to that? I think he deffed it or something. But either way, Smite's going to be able to survive. He time stops there as well. And time stop is going to be enough defense for Smite. Now he's getting aggressive. He's got Dragon Rage up. Smite is going to be a very dangerous dragon. Cassidy looking for some defensive cyclones there onto Tony as well, trying to just shut it down. But Cassidy is taking a tremendous amount of damage too. Cassidy actually has no cooldowns left. They scatter shot him. They could swap to him. No, they're going to freezing trap Numliz. Cyclone Cassidy 3-on-1 onto Smite. Numliz forced to trade out his trinket. Pain suppression comes back up. Immediately uses it. There's no time stop here for another 15 seconds. They actually fear Numliz on his trinket into a potential cyclone. Tony's looking for it, but Cassidy shuts it down, and it looks like Smite will recover. Now it's time for a counter attempt coming out from Locked In.
Yeah, nicely done here. Smites get interrupted. Really important to interrupt those disintegrates, especially during mass disintegrate. That's going to be a significant amount of that evoker damage, so got to look out for that. And so far, I think Tony and Cassio have been doing a good job. Here comes the double stun combo, though. A full trap land. Smite goes into the time stop once again. Now looking for a stun. Beautifully done. Gets a double stun here on Tony and Cassio, trying desperately to stay alive, but it is not looking too good. The Obsidian Scales is up right now. Numliz has a lot of catch-up ahead of him. Looks like the penances will land. Big mass disintegrate once again. Look at Casu. He's very far in enemy territory. Lynette keeps him alive, but there's a main stun out. One thing that Locked In has going for them once again is Numliz has way more mana, so if this game could go on for just a little bit longer, maybe that's not even going to happen. I mean, Casu is getting absolutely smoked, forcing that aspect of the turtle, but late game advantage seems to be going in favor of Locked In.
Yeah, if they can stay alive to that point. But right now, Numliz in a freezing trap. I mean, they are working around these traps absolutely beautifully. They're actually swapping over to Cassidy. He's going to trade out the bark skin. Cassidy still has survival instincts. He still has renewal, so shouldn't be too afraid in this position. And that's mana down to about half HP here, as you mentioned. And now Smite comes in with the deep breath.
Unfortunately, deep breath.
Disintegrates are coming in. Cassidy actually tanking a kick there as well on the Cyclone. Is going to free up Smite here a little bit. Gets the power infusion as well, but not able to get too much work done with it because here comes Streamer Zone. They're looking for the setup, and they land it. They get a fear there, actually, by the side of Numliz, and just to stall it out.
So Locked In have got things now. I don't think we're in a position to die. We've got time, so we've got Trinket, we've got Paints up
nice
on Numliz.
Right there onto Cassidy, knocking him away from the ultimate penitence, and here comes the stun. Full trap. Do they have a time stop? Do they have anything? I think
Trinket
Cassidy
swap.
might just die. No. Numliz, Trinket, Void Shift coming in clutch, but they cyclone him. They could look to swap to Numliz here out of this, or they could just keep the pressure up onto Cassidy. What is Streamer Zone going to do?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Numliz gets interrupted there, but now lands the full penance, so really
has
like
a paints
that,
up,
opening up
has
the
a
tree,
barrier,
kicked, and then just getting the penance
needs you a bit preemptive here as Diaz come up.
At the same time, Tony's getting low, and dampening seems to favor Locked In a little bit, at least in the games we've seen so far. The dragon pressure just becomes kind of unhealable at some point in the game. Lynette's going to start struggling quite heavily here at the 5-minute mark in the match. We'll have to see what they decide to do. Numliz trades out the pain suppression, overlapped with the bark skin, and they're
Are you
just
sure
going for
that
Tony.
F
they're just gunning down
and Boomy
Tony
are bad, or if maybe the other specs are a bit too good?
Hopefully be quite positive, and it does top him off. But a big stun here from
Like
Smite
specifically
once
Frost
again,
Mage
getting
and stuff.
aggressive on that dragon. Disintegrates being channeled out into a cyclone. Cassie doing what he can with a scatter shot here on a Smite. It gets feared away, so just trying to control the dragon as much as possible. Cassidy sitting in bear form once again. We got a rescue, so a little bit of a shield coming in here from Smite.
More like Frost Mage Ellie, I guess.
Rescue, and now that Numliz is out of crowd control, Locked In's going to be looking to make a push here on Tony once again.
Yeah, Tony gets gripped back to safety here for a second from Lynette. Lynette trying to do what he can, but there's the stun. They're looking for the Cyclone. They managed to... No, nice kick there coming out from Tony, shutting it down. They're actually swapping to Cassidy, taking a decent amount of damage. Numliz has no defensives. Pre-barrier coming out, beautifully done, but it might just be the only thing saving Cassidy in this position. Numliz had no trinket for that. That was a beautiful heads-up play to save Cassidy in that situation. They quell Lynette on his heel, but here comes the dragon. Here comes the disintegrate. This might just be it. Huge damage. Huge sleepwalk onto Lynette.
Tony might go. Tony does go down.
The will is forsaken. I think that's just it.
Crazy.
No will, no
this is very big for
MVQ.
MVQ.
Going to be it. The Dragon comes roaring through, locked in 3-0 against Streamer Zone.
Oh my goodness gracious. I can't wait to see the end of that game. I do enjoy the Evoker. It's cool to just see this specialization that is so underutilized, really shown here in these games. So locked in, they're going to end the series 3-0. You can see here the final moments. This is where Smite goes in. He gets the triple stun into the sleepwalk, and that is just night time for Lynette. It's just, this is nothing but a fever dream at this point. And unfortunately for him, Tony will go down. Casu, I wanted to mention, had a really cool play here. When this barrier came down, he dropped, the stun trap, into the explosive trap, and then actually got the full trap. So it was like, into the freezing trap. So really good trap usage there by Casu. Unfortunately, they kind of hit the enrage timer with Dragon Rage and all these offensive abilities available. Actually, he didn't even use the Dragon Rage.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay, at the last second. After he died, just a BM Dragon Rage there during those final moments. But yeah,
it was this power infusion here. Like, look at Smite here, just
Streamer and Locked In tied for 7th.
The best thing about
They're not locked.
ever.
They're not tied for 7th yet. I don't believe. I think.
Beams.
I got the noises down. I'm gonna need to watch Smite play. See if I can pick that up later. Replicate some of that gameplay.
I'm trying to find the point standings.
Is that the Disintegrator, or what, is that the Eternity Surge?
I think they're tied now.
Yeah.
That should be a new game we play.
Wait, no, they're
here
not tied now.
On the
Are they?
desk. Creative
Guess the
VC.
sound.
Then they have to win one more to
no,
tie.
they
It's
give
a
us an
lot. It's a
ability
big
and we make
ask
the sound.
Oh, that's
because Casu's team has gotten
Yeah.
points
I like
every
that.
week.
Thank you. All right, well, 3-0. Okay, we're going to go straight into the game. Okay. They're like, oh, never mind. They're messing with us.
He came out of that really fast. I'm impressed.
I know. I was going to say, I guess we're doing it. I don't know. I thought they were throwing us into a game instantly since we
He came out of that really fast. I'm impressed.
I know. I was going to say, I guess we're doing it. I don't know. I thought they were throwing us into a game instantly since we were talking about sound. But yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 for Locked In. Unfortunately, Streamer Zone is out. Me and Supatis are down bad right now with predict. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, wait, actually, I forgot that I was a 3-1. Never mind. It's just Sid. That was right with this one. So congratulations to him. But that was a great series, and I'm curious now how this team, Zico, does against everybody else kind of in the pool for EU. How does this comp apply to these other teams?
I mean, it seems like a comp that either hard counters or gets hard countered, but I think they have a pretty solid shot in general in this bracket. I would say this lower bracket.
We're looking at upper brackets now?
Scary, and
All right.
the upper
Give me one
bracket,
sec, guys.
of course,
I'll be back in 1 minute really quick,
also
okay?
very, very
This is
scary.
how
We see
Aaron's doing.
Overload.
Thanks for
We know
watching.
what
Thank you
they've got
again to
going
Fried
on.
for 50
We've
gifted
seen them
subs.
cook. They did fall
Sam
a
for 10
little
gifted
bit. I mean,
subs.
I think
Steve
they
for
got
10 gifted
third last
subs.
weekend, so not as
Zombie
good
for the
as in week 1, but still a
7-month
very
resub.
solid
Declan for the
performance.
6-month resub.
But
And
Naptime,
Rotary
they
Larry for the
have,
46-month
some
resub.
up their
Hope you guys have an
sleeve as
awesome
well. They
Friday so
managed
far.
to
I'll be back in 1 sec.
Mafia Boss, which is also a really, really solid team. So it's going to be exciting to see what they pull out. Maybe some Thunder. I'm feeling there's going to be a lot of LA Shaman in that upper bracket quarterfinal. And take a quick look here at the points as well, then.
Yeah, I mean, we could check it out right now. Overload looking good. Luckily for Echo as well. Chibaku Tensei not having the best third cup, so there's a good opportunity. If Echo can win one of these upper bracket games, they're going to secure that top 3 for themselves. More than likely, depending on what happens. Not a guarantee, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Definitely, Echo is going to be happy that Chibaku Tensei is eliminated, though. But Overload and Dobob have been doing quite well into them, so I'm really just curious to see how this upper bracket kind of evolves. And like you said, maybe we will see Naptime come in and have a really good showing. They were one of the only teams playing the Holy Paladin, and it looked really good on Wednesday. So I'm curious to see if we can see that again and if we can get some Holy Paladin representation in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. Only time will tell. So I'm really excited, not only for the top 3, but also to see who makes it into the gauntlet. I feel like that's really, where the action, where the struggle comes from these teams. Nobody wants to be sent there. It is a very, very scary place to be indeed. So we're going to head to a break. We're going to pop up to the upper bracket. Like we said, Overload and Nap Time are going to be the first series of that. But before we do that, we will play our first game of the day. You guys ready?
Really? What a nice little surprise.
Are you?
Okay.
You didn't think you'd get a game?
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to
You
get
keep
a
dodging
game,
the
but
games?
this is nice. Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a
I see
picture
you
of
all
this.
playing, and Yep.
You have.
Okay.
Oh, you're like that. The SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, I'm just in my window upstairs watching you guys have fun, play
frolic
all the
around.
AWC
Well,
games. Yeah.
it's good to have you here. Well, this is Picture This. Analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. They had some tough ones for us last weekend. And I'm ready for our redemption arc. Okay.
Okay.
They're not giving us the theme this time.
It has to be AWC, right? Or?
Arena World
Arena World
Championship?
Championships, yeah.
That one, I mean, that was quick.
Hey.
All right, nice job, everyone.
Wow.
Okay, they started us off with an easy one.
Yeah, watch
we
the
did
next
like
one
that.
be insane. Okay.
All right, well, apparently other
apparently
people took them an hour, but we're just the best, so that's good.
We're that locked in. We're that locked in.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, yeah, this has got to be AWC.
One arm gambit. Oh wait, this is PvP. Okay.
This is
Slot
okay, so it looks like a
machine.
gold medal and like a slot machine.
Jackpot.
Gold medal.
Wasn't
like
there a
five
team
buff
called
or
like
something like that?
Relay or something? Or am I?
Like Outlaw 5 buff or something? You know?
Roll the bones.
Wow, terminology.
Could it
just
be,
roll. Monk roll. No,
what
'cause
is
the
what is the
medal.
feral set bonus? The big winner. Is that what it's called?
Oh, maybe that is it, yeah. Oh, maybe that is it, yeah. Big winner.
Okay. Could it be jackpot? Arcade mate? I feel like the name of a proc of a set bonus.
Apparently, I was closest. So something. What did I say? I don't know. I've been throwing a lot of relay. Something relay. Roulette. Not relay. Roulette.
No, you said roll the bones, right? The outlaw thing.
No, that wasn't.
What's the other one? The coin called outlaw?
Oh,
the
yeah.
coin for outlaw, like an item.
Oh, the
No, it's a.
So okay, so we're getting hints in our
kleptomania?
ears. So he's getting it's something
Kleptid? I don't
Zico
know.
says all the time. So
that's-
Omega Damp.
jackpot?
Yeah, jackpot.
No, I already said that. It's
Oh, you
not
did?
jackpot.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I thought I had a good one there. Winning streak?
Sorry, bro.
Is it a?
It's something I say all the time. What is something I say all the time?
I have
Let's
no
guess
idea.
the game.
Best in slot?
Best in slot?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's good. Oh, it's
Oh,
Biz. Yeah,
nice.
I do say that a lot.
Oh, Biz. Okay, that's good.
That's
All
a
right,
Bis. I like that.
Okay.
that was good.
Okay, that was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, hit us.
Chain?
Is it chains and a gold coin?
Looks like a bank. Is that a bank? No, it's not a bank. Chains of ice.
Golden chains.
Golden shackles.
I don't think it's golden shackles. Golden chains. What could this be?
Well, and there are two chains also. I feel like that's
Yeah.
something. Like there's a chain and then
Gold
there's
is
a coin
being
and then there's a
surrounded
chain.
by chains.
Yeah.
Chain CC?
Oh, maybe. Okay, apparently that's not it. That was a good. That was a good guess, though, Zico. That's good. Oh, hero talent.
Hero talent.
Hero talent.
I wish they would
Oh,
give us the
gosh.
clap. No, because that would be too easy.
That'd be way too easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. What? Oh man.
Fate bound, maybe?
Eight bound? Really? Oh, you wow.
Oh,
good
it
job.
is.
Oh, whoa!
I'm insane. I'm insane.
Wow! Look at you.
job.
We're back. We're actually back.
Nice.
impressed.
I was gonna say in prison
Ladies
next.
and gentlemen. That was I got a little sweaty from that.
Was that- you gotta wipe the sweat off
Like
your
I had
brow.
a workout.
Use our brain power on these ones. Sheesh. Okay. Dang. Yeah, take a breather. Take a breather, Zico. We're gonna go to a break. Don't worry, we'll recover. But thank you guys for playing along with us, as I'm sure they have been. They probably get the answers way before us, and they're like, wow, these casters so slow. All right, well, we're gonna go to a break. It is Overload versus Nap Time coming up next for this upper bracket series. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're heading into Cup Series, number 3. It is Overload versus Nap Time. We just knocked out 2 teams. Jibaku Tensei and Streamer Zone GG are both out of the tournament, and now we are here in the upper bracket. So this is the big stakes here. We've got Overload versus Nap Time. I'm very excited for this series. Overload, Super T's, this is the team that won Cup number 1. Nap Time, we haven't really seen, I feel like, their full potential a whole lot from them yet, but obviously they're here in the upper bracket against Overload, so we know that they are a strong team and deserve to be here.
Yeah, we saw them in Cup number 1. They were taking maps off of Zeepai and Elemental Shaman mirrors. Cup 2, we didn't see them, but in Cup 3, they had a very historic run in this upper bracket side to be able to take out Forged RMP, which is one of the top 5 teams in Europe at the moment. And considering that they're the only team really running this Holy Paladin pick, a lot of other teams have completely abandoned the Paladin. They've thrown it to the side. They're running the Fury Warrior. They're running the Elemental Shaman, which is a kind of a standard ladder comp. But when it comes to tournament play, we haven't seen it start getting a lot of success. They advanced past Forged RMP to face up then against Mafia Boss, with an amazing showing against them as well, running them through the ringer in that upper bracket. And now that they've gotten through both of those teams, they've got to fight the number 1 seed. They've got to fight Overload. So I do feel like the pressure is mounting more and more for Overload. Our expectations for them to perform, to be able to make it through. But I would say that Nap Time, they're ramping up, and this is exactly where they want to be for the final cup.
In your mind, what do they see in Holy Paladin that it doesn't seem like other teams see Super T's?
I mean, I don't want to come across rude here, but I think it's just maybe less experience. They've really dedicated a lot of time onto Paladin. A lot of these healers, they start off on one spec for a while. We've seen a lot of healers like that, and it takes a little bit before they start branching off onto other specializations. So I think it's probably coming down to an experience.
All right, we're back just in time,
but it
hopefully.
can be a blessing as well, because a lot of teams might not have preparation for you on the specialization, because
I didn't miss anything, right?
Against Mafia Boss with an amazing showing against them.
For this series.
We missed nothing.
I went in favor of Overload, so I think I did 3-1 for this one. Overload, they've been looking really good. Cup number 1, Cup number 2, bringing in different compositions. I feel like this team has a lot of flexibility. That being said, for Nap Time, they looked very good. The Holy Paladin, a little bit of an off-meta pick right now, but it seemed like the Warrior getting freedom, being backed up by the Elemental Shaman, and not only that, Hatsuki on the Paladin playing very aggressively. They just work together really well as a unit. So I think there might be a surprise factor here, but I think Overload ultimately will come out ahead.
All right, Speeds, you're having a very good day with predictions.
Yeah, I got one right. Okay, I got one right. The vibes for Streamer Zone, following Tony on Twitter, gave me some insight to actually get a prediction right for that last series. This time around, if we're just racking it up purely based on ability, experience at this point as a team, compositions, I feel like Overload do have an edge. So I am leaning more into their camp as well. And I feel like this is a prediction that hopefully Venruki shouldn't have to feel too bad aligning with me perfectly with.
I feel great.
But at the
You're on fire, bro.
But at the same time, a lot of underdog teams are really showing up, right? Like in that lower bracket with Locked In. They beat Echo in Cup 2. Now they beat up Streamer Zone. They've basically taken Streamer Zone's spot as the main rival for Echo that historically they've held for such a long time. So perhaps Nap Time will be able to clutch this one out. I also know in the open bracket, there's a lot of mages dying without blocking. And they got a couple of wins off of that. So it's happening to everybody. It's happening to the best of them. There's a lot of no blockers in the tournament, and Thundercleave is a team that will definitely like to take advantage of that.
Is that what we're calling them now? No blockers.
The no blockers.
Dubbed the term. All right. Well, Zico and Chan both predicted a 3-0 for Nap Time. I think I put a 3-1 here for Nap Time. So we're all in agreement that Overload is going to win here. I think chat is going in the same direction, but I mean, you make a good point, Super T's. This has been a day of underdogs winning. If you look at the series that we've already had so far, Jibaku Tensei got knocked out by Super Duper Gamers. Streamer Zone GG got knocked out by Locked In. So these are both teams that have been in AWC for a long time and have cup wins themselves. So this could be no different. Nap Time, they are up against a lot, but are they going to be able to beat this team Overload? Are they the team that can overcome the odds. It's Overload versus Naptime, game number 1 here in the upper bracket.
Ooh, okay, this is Holy
I really
Paladin.
feel like Oscar is becoming like the best mage in Europe at the moment. He's really challenging Raikou for that spot, so they're opening up strong with their
That's
best hand.
disrespectful to Tessia, but
mage priest
they're
composition
all
on the
really
side of
good.
Overload.
There's 3 really insane
Naptime
ones.
could
There's
be
4
running
really
his
insane ones.
Fury Warrior, Elemental Shaman, Holy Paladin. I would imagine for
Probably more
the
than
entirety
4.
of the tournament, it looks like their best, most well-rounded composition. Are they going to be able to overcome the odds here as the newcomer roster facing the #1 seed in the upper bracket?
PI
Ring of Frost around the
preemptively.
corner, hits 2 players. Hitsuki dodges, but he's set up with a cheap shot, looking for a polymorph. No, yeah, they do get the polymorph, but it looks like it ended up breaking there, and he actually got a sacrifice in between. Nice play by the Paladin, breaking up that crowd.
This is a
control
classic
chain,
matchup.
and they did
Honestly,
get Hitty's medallion. So
I think in theory, Thana's supposed to be decent into this, but
Outlaw
who
Rogues
knows?
have been looking a little bit more of like a target as we've seen week to week.
Yeah, chasing down the mage can be problematic as a warrior, but it looks like Andre will at least throw the intimidating shot out. So I like that. Just try to control the mage on the icy veins. The full polymorph will land here. Cookie in a little bit of trouble. Cheap shots flying in. See if she can survive. Down to about 60% health. The ice wall comes down, but Hetsuki is there, and I think ultimately Cookie will hold on. Full blind here on the Hetsuki, though. Trade out the trinket a little bit earlier. Into a fear. Tremor Totem immediately going to be dropped there. Cookie still low on health. This is not looking too good. Hetsuki might have to make more trades, but kind of greeting it in this situation. Brunhilde gets a follow-up crowd control. This is a great extended go. Cookie might just outright die. That's a Divine Shield to lay on hands. And Overload really punishing with crowd control in the early stages.
I think their best bet right now is baiting Brunhilde behind the pillar and catching him in a stun. That's exactly what they're trying to do, and the Warriors getting over there. Nice Blade Storm, but JT pulls Brunhilde away. Double Ring of Frost. Warriors isolated back there, trying to find a way to his target. And it looks like a Stormbolt's going to come through on the mage to delay some damage during this double cheap shot. And it stops the polymorph. That was a very high-value Stormbolt from Andre here on the Fury Warrior. But Hetsuki needs to be careful. He wraps around the other side of the pillar. Cookie is still being pressured. Limited defense here. They need to buy time for sacrifice. 12 seconds. Stone Bulwark Totem can do that. Grounding Totem can do that, but Icy Veins is available. Oscar shimmering in offensively. Looks like he missed his Dragon's Breath. And missing that Dragon's Breath could be bad. He blinks in for a knock. Ooh. He doesn't hit it on the Ring of Frost, but he does fake the interrupt. He's going to be forced away. And I will say Hetsuki's done a great job stalling the go. Sacrifice comes through. He'll be immune to polymorph effectively during that time. Andre cheap shots incoming. They're setting up more damage. Is this going to be the burst that takes down Cookie? Ice Wall connects as well. Critically low health, looking for a hex.
Still have
nice
a Bulwark Totem if we want to use it.
Team of Naptime,
We
and they managed
don't.
to survive that wall.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. They got the Hex on Oscar and the Lightning Lasso onto Brunhilde, ultimately staying alive. Brunhilde getting low, and this is that vulnerability we were talking about. Once the rogue has no Vanish, no Evasion, he can definitely go down. Another kitty shot's going to be landing, though. Cookie in trouble once again, popping the Astral Shift, trying to survive. Using the pillar to line of sight, doing the best that you can at this point in the game. Disarm going out onto Brunhilde, taking a huge hit of damage, and Warriors can do an insane amount of burst. The problem in this matchup is Andre's having a really difficult time actually getting uptime in the game. Both the Mage and the Rogue are quite evasive here, but if Andre can stay on target, especially with the Blessing of Freedoms, he's going to be able to put out a ton of damage.
Here comes the triple cheap shots. Ring of Frost around the corner connects. No trinket, no Divine Shield. Cookie isolated with the mind control. Even more damage is incoming. And how will she survive? Stone Bulwark comes down, absorbing some hits. It might get spell stolen. Brunhilde takes a huge smack. They're trying to put up a fight right now and keep Brunhilde at bay, but he's pushing in so deep at the moment. Here comes the killing spree. They catch him in a lightning lasso. He gets gripped out. Cookie gets counterspelled. Meteor comes in. Decent damage from Oscar here. Icy Veins comes up in 23 seconds, but he is kind of getting blasted. He's going to trade out the barrier. Another Ring of Frost attempt. Trying to connect it here around the corner. Does he get it? He gets it on the Paladin. Isolating the Shaman once again. Andre out of Chastise into the Ring of Frost, but Cookie has good positioning. Oscar blinks in, immediately displaces back out. Doesn't want to overextend. Warrior leaps over to try and punish those shimmers. Is Andre going to get there? He's going on Holy Priest, and he just jumps up into the skies. Brunhilde gets swapped. Big swaps from Naptime. They're trying to clutch out any opportunities that Overload present to them.
Yeah, this is a true underdog story here for Naptime. If they pull off this win in Game 1, that would be massive. We'll have to wait and see, though. Full kidney shot into a full polymorph. Cookie popping the Astral Shift, trying to survive. Just playing on top of Hetsuki as well. And if that crowd control does break, which it does, the sacrifice lands. They have a game-winning setup here, potentially. Full Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde is on the run. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. And all of a sudden, it's not looking so good here for Overload. I really like that Naptime. They're just playing like very cohesively as a unit. Just using this pillar, playing a game of defense, just hitting what they can, surviving, and they do have quite a bit of pressure as a result.
Ooh, nice knockback into that Ring of Frost. That got Hitsuki's medallion, but They do still have Divine Shield lay on hands. That's a big opening. Brunhilde caught in a Stormbolt. Big pressure. Ray of Hope has to trade for JT. Nice Dragon's Breath. Good peels from Oscar. Bladestorm comes through to connect. They're trying to pressure through the Ray, but it is going to top Brunhilde off. They're stalling with stun locks, gouges, trying to slow down the Thundercleave a bit in this position. Hatsuki's getting into the mix, though, throwing in some damage with that Avenging Crusader. All three players pushing on Brunhilde. He dismantles the Warrior. Reconnects with the killing spree, but honestly, Naptime, it seems like they may have found their confidence here in game number 1. They're starting to really put a lot of pressure on Overload.
Crazy, they're actually having. I thought this would be
like
they get clapped.
Those spiders that digs under the ground and lays a
At this
trap
point.
to jump on their enemies. And if Brunhilde walks over that trap, I think that they could easily pounce on that.
Look at that. They just all run into the Ring of Frost. Are all on diminishing return now. And now, once again, Naptime can play aggressive. Brunhilde has evasion coming up in about 24 seconds. JT, mana still looking good. Surprisingly, JT is even on mana with Hatsuki at this point in the game. And I think that a lot of that is because Oscar and Brunhilde have been putting out a lot of damage. Big setup here on Brunhilde. Lightning Lasso might just get dropped. JT's going to be trading out that Guardian Spirit to empower his healing and keep Brunhilde alive. Full kidney shot lands. Beautiful ice wall. Nice plays coming in from Oscar. But they take down the wall, and ultimately Andre will survive.
All right, they fear Mage here on the Icy Veins. I think it's a good trade, but the mind controls from JT are taking Andre out of the fight a lot. JT is sneaking those in whenever he can. It's interesting that he's playing Divine Ascension. He anticipated that he'd be a target. Big push here on Cookie once again. And she trades out Astral Shift, still critically low. Paladin into Blind Trinket, Avenger Crusader. A big overlap here on the side of Naptime. That's the Sacrifice, Double Medallion, and Astral Shift. But maybe they just get the kill. It won't matter. Can they manage to punish this overlap? Brunhilde needs to survive. Cloak of Shadows, Ray, and Evasion in the same push. Nice Hammer of Justice. Hatsuki's getting aggressive. Brunhilde is still low, but the Ray comes through. Big swap onto Oscar possibly in the backline. Andre's blade storming over, looking to chop up the Mage. Oscar escapes. Ring of Frost connects. Cookie's in trouble. That overlap earlier. It could be Divine Shield lay on hands here. Divine Shield. And do they need to trade a big cooldown on top of that? Hatsuki's trying to be greedy and hold on to it. Cookie gets an Ascendance proc. Big push on Brunhilde. JT deflects it, though, with the Angel, immuning all crowd control. Divine Hymn, fully channeled here. Powering up his allies, boosting that healing. And unfortunately, Hatsuki, his mana is not looking good. Their defense is looking like it's in shambles at this point. I feel like Overload, it's their game to lose at this point.
We'll have to wait and see. Icy Veins is coming up in about 28 seconds. And I think that will likely be the end of the game. We'll see if Naptime's going to be able to hold on. Not many cooldowns. JT flying up in the air, trying to go for a mass polymorph is Oscar. He finds it onto Hatsuki. Now Cookie is in trouble. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. Hatsuki has no way out of this crowd control. The Dragon Breaths land. Do they have the damage to take him down?
Wall.
Beautiful. Nicely done there with the ice wall. Cookie barely holding on there. That was
7
a great
seconds.
Offensive push, but ultimately they will survive.
Oh my god, they're
Wall
clutching
in
it.
3.
Lightning Lasso on Brunhilde. This
Wall in
Mantle comes
2.
through, Counterspell connects. Hatsuki has Avenger
Have to
Crusader.
trade it right away.
Big heals with those melee
We had
rings
lay,
for
though.
a couple of seconds from the
We're actually
Paladin.
okay.
And they're laying down Consecration to keep
So we're not
snares on
close
the
to
pillar as
winning.
well. If Brunhilde pushes
Is
behind
your
the pillar
issue.
here. Bladestorm
We need
trying
luck.
to preempt the cheap shots here from Brunhilde. Adrenaline Rush is rolling. They have Blind. There's the kidney shot here. The cheap shots. Ring of Frost. Doesn't look like it connected, actually, from Oscar. So not able to land that Ring of Frost on the Paladin. Means that they should be able to survive. Mind controlling out of the ring here. Trying to just delay a little bit of ramp. They're probably going to drop this pretty soon. Oh, so they couldn't wincher or ground the polymorph. That was nice play here from the RMP. Big damage connects onto both the Rogue and the Shaman. A bit of a race to the finish here in game number 1 as Ray of Hope trades once again. Cookie critically low. Hatsuki trinkets and sacrifices to
Different
break
haste
any
than that.
incoming crowd control. Good
And
play.
damn, this might
Here
not
comes
work
the
out as well.
heroism from Cookie as well, ramping up some
Hey,
damage.
Clint.
Andre's just dismantled, though he can't connect. Evasion is through. Meteor gets soaked. Good job stacking up here on the pillar. They catch Oscar in a shockwave, trying to blast him down and dampening. And this game cannot go on for much longer. We're at the 8-minute 30 mark.
That's crazy.
Insane. I can't believe how long Hatsuki and
Wait,
Naptime have been able
they-
to hold on. Great defensive plays. A full hex lands. Brunhilde is in trouble. Cloak of Shadows is available. Rooted up right now. Caught into a Stormbolt. Do they have the damage to take him down? Cookie pushing forward, looking for a win. They're finding that confidence, like you mentioned. Naptime, a bit of a slow start here, but could have a strong finish. However, they need to be careful. Hatsuki has no trinket, no divine shield. Cookie retreating back to the pillar once again.
No delay today.
Find
Nope.
their bearings in the match. The full
Uh-oh.
stun lands. Big meteor combo.
Lay on
This
hands.
is a great setup, but Hatsuki has the lay on hands to keep Cookie
Get
alive.
wall as
and she
well.
can continue to do damage on that elemental shaman. Let's see if they can pull off a win.
Hatsuki being greedy like 2 minutes ago actually just might have won the game right there. They've got Hammer of Justice, no trinket, Stormbolt. They got
Full
a hex
hex.
on the Mage. Brunhilde is isolated.
Trinkets.
I don't believe it. It's a
No way.
Seed about to
Swap.
be taken out in game 1 by the newcomers. JT gets a Void Shift. Cookie swaps over to JT. Lobbing in more lava bursts. Disarm on Brunhitty. He can't get anything going. Cookie's jumping in aggressively. They're playing with confidence. They're trading Astral Shift to stand on top of the Rogue. Stormkeeper is loaded. Lightning Bolt's in the sky. JT in the sky as well to try and recover. Brunhitty vanishes, trying to make a play here. And they manage to power them down. Kidney shot. No trinket for 2 more seconds.
No,
1 more second.
so close.
Stone bowling at 1% is not enough.
They had a sin too.
Defiance in the final moments of this game, clutch it out. Almost 10 minutes in, nap time they made Overload work for this one.
If they were able to live this
so
somehow,
beautifully done there by Brunhitty at the end of the match. Just really utilizing that great movement speed on the Outlaw Rogue, evading Andre as much as possible, and actually clutching it out for a Vanish. A Vanish just comes up in the nick of time. We'll see it in the replay. And with that Vanish, pays dividends. He gets multiple stuns out. We'll see it here. You got 13 seconds left on that Vanish, about 3 seconds. Brunhitty just doing whatever he can to survive. Ultimately, vanishes out immediately, gets the triple cheap shots out, and out of this polymorph, full kidney shot does land, and ultimately they do take down Cookie. But I mean, it's just so close. You really can't blame nap time. You know, you could smell that win. It was just so close. JT basically had nothing to trade. Brunhitty had almost no defensive cooldowns, but that Vanish comes out at the perfect moment to keep Overload in the game.
Oh my god, the dampening on the Stone Bulwark here, like Cookie, she gets
Does
Stone
nothing.
Bulwark off, and just look at how tiny the Absorb is. It's just, you're just so sad, because like if that bought any time, Hitsuki has Trinket in 1 second, Bubble in 12, they just needed like a little bit longer. And this is, making that calculation and dampening is the hardest decision. Like, when are you going to make your push? When are you going to commit your cooldowns? Like, Cookie here uses Astral Shift, because if she doesn't, she's going to get stunned and not be able to wall, because she doesn't have a medallion. So it's a nice preemptive move, but Overload just wait. They just wait till the wall is over, and then they commit for the all-in. And it's just, their cooldowns just were misaligned by like 2 seconds. Because easily, if they have Trinket there and Vengeance Crusader, then the Paladin's going to pop the Shaman back up, and then suddenly Brunhitty has nothing left, and Brunhitty's the one who's going to be on the back foot and likely going down in this position. So really close call. I was honestly not expecting it to be this close. I thought that Overload, you know, it would be expected that they'd have a pretty easy time with a team and a composition that's like a newcomer team, limited experience, right? I think the Paladin Hitsuki, I think it was showcasing like first rank 1 push last season, and really then, you know, debuting and saying that he's like the best Paladin now on this class after 1 season. So to go from that, right, just 1 season together, playing a Paladin comp when no one else is playing a Paladin comp, playing Warrior as well when very few teams are running Warrior, is definitely impressive. So they're going to go to Hook Point. They're going to go to a smaller map. I do think that they intended to attack Holy Priest more, but JT anticipated that. That's why he's playing Divine Ascension. Usually a Holy Priest only takes that talent if they think they're going to get attacked by melee DPS. So JT must have had some heads up in this type of series, because they did swap to him a couple times. If he didn't have that to avoid crowd control stuns or swaps, maybe he's going to be, you know, really squishy in those types of positions. But perhaps on a small map like Hook Point, it'll be more difficult for that type of situation for him to avoid.
Yeah. One nice thing for Hitsuki as well is this hollowed. I'm just looking at his talents, just trying to see, you know, what's going on here. The hollowed ground talent is actually really nice. So normally when you're grouped up behind a pillar against a frost mage, you're just getting snared, right? You're eating frostbites, you're in blizzard, you're in cone of cold, you're in you know, all these different abilities, the frozen orb, that are just kind of cleaving you down, and you get snared up. But the paladin actually can, with hollowed ground, the PvP talent, can drop consecration, and it basically just gives you like a nice little freedom on all those snares. So you can actually effectively use the pillar, you know, bait Brunhitty, bait Oscar in. But yeah, I am really curious to see how they do utilize this map. And I do think that Nap Time has a few different compositions they can run. Overload is actually going to be doing something we haven't seen too much. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They swapped off
we've seen Oscar and TJ play this composition together. It's something I've wanted to see, because normally Oscar's on the elemental shaman.
I think they got desperate last week and tried different compositions as well. I remember we saw TJ come out, I think it was against Flappers, a few times. And TJ last season, we were like upping him as like, he was going head to head with Tony as like the best Feral. He just did the most damage. He was known to be the Feral Druid that did the most damage. And the fact that Overloader switching makes me think that they felt kind of shaky on Rogue Mage Priest, right? You don't see Rogue Mage Priest change very often. And the Feral Druid is likely a better pick if the game goes into dampening. So they likely saw like, hey, the Paladin was running out of mana. They played a really defensive game where they were kind of turtling, you know, taking the opportunities to pounce when anything came nearby. So if they play a strategy where they're going to turtle and avoid, maybe we need a Feral Druid that can do more damage deeper into dampening, and we can kind of win in that regard and not have to play such a risky game as far as crowd control with the Rogue.
Yeah, I am a little bit interested about this though, because I feel like the one downside of the Feral Druid is you can't just vanish. You can't just go immune, vanish into thin air like we saw really save Brunhilde in that last game. So for nap time, if they can grab onto momentum against TJ and keep them in bear form, keep them defensive, I could see them just kind of snowballing Overload in this matchup. We saw it in the open bracket when it was Swapsy on the Feral Druid. Nap time was actually able to just kind of train him down, keep him very, very defensive in the match, and take them down. So we'll see what they could do here. Hook point, game number 2. I do wonder if Overload is afraid of something. Like, do you think there's any reason? Do you think that matchup was just too close and they want to experiment? Or do you think Naptime has something else that they could run that would be better into the RMP?
I mean, we haven't seen it. It's in the open bracket on broadcast.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them play anything, so I can't imagine that they have anything else. It would be very surprising. I mean, maybe if maybe Naptime make it to the grand finals of week 3 and they play this sleeper comp that they've been sitting on the entire time. No one ever saw it coming, and this is going to be one of the most wild weeks ever. Like last week, I thought was one of the best AWC Cup weekends we've ever had as far as like surprise factors, composition variety. But week 3 is now setting up to potentially trump that with the first 2 opening series, right? With both underdogs coming through. Naptime taking Overload to a 10-minute match. You would expect, based on experience and composition advantage, that Overload would be kind of just being able to run over Naptime, send them down to the lower bracket, but they really made them sweat. Now they're making them change comp. You're making a team change off of Rogue Mage, bringing in Feral. I think that Feral is generally a little bit harder for the Warrior to connect to, especially with the movement speed they have, though. So it might not be that great. I don't think it's a huge deal. It's just the Feral's going to do more damage. So if you can win on mana, it makes sense that the Feral is going to be able to help you. Cyclone is also just a nice stalling tool. So now Oscar's in
so same matchup, but with
interrupted.
With Feral.
He's going to have to worry about Cyclone and Polymorph coming in around the corner. And how is she going to be able to stop both of those incoming crowd controls simultaneously is now going to become the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling I don't know what it is. I think Naptime's going to win this game. I think we're getting tied up here on no point. I really do.
Okay.
Okay. They brought it to 10 minutes. Like they survived the RMP for 10 minutes in that last game. So I feel like on the smaller map, the thinner pillars, they're going to be able to, especially against the Feral Druid. I think once they get that pressure on the Feral, they're going to walk away with the win. So I think, my prediction is a 3-1. I think this is the game where Naptime pulls it off.
All right, here we go. If you're a Naptime fan, if you like Holy Paladins and Warriors, this is the team for you. Newcomer roster just pulled together, pulled up in the AWC, made top 8 in Cup 1. We didn't see them in Cup 2, but Cup 3, they've looked really strong, knocking 4th, 5th seeds out in the open bracket. Now facing head-to-head with the #1 seed in Europe, taking them to a 10-minute game. Definitely earning their position here. It's game 2, and they want to go further. They really want to show what they've got here. Kind of one tricks running this one composition. Can a one-trick newcomer team manage to beat the odds against such legendary titans running some of the most powerful compositions currently available in the meta? TJ comes in. This guy does a truck ton of damage, and Naptime, man, I feel bad for them a little bit because TJ is a monster when it comes to the Feral Druid.
We'll see. I feel like I have more faith in Naptime. We'll see what Andre Cookie and Hetsuki are going to be able to do. TJ immediately getting blasted here using that bark skin, but Warriors right now, I feel like they're quite powerful as long as they can stay on target. Cookie, though, taking quite a bit of damage. Gets interrupted there, looking for a Hex. Unfortunately, isn't able to find it. At the same time, Andre's getting low. Big heals here from Hetsuki, though. Should be able to top off the team and stabilize. Still just trying to utilize his pillar as well as that consecration to remove snares. So if you're a warrior, you definitely love that consecration. Just remove all these snares that are so annoying for you to deal with. Also get this occasional blessing of freedoms, but it's still just so difficult for Andre in this match.
Oh, here comes another setup. They catch Cookie. Hetsuki, medallions out of polymorph, line of sighting, avoiding this setup. They've rotated pretty effectively here. No major overlaps from Naptime, just going one by one. And they've managed to get medallions from TJ, so he can't escape a lasso or Stormbolt. Neither can Oscar. They catch TJ, big damage. He gets gripped out of there from JT in a hurry. I don't think TJ was anticipating that much damage. And I really like this strategy from Cookie and Hetsuki.
Is it just the hook point aspect that's making this happen?
Pillar. Consecration down, like you
Rogue
say.
Mage can't kite in this map.
So they're free from that mobility limitation from the Frost Mage. And they kind of just poke damage. They bait somebody in. They catch them with a stun. They do a bunch of damage. And they just rinse and repeat. And then in dampening, that's when they leave that pillar and they make a big push. So they definitely have have a good strategy on the side of Nap Time, and so far it's banking them another cooldown. They get Guardian Spirit from JT, switching some damage over onto Oscar. But for TJ and Oscar, it's all about Incarnation and Icy Veins, and those are coming up in about 17 and 30 seconds. When those cooldowns are available, they're going to have a giant wave of damage, and Nap Time has to be ready for that moment.
Yeah, really important note. We'll see what they can do with those cooldowns. Right now, they have good pressure, even without them. So
mage on hook point.
I do think we're going to see that Icy Veins pretty much ripped out immediately. Yeah,
and their plan is to basically attack, lean on Feral as much as possible. He's in trouble. Big Ray probably, though.
Cookie with a beautiful lightning lasso, keeping TJ locked in place. Andre doing a great job on that warrior. Hatsuki goes for the Hammer of Justice. Great pressure here.
Oh, big swap.
For the side of Nap Time. Beautiful swap
Brox
as well.
is shield too.
Bringing out the power infusion onto Oscar. Really trying to set him up for some wins. Cookie just going to be line of sighting here. Let's see what she can do. Still just utilizing this pillar the best she can to survive. Hatsuki finally gets there. Once again, the Paladin, Shaman, Pillar combo have been reunited.
Yeah, Consecration likely going to come down here pretty soon to remove those snares on the Pillar. They're loading up damage, but Andre gets hit pretty hard there for a moment. But TJ's just retreating, doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to throw the game. But Hatsuki's mana is actually better. If they can't win on mana like this on the side of Overload, I think they're actually likely going to lose this game. So they've got to really focus on their Icy Veins and their Incarnation timings. They do catch Andre in a stun here. Big pressure. Hatsuki's not crowd controlled though, and lay on hands actually. Okay,
yeah, surprising.
He's definitely pressured. They get another swap on Holy Priest. So every Hammer of Justice, they're trying to go Holy Priest, and he's not playing Divine Ascension this time. They can actually reliably swap to JT. I wonder if they're monitoring that and they see that. So swapping between the Pharaoh Druid and the Holy Priest. They're just completely ignoring the Mage, trying to find some crowd control, maybe a Hex or a Ground or something. Oh, now they actually blast a bit of damage as Cookie looks towards Oscar. But barrier from Oscar is soaking these hits. Blessing of Protection was committed here too before Incarnation. Oh, but this damage is quite high at the moment. Cookie's topping the meter. If she can stay at the top of the meter, they're going to win on mana like this. Look at this pressure. Stormkeeper, another hit, but a Ring of Frost. Andre, nice heroic leap out of there defensively. Right when the Paladin gets hit by a Ring of Frost. Oscar's getting pressured heavily. Andre's trying to reconnect, but he's just snared by the Frozen Orb. Feels warrior, man. Charges back to the Pharaoh Druid and gives up on chasing the Mage. I don't blame him.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Oh, the cut.
Once again, this pillar is going to be really important. Andre trying to connect. Cookie going for a lightning lasso. TJ pre-bear forms it, so it's just really annoying for Overload. They have to somehow make a push, but it seems like they need dampening to actually close out the game with the way Nap Time is positioning in this match. They're really playing for just all-out damage, all-out pressure, and potentially getting a mana lead there. I think JT actually sat down for a little bit of a drink, so recovered some mana.
You play with nameplates? I use bit of Blizz plates now.
So I think that's really important as dampening's ramping up, as it's unlikely JT will be able to really have the time to afford a drink later in the future.
All right, Hex on Mage, Ice Wall. Andre's able to get away by charging the Pharaoh Druid. Wall's not getting really any value here. I think JT must have got a drink at some point because the mana was looking really bad. And now it's looking not so bad.
Yeah, I'm using bit of Blizz plates. I've got
mark where things really
the stuff's linked right here.
TJ gets caught for a moment. Nice lasso. Oh, but nice grip from JT to pull Oscar out of range and cancel it. They swap back on TJ. Couple lightning bolts and Earth Shock. NS Lava Burst. Big damage on Oscar. They're ramping. Oscar's forced to retreat away on an Icy Veins proc. He really hates that. He's spamming Polymorph on Warrior, but Andre's going to Bladestorm the Repolymorph. TJ gets blinded behind the pillar. Nice catch from Hatsuki. They're trying to pressure Mage. They just can't connect. Dragon's Breath.
Nap Time beat to get him.
The pillar. They've repositioned. Damage is high on both sides.
They had to have upset the bracket to get the
Primordial Wave. Oscar's the target. Massive pressure, looking to just chop him up. Ice block number 1 will be forced out of the way here. Sacrifice preemptively from Hatsuki, trying to keep them on target. Catch Oscar in a Stormbolt on Hypothermia. Andre's getting uptime. Chop, chop, big damage. Ray of Hope comes through. JT likely to recover. Oh, it's actually negative at the moment. It's still negative. Massive hit on Oscar. It's a Void Shift into the Ray. This is crazy pressure from Nap Time. They're in a great position moving into dampening.
Yeah, definitely. Full Fear goes out. Oscar still in trouble. Look at Andre just pushing behind enemy territories right now. TJ getting solo.
Oh, okay, they also
pressure
beat.
from Nap Time is high. This map is working out great. I can't believe it. Nap Time, once again, though, they need to be careful. In the last game, it looked like they had so much pressure. They ended up getting baited into kind of a bit of a trap. We'll see what happens here. TJ putting pressure onto Cookie right now. Oscar still getting blasted on that Mage. And Andre going after the Mage a lot more in this match. But I don't know if it's a good long-term strategy. We'll have to wait and see. Good Vortex there by TJ, limiting the uptime by Andre. And once again, I feel like Nap Time, they need to get reunited. Like, just use this pillar to their advantage. However, Hatsuki right now has a lot of healing available. and it looks like Naptime is still feeling confident for a push.
All right, they're back on the pillar, but Hetsuki is struggling. He gets caught in a polymorph. He trinkets out. Cookie's in trouble.
Sentence.
Astral Shift comes through. They panic and they overlap. Incarnation comes in, and Icy Veins is up in about a 50-second window. So if TJ doesn't win right here with the swap on Warrior, that Icy Veins from Oscar is likely going to be possibly game-winning. They have so much pressure right now. This is the Pharaoh Druid damage and dampening. Warrior and Shaman both at 50% HP just permanently. Hetsuki can't top them. It's costing so much mana just to stay at this point in the game. They're trying to get pressure on TJ, but JT is once again there to block it. And now TJ's trying to find an angle here. He's going from left, get a couple bleeds in, get a stun, and then get out. Meteor comes in onto Cookie. Hetsuki trades out Divine Shield and Sacrifice.
They're playing it well. It's a slow game.
Damage. They get
Oscar gets the block.
Goes down with no block. They're trying to put up a fight, but they are fighting with nothing. Hammer of Justice from Hetsuki, but they can't connect onto TJ. They're swapping back on Oscar, but they catch TJ with no tree. They did it. Naptime have done it. They've
Huge
tied this series
upset.
1-1, right when things were looking dicey.
Get block, and there's actually one tap. Look how fast this guy dies, by the way. This is actually kind of crazy. So they catch him. He's at 80% him with a block on Oscar. And look, the Hodge lands on JT right here.
They're trying to put up
Leap, Hodge, and TJ's behind the pillar, so I don't know how this happens. TJ has to come back in to defend Oscar here, and he just gets clothesline. Look at this. Because he's completely safe. TJ can't lose here. This position's incredibly defensive. You got Oscar who's immune, you got TJ over here who's completely safe, and JT who's in Hodge.
From Hetsuki, but they can't connect.
And TJ kind of meanders in and just gets he gets fucking pounced on, man.
They're swapping back on Oscar, but
and he just gets smoked. There's a oh, it's a prime wave or not. I'm trying to look and see. It's not prime wave. It's just a random frost shock. Oh no, I lied. That's Stormkeeper. He hits Stormkeeper and dies instantly.
Suki, but they can't connect onto TJ. They're swapping back on Oscar, but they catch TJ.
Wow.
TJ with no tree.
They'll probably go through the death log in a sec.
Loads up the Stormkeeper. She has a ton of damage available here, and these
crazy
lightning bolts are just insanely devastating. Just zap, 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 and they get the win. I mean, beautifully done, honestly. It's great to see. It's like this has been the day of upsets. These cups have been phenomenal, but Naptime, kind of a new team coming out of nowhere and looking good, getting a win off.
They beat Swapsy's team
so far.
All right, one win, big map now, and small.
Oh my god, that's a big rampage. Those are that's a fucking huge rampage, man. 1.8, 1.3.
Difficult to do. But do you think Overload take the Pharaoh Druid out
and a 2 million lightning bolt? Holy shit.
I think so. I really think the Pharaoh Druid's kind of a vulnerability here. Like, Pharaoh's great and all, but it seems like I said, there's multiple times in game number 1 where Brunhilde just gets low, and if he didn't have Vanish, he was just outright dead. And I feel like one of the problems with the...
Oh, you know what's even crazier about this? The craziest part is there's one more tick of Rampage to... No, actually, no. Well, 9, 10... Okay, 9, 10, 1.2, 1.8, 1.3, never mind.
Druid is...
They're all there.
Kite, get those slaughterhouse stacks off you later in dampening when you can't just go completely invisible. So, I'm not sure totally what they decide to do. Because both
it's still a 5.2 million rampage, by the way.
One of those compositions.
5.2 milli.
Which one is better here for Overload? But I kind of feel like I like the Rogue more.
I think I like the Rogue more too. Just the disarm was a big thing. Like
Stormkeeper, I think you're thinking of. What do you mean? What's Overlord?
Get with the Feral Druid, and it didn't seem like.
Oh, Warrior.
Actually,
well, I think he's playing Thane.
I'm trying to remember if it.
Judging by the size of the rampages, I'm assuming he's playing Thane.
Warriors kind of.
So he probably just popped Avatar. And Wreck.
I feel like they were able to take advantage of what
the
Feral Druid
he's
brings
Thane
as an advantage. So I think the Rogue would be a better pick at shutting down the Warrior. But I don't think anything is guaranteed. So Naptime.
Nah, crits aren't labeled. You can tell which ones are crits. The Rampage stick 1.8 is definitely a crit.
But I would think it's unlikely. It would come as a big surprise, I think, at some point in this cup. But Overload, #1 seed, they want to defend that position. They want to be #1 seed going into the finals. So that way they've got a huge advantage. Moving forward from this cup. Also
honestly, weirdly enough, being #1 seed or being #2 seed actually can kind of depend. When you're #2 seed, you actually know exactly who you're playing against in these tournaments. For like the way the gauntlet works. When you're playing as #1 seed, you actually have no clue who you're fighting first. The gauntlet, I actually think being 2nd seed is better than being 1st seed. Personally. Being 1st seed means you don't know who you're fighting, and it's going to be the most meta thing to go. So there's 8 teams. There's 4 teams in the gauntlet. No, 5 teams in the gauntlet, right? And of those 5 teams, the most meta team will come through the gauntlet. So being first seed actually means you probably fight the more meta thing if there are changes. It's better to be second and know exactly who you're fighting, in my opinion. Second seed is the best seed.
See what happens. I do think the small map definitely played into the favor of nap time. So winning that game number 1, even though it was a really close game number 1, Overload securing that in a grand win, going to be good for them in this series if we keep just going large into small maps. Back and forth, Overload eventually will get that map advantage in game.
Wait, did this
5.
Paladin win trade in stream? That's kind of crazy.
Nap time to win a swing match. If you're a Nap time fan, they need to win a swing match if they want to win this series. This could be that game. I'm really curious to see what Overload does, though. Do they bring in the Dismantle with the Rogue? Do they bring in an entirely different composition, too? Because that is an option. Maybe they bring in an Elemental Shaman of their own instead of the Mage. But I don't know about that.
I don't know if I
actually feel... Yeah, I was going to say, like, we're seeing a lot of melee paired up with an Ellie Shaman. I actually think Warrior might be one of the best, if not the best. So I don't know if you're going to win as, like, an Ellie Feral into a Fury Ellie, you know?
I definitely don't. I wouldn't want to see them. I feel like Mage has got to have, like, a bit of an edge into Warrior. It's historically had an edge into Paladin, right? And Rogue has an edge into Warrior. Like, on paper, you would expect Overload to be able to win this matchup, but then their game 1 was 10 minutes long. And they almost died. Like, if nap time just had a couple of cooldowns align like 2 seconds differently, Overload could have lost the first game, and maybe we'd be on match point. Nap time are in the lead type of situation. So Overload definitely want to consider everything here, but they are going to be locking in Brunhilde. And with this map, they can fall back on drinking, because the thing is with nap time, they're playing so defensively, right? Like if we were playing StarCraft, they're basically playing on one base and they're not expanding. So Overload can drink. They can take advantage of the entire map while nap time are turtling on that pillar. So if Overload realize that and just play a bit more of a conservative game early on, don't play too overeager, don't fall for their trap or their bait, give them that respect early in the early game, then I do think in the late game that Overload should have an advantage.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what ends up happening. For Overload, maybe they can just take it really slow, play really passive, wait for dampening, but there are times where nap time is getting confident in the match. So they're using that pillar when they don't have the cooldowns to trade, which I think is smart. So when Hatsuki doesn't have Divine Shield, doesn't have the medallion, it seems like they play very passive, very safe, just try to survive. But when those cooldowns are available, they take more of an offensive posture. So I think it's going to be difficult. I don't think Overload can reliably only play defensive in this match. Because if they're not getting the cooldowns from Hatsuki, then I feel like nap time isn't that afraid to make a push, especially coming off that win. Like, it seems like they're just getting more and more confident as the games go on. So I'm curious to see what kind of line they do take, but it's crazy to see. We keep seeing these teams just kind of rise up kind of out of nowhere and have these great performances. Overload was looking like they were unbeatable. Now we have nap time. Hatsuki, Andre, Cookie, just coming out of nowhere for this win.
I mean, I think it was in an earlier season of Dragonflight. JT comes in on Hula Bang with Arinos, and I think it was Houghton, and they played Windwalker Rogue. Nobody thinks they're going to win. They're just playing the one trick. They made their team from Solo Shuffle. They kind of just signed up for fun. They win the first cup. They beat Echo. Nap time in a very similar position at the moment. Coming together, got their first rank 1 last season on Hatsuki. Picks up Andre, picks up Cookie, and then they're able to get in here and do some crazy things, some crazy work here, getting this win, taking Overload to a 10-minute game on the Grand Arena. So we might start seeing some resemblance there. But Brunhilde, he has been playing for so long. He has so much experience on that Rogue. Like, he can go toe for toe easily with Waz on the Outlaw Rogue. Oscar, toe for toe, toe for toe. That's something you'd have to do in maybe a Makara or something classic, but toe to toe with Raikou here in tournament setting. Easily top level player. So if Overload are challenged this much, that's just a credit and a testament to nap time's capabilities here in this series. But I think this is likely going to be their hardest round in the series. This is the biggest map, and look how tiny those pillars with those angels. They're really small. Smallest pillars, I think, of any map in the pool. A lot of open space. And as a paladin against a mage, you hate that. You just absolutely hate that. There's nowhere for you to really hide. So if nap time win here, I think they can win the whole series.
Maybe they can win the whole tournament. Like, let's be honest. If they win this on this map, they win this series. I mean, nap time could potentially win the entire thing. Let's see what they do. Brunhilde popping the sprint right away, going for roll the bones, getting those buffs up. Looks like they will be going after Andre. Maybe they decided to just go after the warrior more in the match. No, looks like they are going to be going after the elemental shaman. I do wonder if they could just go after the Warrior more, though. Try to get crowd control on the Shaman and the Paladin. Beautiful Ring of Frost. Nice knock there by Oscar. Really setting up crowd control for the team. Armor Totem comes down. Hitsuki gets free from the crowd control. And now it's going to be up to nap time to try to reverse the pressure here on the Brunhilde.
Nice grip on the lasso. Ascendance is still rolling. Getting decent uptime here on both the mages. They swap to Holy Priest. And JT is not playing Divine Ascension. Andre's getting more uptime. Nice. Brunhilde's peeling. Cheap shots on the entire team. Sets up for the polymorph. Oscar is playing really confident. They're playing super aggressive here in game number 3. Looking to just run down Cookie. JT charges in for a Psychic Scream. Looks like they either sniped off the Tremor. Or actually, no, it was the Tremor really early on there. They get Astral Shift. So they got Paladin Trinket and Shaman Astral Shift. Now they're pulling away from that. They need to survive as JT's in a Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde's running away from the Rogue. Nice jump from Cookie to get out of the Meteor. Brunhilde grapples over. But now there's an elemental stun on the mage during the stun lock there. They got Brunhilde's Trinket. That could be an opening later on. Looks like an intervene is coming through from Andre onto Cookie during the cheap shots with the polymorph connects. Could be a stone bulwark. Can they stop the reshape? They can't. Polymorph slips through as Oscar fakes the interrupt. Now into a full blind, still with no trinket. They cut through stone bulwark, looking to close out game 3 really quick here. Cookie is critically low, but Hitsuki is finally free of crowd control, and Brunhilde, it looked like he couldn't keep up the chase there. Big burst on Oscar, just out of nowhere. Another smack of damage from the lava burst and earth shocks. And now Cookie's back at the pillar. They're biding time. They've got their trinkets coming up. They can make a trade here. As Oscar's going to look for a polymorph. Pre-sacrifice. Nice play from Hitsuki between those cheap shots. Now, and he runs into the Ring of Frost to break it. That was really good from Hitsuki. He's on diminishing return. Now they can play aggressive. Cookie is jumping in. Lightning Lasso. Brunhilde grapples over to kick it, but Andre is there. And Brunhilde has no trinket, and there's no Guardian Spirit. If they catch a good stun here on Rogue, they could definitely take him down.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. And Oscar's health is either going to be... Oh, Brunhilde might just get one shot. I mean, oh, goodness gracious. Hitsuki and Cookie just one-shotting Brunhilde behind the pillar. In the meantime, Andre just keeping Oscar at bay. I was trying to talk about Oscar's health can just erase very quickly here. If Andre has uptime, the mage can just evaporate. The problem is the uptime. If you're getting mind-controlled like this, you're getting polyed, things are not looking too good. But I don't think Cookie's going to go down. Like, I don't think Brunhilde's going to be able to solo Cookie here. Oscar's going to have to be there for some damage. And I think Andre's done a really good job keeping Oscar at bay so far in this game.
All right, let's see. Where's
no blocks out of the way. I mean, this is kind of like looking like
Stormkeeper is loaded.
Game 1.
Nice jump.
Brunhilde's the only opening right now.
Andre leaps over. They catch Brunhilde. No trinket. Can they smack him down? JT gets in there, grips him out to safety. Cookie swaps her attention over to Oscar. Lightning bolts in the sky. Brunhilde's disarmed. Good teamwork from Naptime. I will say that they're playing, you know, an unconventional composition for the meta, but they have really good teamwork, really good strategy, and really good execution when it comes to this. And this is how they're overcoming these odds at the moment. Cookie jumping away once again, trying to get out of range of the road, but a meteor comes in. Looks like Andre's got to intervene. Oscar takes a huge hit, going in for the polymorph. Nice wind shear from Cookie into the blinding light, but the polymorph again, off of a cheap shot. Cheap shot comes through. Cookie in trouble. Trinket. Oh, overlapped with the divine shield. Oh, and the intimidation.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's a triple overlap from nap time. If you're overload, you just peel out right now. You just reset. Brunhilde just needs to get some distance here. He's still going in. He might regret this.
Got Veins. Oscar's got Veins available, but Cookie wants to get aggressive here. Hitsuki trades out the sacrifice preemptively, but this is where nap time is going to be in some danger. Hitsuki, let's see what they decide to do. They are going to be utilizing this pillar, and we've seen this from nap time. Like, when they don't have cooldowns, just full on turtle, use the pillar to their advantage. Oscar right now loading up the damage with the Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Hitsuki gets caught into a polymorph. Cookie going to be playing on top of him. But Oscar goes into an ice block, so they actually get the reverse pressure on that Icy Veins. Very impressive. At the same time, though, Cookie could be in danger. Hitsuki seems to have the heals available. They get the Hammer of Justice, and this is not looking too bad for nap time. If they can weather the storm just a little bit longer, cooldowns are going to rotate back up.
Another meteor. They soak it as a team to reduce the damage, but they're going to get cleaved a bit here by some of those ice lances and frostfire bolts. Nice hex on the mage. Brunhilde, no medallion. He grapples over. Andre's leaping in. Lightning lasso gets gripped away. JT has such good life grips throughout this series to break up those stun locks, just preventing them from catching the rogue. Kidney shot to engage. Andre pre-intervenes. Nice play here. Cookie repositions. Does she stone bulwark? She's trying to hold on to it. Hitsuki has medallion. They should be okay. Hammer Justice. JT trinkets. Big damage on Oscar. Andre, when he gets his hands on Oscar, man, it is not comfortable at all. Another big meteor on Cookie. Trying to get in position to break Hitsuki out of polymorph with cleave damage. And they do manage to actually, it looks like medallion was pulled from Hitsuki there, but they recover at least. And they have a big mana lead. Nap time are not out of this. Their cooldowns are rotating. They're going to have another Astral Shift. They've got their medallion in 20. If Cookie can just stall for that. They're actually pushing in on Mage. They're playing aggressive here at the 5-minute mark. Kidney shot. They're engaging. Andre intervenes. He's going to get dismantled. Meteor comes through. Ice wall. Hetsuki can't get around. He gets around the side. Cookie ramping over here as well with Hetsuki. And it looks like JT's just staying far away, dispelling flame shocks, trying to play a safe game. Mind control into the ring. It looks like, oh, they got the polymorph. Oh no, this could be dangerous for Cookie. Astral Shift available. Astral Shift going to trade. Trying to just push Oscar over and force him away from this assault. And Hetsuki's free of crowd control, charging in, looking for damage, looking for a stun, I think. Did JT fade it? It's hard to tell at this point. They're still trying to go after JT. They catch the Hammer of Justice. Big swap on JT possibly, but he pre-Ray of Hopes. Now they swap over on Brunhitty, catching him in a Lightning Lasso. Great swap onto Brunhitty, but now time are running out of options. Can they drop Brunhitty in time? Cookie with limited defense. Hetsuki pre-sacrifices, but it breaks. They miss the Ring of Frost. They get the polymorph. It doesn't matter. Divine Shield for 40 seconds. Cookie is isolated. Grounding Totem available. Not going to have to trade. Meteor comes through, breaks the crowd control. Mind control on the Warrior is just so dire. He just can't do anything at the moment. Intervening back over. Brunhitty getting connected to it, but there's a dismantle. Andre can't connect. Cookie at least recovers. They've got Medallion on Paladin. They can still try and get this going. There's no trinket on Rogue. Big pressure on Oscar as well. Brunhitty's going to grapple out, try and reconvene for an opportunity later on. Nice Earthquake, prevent the Rogue from re-stealthing. Andre's trying to get in there, but he's just snared at the pillar and rooted. He can't get to any target. He leaps on the mage. Reckless abandon. Andre, this is smart, though, for the Warrior. Just play recklessly right now. You have enraged regen. Bait them to go on you. Trade the enraged regen, and then your shaman will have walls. So Andre should be playing really aggressive right now to bait them to attack him.
Oh, Cookie making a push right now. The Divine Shield is available, and this is what I was talking about. Nap time. They feel like they can finally make a push here. 35% dampening. Andre gets uptime here on the Brunhitty. It could be lights out. I mean, this damage is absolutely insane. Cookie going for a Lightning Lasso on Oscar, trying to slow him down just a little bit here, but a full kitty shot lands on Andre. Cheap shot to follow it up. Do they have the damage? Beautiful mass polymorph there from the side of Oscar. He lands it onto Hetsuki. Hetsuki will trade out the trinket immediately to keep the pressure rolling. He wants to keep the aggression up for his team.
Big damage.
I like that they're able to make the trade. Big damage here onto Brunhitty. Big Blade Storm coming in. Intimidating shout to slow down the mage, and this is not looking bad. Nap time. Can they really go up in the series? They get the Hammer of Justice on JT. Do they have the damage to take him down? Doesn't look like they will, but Nap time feeling very confident in the match.
They're going on the Warrior now. Cookie gets dispelled to the Ring of Frost. Hetsuki has Sacrifice up. They can stay on target, but Brunhitty's going to have Evasion and Vanish, so a lot of deflection. Andre just can't connect. They're just putting this Warrior in prison. Polymorph prison. Frost Nova Central. Andre just can't get on a target. Cheap shots are coming through. He Stormbolts Brunhitty. Brunhitty trinkets to go for the win, but Cookie has cooldowns to trade. Hetsuki's not in crowd control. Nice lasso on Brunhitty's Evasion, slowing down him a bit. Andre trying to get back on Oscar. He can't. He's going to have to come back onto the Rogue. Brunhitty sees that he's just out. He's not going to give them a target to poke damage. Lava Burst in on JT, trying to find any opportunities here deep into dampening. At that 10-minute mark, man, this game, it's just, you can't recover at that point. Dampening is so high. It's going to come to an inevitable end here. Who's going to be able to take advantage of it? This is such an important game in the series. It's a swing match. Number 1 seed versus the newcomers. Andre gets caught in another cheap shot, but Hetsuki's in a good position, recovering him throughout it. Andre's going to come out of this dismantle, and he needs to get some work done. He's got Recklessness up. Big swap. They catch JT. He trinkets out of the Stormbolt. Do they have a DR Hodge? Goes for the Blinding Light on the Mage. Nice punish on the Mage. Priest is still isolated.
This is actually genuinely rough.
Ready. He's being pressured heavily. Warrior's getting uptime. Just chop time for Andre. He chastises him behind the pillar. Cookie's still just lobbing out Lava Bursts. They're getting ready for the next
There's
attempt.
The trinket. We got bubble.
Oh no, Andre, he got caught in the smoke bomb. Can they drop him? Hetsuki gets to the bomb.
Lay if they want.
Just in time. And I mean, if you're Nap time, you should be feeling really good. You've got Divine Shield, Lay on Hands, Enrage Regen comes up in 6 seconds. You still got Shaman, Astral Shift. You got a big mana lead. I feel like this is your moment. This is when you've got to start putting the gas pedal down. You got to close the game. They're so close to it. Brunhitty holds on by a thread. Full Hammer of Justice.
Go back to him.
Hetsuki making a play deep into
He's going to turn to Brunhitty and blast him. He's in Ray with GS actually as well. It's an overlap.
Andre's dismantled. He can't keep up the assault. Likely Brunhitty's going to pop up. Not actually to full health. The dampening is making that Ray difficult to recover. And Brunhitty might regret staying in this deep. He gets this. He's out of there, bro. He's grappling. He is out.
Yeah, mind control now onto Andre. JT just trying to do what they can.
Hammer of Justice?
Full Hammer of Justice could land. Can they drop the Priest? JT
a
has
huge
explosion.
Huge ascend.
Triple kill could be incoming. Brunhitty, Oscar, and JT on the ropes, and they do it. Nap time wins the swing match. Unbelievable.
Oh my god. The newcomers triple kill. The number 1 seed. The number 1 seed gets triple killed on their best map. I just feel like we need to take a moment of silence for Overload in this at this moment in time, because like they're playing Rogue Mage Priest. Brunhilde has been leveling up as a player for so many years. Oscar is just dunking on Raikou, but look at this huge explosion of damage from Cookie, just absolutely icing out the entire team. Like if they were all in line of sight there for that final hit, I think they would have died. That's a triple kill. You know, they died within like 3 seconds of each other. That is a qualified triple kill on Rogue Mage Priest. The number one Rogue Mage Priest in the region.
That's a crazy
just triple
ascent.
killing the number one Rogue Mage Priest in the region on their best map.
Yeah, she literally slam dunked on the entire team there with that Ascendance. As soon as that Ascendance was up, it was GG. So nap time, they're proving they can go the distance.
You know what's interesting? In
And
game
Sid,
one,
I have to say, like, what do we think?
if
about
you go to
this?
game one, end of game one, I'll go try and find it. You can actually see the same situation occurred where that game could have
Putting
gone a
pressure
different.
onto Cookie right now.
I'm gonna try and find this at the very end point of this. I swear,
Here,
we have a stand in 2 seconds, and they're kind of in the same spot. It's like kind of checkmate again. And we actually have Astral. Oh no, we have Bullock. We use Bullock.
And just look at how tiny.
If there was a universe where we survived this here, I actually swear the same kind of thing could happen.
Composition. The Warrior, like the Thundercleave, whenever I'm making videos recommending comps to people, I often will say Thundercleave is a good ladder comp. I think it's really well rounded, can just focus on surviving, doing damage, and come out on top. So I think that this is like a great composition for any type of beginner team. I didn't expect it to have the potential though to beat the best Rogue Mage Priest. I thought that those compositions with their potential and level of finesse that you can have with them, it would be difficult at that level of play. But Naptime are actually doing that. They're taking like what I would consider a more beginner comp and beating the advanced comps and the best teams at those advanced comps. Overload beat Echo. They beat Echo in the mirror at their own game on Rogue Mage Priest. Like they've already asserted that they are the best Rogue Mage Priest currently until Echo gets a rematch with them. To be able to take that title back. So this is crazy that we're on match point. They took the swing match. They won on the worst possible map with the smallest pillars, and they just absolutely owned them in the last couple seconds of the game. Like this is the strongest team in the region. Okay, so
look at this damage at the end. Damage contributed. Like Andre and Hatsuki just doing what they can. They're doing their best, but Cookie just completely slamming Overload there at the end. That was insane. So I feel like for nap time, it's the same comp, right? There's no way they're going to make a change. Honestly, all 3 games looked winnable for them. Even the first game that nap time lost, it seemed like they actually were going to win. You know, if that Vanish didn't come up, that was GG, I swear.
All right. They're doing the impossible. Every other elemental shaman has fallen. So many teams have given up. They're like, we can't beat Rogue Mage. Cookie's like, I got this. Hatsuki's like, I got this. I'm going to play Paladin, man. I'm going to play a Warrior. Nobody else is winning with these things, but I'm going to manage to find a way to do it. So, battling against the odds, they're taking their time with the lock-in. So, I wonder what they want to talk about from that last game. Because they did a lot of really creative things, I want to say, towards the middle end of the game, where Paladin actually was CCing Mage. They'd, like, charge in and Hammer Justice blind the Mage. And that way the Warrior wouldn't get polymorphed, so that they could run down the Priest in some of those situations. So they had some very good like flex playstyles. I feel like a lot of teams, they get locked in on one strat. It's like, okay, Paladin stuns healer, Warrior stuns this, and then they just only do that the whole game. But Naptime were flexible, and they switched it when it was more like the Paladin couldn't get to the target that he'd normally want to get to stun. So I was like, I'll stun the Mage instead, you switch, you stun this target. And they were able to kind of switch that strategy on the fly. Took a little bit of time there. Maybe they just want to take a breather also. It's a 10-minute game, right? Like, you're playing against an RMP that's just, like, putting the pressure on you, getting CC. So they probably want to take a little bit of time just to, like, reset after a 10-minute game like that. And fatigue is definitely something to take into account. But now you've lost as the Feral, which I don't think is better than the Rogue. I don't know why the Feral would be better. It's just, like, it's a very similar spec, except you don't have Disarm. To me, that's, like, the big trade-off. You don't have Disarm. I guess it's a little bit more damage. But maybe Overload are actually going to seriously consider
same problem. I don't know. What else they have?
But like, what can they do better?
They play DH.
Is it a targeting thing? Are they
can play DH.
Do
they have DHLE? I don't think they do.
Warrior? Is it a Paladin angle? Like, I don't.
Brunhilde plays
any,
DH.
Like, lines that I missed that they could have taken, right? Like, was there a point where Paladin might have had like no trinket bubble? Maybe they could have killed.
I think
Paladin
DH is good in Duelli.
Maybe a subtlety rogue, if Brunhilde has it. We've seen a lot of outlaw rogues switching to subtlety, especially in North America, but I think even a little bit in Europe. So maybe Subtlety Rogue could be more threatening, more lethal for the Shaman or the Warrior, because they're taking their time here, because this is #1 seed. This is the best RMP in Europe until Echo gets a rematch for them in my books right now. So the #1 RMP in Europe, #1 seed in the region, getting taken to match point here from the newcomers on nap time. They gotta get real serious about this series.
Do they have an Ellie?
Lower bracket, there's a lot of volatility down there.
Oh
and
shit!
They're gonna bring in a Windwalker monk, so they're running.
This
the
is a good pick, I
gauntlet on
think.
Ellie. They're like, okay, Rogue didn't work, Feral didn't work. What's the next best melee? Okay, let's try Windwalker, and let's see if this works out for us. How are you feeling about this?
I don't know.
Yeah, is this?
I like
are you
DH
feeling
more.
good about it though? Do you think it's a good pick in this matchup?
I think the Windwalker Monk is like a bruiser in the true sense of the word. Like they can play very in your face, having Fist of Fury parry and a lot of different low cooldown defensives that you can rotate through. I think it makes a very durable specialization. Trill has been actually playing, so if we're talking about North America, Trill's been playing some different tech as well, playing the Shadow Pan Windwalker Monk, so I'm curious to see if Brunhilde goes for that and just gets massive, like 2 million ticks of Fist of Fury, or what they're going to
Fury
to
the
do.
Fury.
I don't think Naptime's out of this. Like, I don't think this is a free win for Overload at all, or they would have already locked it in. I feel like Overload is just like, okay, we can't win with the Feral, it didn't feel good, we're not winning with the Rogue. What do we do? This is kind of like a last-ditch effort, but I think it might actually work for Overload.
They need damage. They don't need setup. They need damage.
Team would make
They need to kill through cooldowns.
right now. Sweat off of Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest. I think for a lot of teams, they consider those like the top. Maybe like Feral Ellie was taking over for a little bit as well, but I'd say like Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest were like the predominant compositions. Like everybody's like, man, this is what we need to be playing. Like nobody can figure out how to beat it, and they just force them off of it. So Brunhilde's going to be coming in on Windwalker Monk. These games have been really long, like brutally long, like 10 minutes. So stamina is an issue now for the teams. Can Naptime manage to hold out in this series, actually clutch it, get the championship Sunday in a top 4 possible finishing position, maybe mix up the entire bracket, because who knows with that top 3, right? Like Echo is currently tied. If they lose the whole tournament out, I think there could be a tiebreaker, but there could be other teams that steal their spot. There's a lot on the line with this cup. Like every single series is very important.
I mean, we've mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. Hetsuki got his first rank 1 title last season. So first rank 1 title ever last season. Now in the AWC, beating the #1 seed in the upper bracket. I mean, the sky is the limit for this team. Let's see what they can do, though. Brunhilde going on the Windwalker Monk might mix things up. Already trading out the Touch of Karma. And we'll have to see. It looks like Brunhilde's going to be playing just the regular Conduit of the Celestials. A little bit of a setup here onto JT. And I kind of feel like, I don't know if this is going to work. Like, being limited on stuns, I think is really going to make it difficult to slow down the offense of Naptime.
Yeah, they're going on Brunhilde. They were playing a bit aggressive there from Naptime. A little bit, abnormal. Oh my God, Brunhilde. The ice wall comes down. Line of sighting Cookie for the team. Sacrifice comes through for Hetsuki, but the Warrior is still low. They're getting cleaved. That is the advantage. If they can stack the Warrior and the Shaman, they're going to get cleaved really heavily by that area of effect damage from the Windwalker Monk. So if Brunhilde can keep the Warrior and Shaman stacked like this, it should be good, but there's so much pressure. He has to port out. That's the other advantage of the Monk. Whenever he's pushing in, he can just put a port on the other side of the pillar and escape on these swaps. So it does make sense, but it's still scary even despite that.
Yeah, Brunhilde still low. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. JT in the backline throwing in the heels. Looks like Brunhilde should be able to survive. There's the Fist of Fear, the double leg sweep, but it's on diminishing return. We'll see. Oscar is going for a polymorph. Actually does find it. He gets the trinket there from Hetsuki. So Hetsuki just immediately trades out the trinket. Ring of Peace going to be traded out there from Brunhilde, but I am a little bit afraid.
I mean, the goal here is basically just to kill Cookie through cities, I think.
Mostly after the Windwalker in this game.
Right, Fist of Fury parrying some attacks here, but still he's getting behind him.
Oh!
Andre catches him. I can't believe it. Andre just sneaks behind Brunhilde's Fist of Fury, gets a couple of hits in, almost takes them down, but JT has been having clutch life grips throughout this entire series, but even despite it, deeper into dampening, seems like they just can't recover, they can't stabilize, they get a polymorph, but they don't get anything out of it. Hetsuki's free now, Avenging Crusader, to deal with the Monk and the Mage cooldown.
Here's a pop. We don't respect it.
Nice
no, we use a bullock.
They catch him in a Hammer of Justice, out of line of sight, it looks like a Dispel, or maybe they're tracking the Dispel and punishing the Flame Shock Dispels with Hammer of Justice. That could definitely be an opening. Brunhilde has to roll away.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough for Brunhilde.
For much longer. Ring of Peace to bounce them together, but a Shockwave comes through. Pressure on Brunhilde. Oscar's got Icy Veins. He's ramping up with these Frostfire bolts, getting a lot of cleave, but Brunhilde, he's not looking too comfortable. He's going to roll out of there. They stun Andre. Big Meteor. Slicing Winds. Oh, he got rooted on his Slicing Winds by Cookie. Nice Earth Grab Totem by her. as they're continuing to ramp and pressure Brunhilde. Oscar is sneaking in. They need to punish Oscar. He's right on top of their paladin. He gets a polymorph. This could be trouble. Andre charges over to stun the ice wall. They have to stop the re-polymorph at all costs here. They get a winch here. Nice knockback from Oscar, but the crowd control chain is broken. And JT might need to think about drinking because his mana is burning rapidly right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. JT not looking too good, and I really think it's important to stop those Fists of Furies. So far, Naptime has done an excellent job. When Brunhilde goes for Fists of Fury, they do just shut it down, even if it's on a diminishing return stun. Brunhilde getting low, might have to trade out the Karma. Not looking good, but this seems a lot more volatile of a matchup. Brunhilde,
the goal again is to try and force, but we haven't really forced much of Atsuki's cooldowns at all.
Windwalker Monk, overpowered barrier going to be traded out here by Oscar for the team. That team barrier slowing down some of the incoming damage, but Cookie just making the push. Ascendance, we saw what happened in the last game. Can they do it? Can they send Overload down to the
double
lower
sweep?
The double stun comes in. Brunhilde.
And a pop.
At the same time, Oscar's getting incredibly low.
Huge pop lands a perfect slicing wins. Can maybe force more.
Is quite immense right now.
This is a hectic game number 4. It's match point. Naptime look to advance to championship Sunday. The underdogs, the newcomers, the dark horse of the tournament, the only paladin in the entire AWC right now.
Not quite necessarily that.
He's got the spirit of modified,
but
the spirit of
this is also paladin
inside of him on this paladin. Everybody's abandoned it, thrown in the towel, re-rolled to Holy Priest or Resto Druid, but Atsuki's making it work. Andre on that Fury Warrior. We've not seen a lot of Warriors either, seeing a lot of success, and they are. Oh, JT got a huge amount of mana. That's going to be great.
Monk's also playing Conduit.
Even still, I feel like this Monk could just die at any moment. They catch him in a stun. Nice chastise on Andre.
Yeah, Paladin seems sick,
Stormbolt.
honestly.
A grapple weapon,
he was really good.
Ascendance procs are coming through for Cookie. Celestial Conduit. Nice knock on the Conduit. Pushing him away. Oscar's trying to get in here aggressively. Cookie gets counterspelled. Brunhilde's on target. Nice leg sweep here. Comet Storm comes in. Oh, the wind shear misses. It's overlapped a bit with the Fear. And it looks like Oscar likely can find a polymorph here pretty soon. Cookie goes for Hex again. They're just going to break that immediately. Oscar blinks in. He gets the polymorph. Oh, they overlap here. Paladin Trinket, Shaman Trinket within a couple of seconds of each other. That is an opening. They're still just trying to pressure Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde needs to be careful. He trades. They pop the Karma. Pop the Karma. They're not going to. They just swap Mage. They just kill him in one global. Swap to the Mage. He's done it 20% instantly. And that bop on a Karma could be threatening. He might just die anyways. It's a crazy pressure at the moment. Cookie looking to try and not topple. And she kites back to the pillar with Hatsuki, but Andre got left behind in a chastise. He's got wall, though. He can play aggressive here. He can bait himself as the target. He's charging in. Bladestorm, Fist of Fury parries that Bladestorm nicely. Shockwave comes in. Hatsuki's in a polymorph.
He's down through the wall.
No. Oh, is he going to die through Divine Shield? There's no way he dies through Divine Shield. Big heals come in.
They trade a lot
here. They
here.
have to grip the Monk away, but the Lava Burst's already in the sky.
If they can
Andre's
hold
gonna stun
on.
up the Mage. He's leaping in, looking to dunk. Nice life grips, man. JT's life grips. If they win this series, it's easily off of JT's life grips.
Yeah, really nicely done, making it more difficult for that Fury Warrior to connect. That's going to be
Damn,
the
it's
grapple
difficult to
weapon
watch.
there as well. Brunhilde gets the double stun, big slicing wins.
It's the nature of these tanky specs,
Atsuki in
I
a full
think, a
polymorph.
little
There is
bit.
no way out. They might be able to win the game and tie up this series, but at the same time, Brunhilde is getting low. Maybe overstaying is welcome. Let's see what his portal is. He's right on top of his portal right now. Hatsuki playing unafraid, trying to push in, but realizing got to top off the team first. It's a lot of pressure here from Overload, but if Naptime can stabilize, that Ascendance is rolling up in about 15 seconds.
All right, lined up with the Icy Veins here, though, but Brunhilde's caught in a Stormbolt. Do they get a proc?
I wonder if Paladin's been
he
a
wants
little
to
bit credit
use the Ray of
for.
Hope.
Paladin
Should be able to
Shaman
recover.
seems
Polymorphs
really
from the
good.
Warrior stalling the game, and Hatsuki's mana is now not looking great. Lay on hands available. Last line of defense here, likely. They've got pressure on Oscar. Maybe they can get him into a block here. They really need to. They can't. They're trying to go for it. They're leaping on top of the Mage. Barrier denies it. He gets blasted. He charges back in. Brunhilde's still getting pressured if Andre can get back here, but he's disarmed at the moment. He lands a Shockwave at least, but they pre-karma it. Nice pre-karma from Brunhilde. I'm really just staring at that Blessing of Protection and when they're going to use it. Lava Burst incoming on Oscar. Cookie's looking for a solo kill. They catch Oscar in a Stormbolt. All right, into a Hex. Brunhilde gets swapped back on. Where's his port right now? He's getting chopped. Where's his port? He's got leg sweep. Wall comes down. JT takes to the skies to avoid Hammer of Justice. Hatsuki has to pull away. Polymorph looks like it's going to break there, but massive damage crashing in on Cookie. Stone Bulwark going to trade. Ring Piece bounces her for a moment. Slicing Winds comes in. JT and the Hammer of Justice. Hatsuki was patient. Looking maybe for a blinding light as well.
Blind.
Brunhilde ports away, but Oscar's left behind. They could swap Holy Priest as well. Massive damage
there's the block.
crashing in. I cannot believe it. They forced the block from Oscar. Brunhilde is still being pressured.
It's looking rough now.
Is Naptime actually doing
I
this,
think
man?
they're going to do it, man.
Ascendance proc. Everyone's getting
Brunhilde,
pressured.
we've got Disarm,
JT
we've got
has so much work
Diffuse.
at the moment.
Oscar's
He's got
still
Guardian
low.
Spirit. He's stabilizing Brunhilde. He's pulling Oscar back from the brink. I don't even think Overload can believe the position they're in right now. They're trying to get a kill here with the Comet Storm on Cookie.
We trade the wall.
With the Ring of Frost, but Cookie gets a
still have wall
pre-astral
on.
shift. Brunhilde's in trouble, caught in a Shockwave. Everybody is running.
I mean,
Everybody
Overload
is
is
so
fucked.
high. Cookie has confidence. Lasso comes through, and they are pushing Overload back right now.
Yeah, Brunhitty's in a lot of trouble. All 3 members are low. Nap time.
Oh, the Ray comes in,
to
but
the
it's getting
lower
executed
bracket.
at least
Can they do it
once.
At the same time, though, this is the Icy Veins. They
We're
need to be a
sending it
little bit
back.
careful. Hetsuki doesn't have much, but
We're
Brunhitty
sending
is
it
low. Finally
back.
gets topped off there. JT's
We have
flying
Lay.
in the sky.
They're low on mana, both low on mana.
Oscar has an ice block. Might have to trade it. Andre is just all over him at this point of the game. Cookie continuing to make a push. Big explosion of
Oscar
damage.
blocked,
Oscar could
second
go
one.
down.
Cookie with
Ice block
Lay
trades.
still available.
Brunhitty has bought enough time for that touch
That's
of karma,
it.
but at the same time, Cookie's in a lot of trouble. I feel like they're going to have to play defensive here.
Oh, lay on hands available. No mana left in the tank. They get around the ice wall. Brunhitty, when's he
No,
going to
I
make a push?
think-
Andre's just
I
going for
think-
a kill on the healer by himself. Andre is just reckless abandon going after JT. Is that the right maneuver? He's going to have to get back onto the mage here. No blocks. Hammer Justice on Brunhitty.
Oh, that
This
was
is
the lay.
There's no bop for the karma.
30
Oscar's getting
seconds is
soloed.
me tough.
Oscar's getting soloed by the warrior. Dragon's Breath. Can he escape? They swap back to JT. He's like, nah, bro. Angel time. I'm immune. They got
We're
baited.
dead.
They got baited. Angel form baited them. Cookie's so low. Divine Shield comes up in 1 second. Avenging Crusader is not
Sacrifice.
visit enough. Sacrifice redirects
Wait,
some damage. but
bubble
it's a triple.
sack.
Oh, the Divine Shield. Big heals come in. Hetsuki's charging in. Blinding Light. They have to
This
win.
is
It's
it.
do or
Down to
die
the
for
wire.
Nap
They
time
have to go right
Can they
now.
get the kill on
Oscar,
He's
huge
shut up and he
trouble.
gets gripped. Odd Hammer Justice triggered into a void shift probably here in the next couple of seconds. They disarm the warrior.
Huge
Andre
upset
can't get on
possible.
target.
Andre very,
Cookie's got
very
wall coming
close.
up in 1
If he
second here.
connects,
And if she trades it
Stormbolt
effectively,
connects.
they should be able to win. They get
Trinkets.
catch a stun on Andre. Paralyze the shaman. Here comes the
We
heroism.
have wall.
Big damage incoming. If Andre gets there, Oscar's likely going to go down. He gets a Dragon's Breath.
They're both
with a
so
millimeter
close to
of
arriving,
space
man.
away from
We
Andre.
have 10
They swap back
seconds.
on
Oh, it's
Brunhitty.
going to be
He
over.
chains that
Look at
defuse.
this,
Cookie
man.
likely
It's
to go
so
down.
close.
Massive damage incoming. Cookie falls first.
3
JT void shift.
seconds on
If
a
they can get
send.
to JT. They might be able to kill him. He lands on the
JT.
ground.
JT!
He lands. I think it's going to be
It's
a
a death
negative
ray.
ray if they don't
It's a death
CC
ray.
the warrior right now. Bladestorm comes through.
There's the
Triple
ray.
Fear rips it. They're trying to 2v3.
Oh, it doesn't
as
kill it.
Nap time versus the number
Hey.
1 seed in Europe. And Bruni goes down. But it's warrior versus mage here,
Oh,
man. And Andre,
such a
they
close
fought
game.
valiantly, but
Crazy
cannot
game.
ultimately pull it off. But they are putting on
Bro,
a show
3
in Game
seconds.
4. We are going to Game 5.
Now, the craziest thing about this is the way this
Oh my
shaman is
goodness.
playing.
I mean,
This
overall,
shaman?
both of their wins.
I'll show you this point. And I'm wondering if it was good, if it was a good
Snap
play or
action.
not a good play, but like
Blinding
kind of
Light.
like that last,
Brunhitty's caught in a
right
storm
before
ball.
bubble sack
Do they get a pro-
happens.
moment?
You'll
Cookie.
see it. I think it's right. I think it's here.
Oh, is he going to die through?
No, it can't be
Oh,
here.
hop
The,
this
the
portal
game's
right
way more damage
Crashing
than
in.
this. The next, there must be a
On the
second bubble in
shockwave,
this
Everybody
game.
is rotting. On Brunhitty. This is the
Yeah.
there's no bop for the karma.
So it's this point here, right? This the
maneuver.
shaman kites behind pillar, and I'm like, okay, they're gonna sit behind the pillar and chill for a bit.
He's gonna have
What
to
the
get back
sha-
on the
what they
mage here.
do
No
is-
blocks. Hammer
Brunhitty's gonna push in. The shaman's gonna just jump with no CDs at the mage.
Justice on Brunhitty. This is the
Look at
no
this.
bop for the karma.
Look what he-
Oscar's
okay,
getting
he
soloed.
says,
Oscar's
I wouldn't do this. This. It seems insane. It seemed really good.
getting soloed by the warrior.
Look, he
Dragon's
leaps. She leaps directly in
breath. Can he escape? They swap back
with
to JT.
nothing.
He's like, nah.
They have no CDs at this point. Like the if you look at the actual, like if you go back 10 seconds, you can see there's no wall, there's no sacrifices, no bubble. We just say fuck it and we just jump in at them.
Soloed. Oscar's getting soloed by the warrior.
And it's
Dragon's
actually
breath.
crazy good.
Can he escape? They swap.
It's just interesting to see. I don't think other shamans on EU are playing that way, and I think it's straight aggression. But yeah, it's a really interesting play. I think if they
Go
were
back to-
caught, I mean, again, this game came down to 3 seconds, literally 3 seconds. But they're playing crazy good. I don't know,
They need
but
the
the-
balconies.
I have no clue, Meta. But
I need the
they've been
balconies
calling
for
her a
the
girl,
monk.
so I don't know.
By strat. Oh, Carnage.
Carnage.
Oh, it could backfire, but I like where you're going. I like where your head is at. I think that would be the most enjoyable one. I really do. I would love if they go to Cage. Please go to Cage. Please make Cage like the anti. You know what I mean? Because like Dobob used it to beat Echo, #1 seed. It's like the anti-meta players map. Like I want them to pick Cage because I think it could be good. Could backfire a little bit. But with the knockbacks and with the shaman mobility, maybe it actually is a good pick for them. And it's just a crazy map. Like this series looks this wild on Tolvaron Arena. Like I do want to see it. Please pick Cage. I don't know if they're listening to me. I mean, it's obviously their competition on the line, so if they don't think it's the best, they shouldn't do it. But like, I would love to see the Cage. Everybody wants to see this series play out on the Cage.
Yeah, we got an opportunity to interview the teams too, and Cookie was saying that she's been playing with Andre for the past 2 years. Hetsuki has kind of became their main healer, and they're going to continue to play with Hetsuki, even though Paladin is not the best right now. A solid team with friends is more important than playing with random players. I mean, if you can't, I mean, you got to be cheering for that, right? Like the power of teamwork and friendship.
The power of teamwork.
For
Isn't that
underdogs,
your
right?
staple? Isn't that your trademark?
I like that, yeah. Yep.
I feel like you don't follow that trademark anymore.
talking about?
I feel like you're pretty.
But I think the 43-month resub, man.
Dude, I'm still just an arcane mage, just trying to make it in a crazy world, you know? Like I
Is
Dark
really
Ranger
that
or
crazy as
Sentinel?
an
I'm not
arcane
sure
mage
right now which is better of those two.
You having a hard
Max
time
is kind of
deciding?
falling off a bit.
You
Most
got
are
beat
still
by the
playing
Arcane Mage.
Dark Ranger, I
It
think.
looked,
He won a game.
difficult.
Look at Boomkin. That didn't win a game. He won a game. Okay, look at Cubsy. What do you mean? Z-Pie's first. I've never seen him play an arcane mage. I don't even know where that came from.
We're not gonna compete for
loadouts
which is the
are-
worst
yeah.
Mage or Boomkin, okay? Like
If you want 'em.
that. Look at you. You got your Ruins of Lordaeron map. You should be happy.
Yep. I mean, I guess I win no matter what. They pick Cage, I'm happy. They pick Runes, I'm happy. Like, either one of those two is good. And they're keeping Brunhilde in. So, I feel like it didn't, like, that win was not guaranteed for them. So, like, locking in the Monk after how wild that game ended, it's pretty scary. Like, Brunhilde got a lot of really good ports with those giant pillars where he just goes completely out of the game. I don't think he's going to get that luxury on Runes of Lordaeron, so they might get slapped around here. We're going to game 5. This is a series where you're kind of expecting, like, maybe Nap Time fluked out a little bit, you know, in the upper bracket or something to get to this position because they got the Paladin, the Warrior, they're newcomers, but they're definitely showing us that it was not a fluke to get to this position if they're taking the #1 seed to game 5 here. Runes of Lordaeron making them sweat the entire way with this composition. Just really good strategy, really good execution on their side. Power of teamwork and friendship as well is holding them afloat here, and it's a battle of the underdogs. David versus Goliath here, and Nap Time are looking to make
I'm gonna
a
be honest.
statement. I mean, I don't know if we have like the point standings to look at
This
exactly, like,
the loser of this
deficit at the
game
moment
goes and
between
fights
Overload and
MVQ.
Nap Time as far as the cups are
MVQ
concerned, but
MVQ's team want to fight Nap Time. I actually think MVQ's team soft count as Nap Time, if not completely hard count as Nap Time.
It's likely going the distance.
But
And the series
Overload's a
is now
different
it's a
story.
marathon.
Overload's a
And you keep it
tough
up.
one.
Every game is like 10 minutes. Like, so this is like, I can't do math. This is almost an hour long, just on gameplay series. Like, and you make any mistakes, they can end instantly. This isn't like it's 10 minutes of just not really a lot is happening. Like, it's 10 minutes of if you stay in too long, you're dead. If you disarm too early, you're dead. If you're not catching out sheep at the right time, you're probably dead. So very close calls for both teams. Intensity is at its highest. Overload, their #1 seed, is in jeopardy if they get knocked down this early, because you better believe that Dobov and Echo in the next series are just like, please knock Overload down. Please knock Overload down, so that we can start climbing that ladder and take that #1 spot for ourselves. This is easily the most competitive season I think we've seen for Europe. It's usually top heavy, right? Like Echo at this point, usually like double or triple the points. You're just like, we're not even talking about their team anymore at that point. It's like, who's getting second? That's what we're really debating with Europe. But this time, that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case with Europe. Anybody, I legitimately think anybody at this point could take #1 in Europe. It is that seriously competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute joy to watch. And I think one thing to note as well, if we go back to just the maps and this particular matchup, on that last game, we saw JT sneak away and get a drink. When JT was at a massive mana disadvantage, snuck away, got a massive drink, and it looked at that point like the late game advantage was going to be going to Overload, but somehow Nap Time once again equalized it. Like, both healers were out of mana. So on a small map like this, if JT isn't able to actually sneak away and get a drink, I mean, that even plays further into the win condition here for Nap Time. So I feel like this game is not looking bad. Brunhilde as well, I mean, maybe needs to warm up on the Windwalker Monk just a little bit. Seen him play the Windwalker, super good at it, but you know, having to bounce around between, you know, the Rogue and the Windwalker Monk, it could be one of those things too where Overload starts getting better in this matchup and they get more pressure. But yeah, I don't know. It's been exciting. Like you said, it's been a great season. It's been very back and forth. Even sitting down and having an opportunity. Well, not sitting down. I sat down and went in Waz's stream. He was saying that, like, when the teams are wargaming right now, there's no team that really comes out ahead. Like, even though certain teams are winning cups, in war games, it's just so back and forth, 50-50. Anyone can win any matchup and makes it really fun to spectate.
All right, here we go. Overload versus Nap Time. It's game #5. David versus Goliath. The newcomers versus an insanely strong team. Best
You know what's
RP
funny
in
about
Europe
this?
right now in my books until Echo beats
The
them,
funniest thing about this
in a
is actually
mere
newcomers
head-to-head.
versus
Once again,
newcomers.
later on, and we are jumping into Runes of Lordaeron.
Brunhilde's team
Would be a
with like
final
the team that
fitting
came
resting
through, with
place as it
JT
is a
especially,
cemetery.
right?
It's guaranteed
With
to be a
Hulibang,
final resting
they
place
kind of
for
came
one of these
through
teams.
at the start of
There's no
Dragonflight as like
second
this new
chances.
team.
It's been a marathon of a series,
And
10
now it's the
game,
opposite.
10
Now you've got
game
Nap Time coming through as the
raw
newer
intensity.
team.
Either side could go down at any moment, and this is a cutthroat map. There's almost nowhere to hide. Brunhilde's trying to take to the side here and get whatever position he can with his portal to line of sight, which is that's probably the best position he's going to get. Cookie's just immediately blasting with heroism. They intercept it with a double leg sweep. Caught into a storm. Big lava burst. Big combo onto Brunhilde. Cookie is ripping him apart, almost peaking 2 million DPS in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, massive cooldowns committed there by the side of Napa, and I like it. Try to get Overload on the back foot in the early stages of the match. Oscar taking quite a bit of damage. This map is going to be a lot more
it'd be
difficult
disrespectful
for him
to
to pull
mention
away
Echo a lot,
and
right?
make space.
Echo, the
reigning
reigning EU champs for like 5 consecutive seasons,
create that kind
maybe
of
6.
Brunhilde getting really low.
They've won every
now,
single one
in
for the last 4 years.
It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. But JT
Since
has
2019 BlizzCon, they've won every single one.
Nice stun on Oscar. Big lava burst. Ray of Hope comes in. Should likely recover. They swap back on Brunhilde. Huge swap. Brunhilde's getting destroyed to the bop to Karma. I really want to see them use a bop on a Karma at some point in this game. I think
that's pretty sketchy to do now.
By removing one of those Karmas aggressively. The bop's not going to provide too much advantage defensively against the mage. So
Karma just dies.
Karma, I'm really waiting to see if Hetsuki makes a play like that. He's line of sight. No, he gets caught in a polymorph. Nice catch from Oscar. Cookie's going to trade Stone Bulwark. They're cutting through it. Blink Mass Poly. Insane catch from Oscar, but into the triple leg sweep. Nice catch, but they just take no damage. There's not even a dent there. Now Oscar's caught in a Stormbolt. Cookie is loading up. Big Primordial Wave. Half of Oscar's HP gone into Global. Another half is gone. Ice Block number 1 out of the way from Oscar, and they're going to switch back probably on Brunhilde. It looks like they're hitting JT. He takes to this guys. Overload are terrified. They catch Brunhilde with no trinket and a lightning lasso. Andre is chopping once again. But it looks like Brunhilde's able to escape, get back onto Cookie, start ramping up. There's still no wall for 10 seconds. Can they stay on target here? Oscar's staying aggressive. Dragon's Breath on the Warrior, but now Hetsuki can avoid the Polymorphs without that Dragon's Breath available. They go for Paralyze instead into a Polymorph, but it'll be on DR. They stun the Polymorph. Great defense for Hetsuki. Oscar is in trouble. Hetsuki's charging in. Brunhilde is rotting down, and Overload are getting kind of rocked right now, Vinruki.
I love this Warrior plays.
Yeah, Hetsuki is always in a position to land that Hammer of Justice
He's
onto
just
JT.
everywhere.
This game is just really unstable. Oscar just cannot kite the same way on this map we saw on other
Warrior
maps. There's just
he's
not
playing
that much space. This
Thane,
team is
and
really
he's just
paying
kinda
dividends
everywhere.
here for Hetsuki and Cookie, just working together as a unit right now, pulling Brunhilde out of line of sight and just forcing them into the clutches of Andre on that Fear War. At the same time, though, Cookie taking some damage. The Polymorph does land. Cookie needs to be very careful. Hetsuki doesn't have to trade out the trinket, and it looks like Cookie will easily survive. But that was a trinket at the same time.
Brunhilde almost gets blasted.
Needs to kite away. He's got the Touch of Karma available, but nap time is really putting on some solid pressure. I mean, look at the damage meters right now.
Look at Andre is top of the meter. He hasn't been top of the meter the entire series. He wants this so badly right now against a Mage Windwalker. Topping the meter is so impressive. Trying to get some uptime here. Celestial Conduit. Big push on the Cookie. Psychic Scream gets tremored by Cookie. Brunhilde gets knocked away. Oscar gets a Polymorph. Hetsuki trinkets it to stay aggressive. And this is the bop I'm talking about. Brunhilde's last line of defense here is Karma. So if Hetsuki gets a critically timed bop, maybe he doesn't want to risk it, then he can't use Lay on Hands. It's a really difficult decision to make for Hetsuki. He's dodging the Snowdrift of Oscar right now. Cookie's getting blasted, though. A lot of damage at the moment incoming. As she jumps over to safety, Brunhilde gets caught in the lasso. Oscar gets a counterspell. Nice blink counterspell. Triple leg sweep from Brunhilde. Oscar blinking in. Triple Comet Storm. Massive cleave damage. Looking for a Hex off that Fear. Nice Hex. Stun on JT. Beautiful crowd control from Nap Time. Re-engagement onto Brunhilde, but he recovers from JT. And now the Paladin's in a Fear. Cookie's in trouble. Lay on Hands has to come through. There is no second chances. It's game 5.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Hetsuki uses the Divine Shield as well as the Lay on Hands. Brunhilde getting absolutely smoked, but I think that's
that was a barely positive ray.
Fully. Cookie's still getting low, though. Hetsuki and Cookie, this is such an unstable game here on Ruins
this
of
could
Lordaeron.
Easily be Karma. A little more damage than
goes
enough,
to the lower
but they're
bracket.
both
The
kind
winner
of playing carefully.
in a great position, so we'll see what they can end up doing here. Cookie still getting the damage out. Lava Burst flying in onto Brunhilde. He's got the Touch of Karma available, but he's afraid to make a push. At the same time, Oscar is getting absolutely destroyed. Hammer of Justice lands once again, and these close quarter combat is really favoring the Paladin, but finally gets caught into a full Polymorph. Cookie could be in danger. The full Hex lands once again. A beautiful Hex there by Cookie.
Tremor Totem on the Fear. Brunhilde is isolated. No Karma. Andre has got cooldowns up. Recklessness is coming up pretty soon. He's getting a reset on that Rage Expenditure.
Whoa, but it's actually not that good.
Andre's isolated. Oh, no. He trades out the Enraged Regen. It looks like he'll recover. He's charging in. Andre doesn't care. He's throwing caution to the wind. He's charging in at 30%. Will he regret it? It's match point. Trying to close out the game. But he's running out of cooldowns. Polymorph on Hetsuki. Andre's going toe-to-toe with Brunhilde.
Oh, Andre's very vulnerable now.
Oscar is stunning Hetsuki. Freedoms to avoid it. Oscar could be in trouble.
Oscar,
aggressive.
Oscar in huge trouble. Gets back to him.
Hammers are down onto JT. I think this is his second block. Second block is out of the way. Big swap back onto Brunhilde with the lightning lasso. Oscar has to cancel it to counterspell it. And Oscar is still critically low at the end of that block.
He's on him.
I can't believe it. Andre gets knocked away. Cookie is firing on all cylinders. Lava burst after lava burst to take down Oscar, but Oscar is not going down.
Both are vulnerable.
They're totally
the 58-month reset, buddy. Happy Friday, man.
Windwalker damage. Brunhilde is ramped up to max. Andre managed to escape. Cookie is escaping off to the side as well. Ring of Frost comes through. Cookie's going to walk into that one, unfortunately. Nice Dragon's Breath.
We're still fairly vulnerable
Oscar
here.
takes the win share. Grounding Totem comes down. If Oscar gets a Polymorph, Andre's probably going to die pretty soon. Polymorph lands. He trinkets into another one, possibly. Hammer of Justice.
Oh, the
on
lead
nade.
pass
Brunhilde
defensively
is
gets
rotting.
across.
It's rock and roll time for nap time. They are so close to a win right now. Hetsuki charges in. Blinding light on the
Brunhilde can die in a stun.
Brunhilde's the target. He diffuses right away. Andre's in trouble. Hetsuki's crowd controlled. Is Andre going to survive? Can Cookie do anything? There's not really anything. Sacrifice comes through on their last leg. JT is into the skies. It just gets crazier and crazier. Andre gets behind the wall just in time. He's running for his life at the moment.
Brunhilde, though.
Firing up
Brunhilde, though.
Massive cleave damage in onto Cookie. And this, I think a bop on the karma has to happen. It has to happen, I think, if they want to win this.
Yeah, if they get the pressure, they might be able to do it at the same time, though. Oscar is getting low, and they take him down. He blinks away. He's got the cold snap. Doesn't want to throw the game.
He leaves
He's
us
using greater invisibility. Looking
Oscar
for a
getting
polymorph.
blasted.
Can he find it? JT's getting low as well. Andre is just all over JT. The polymorph lands. Good defensive peels. Brunhilde comes back, gets the disarm as well onto Andre. Now
You almost have so much on Hetsuki, by the way. This game is almost. This game is going to turn hugely in the next 10 seconds.
Oscar is looking for something, but he gets caught into a full hammer of justice.
This game is already turning.
Beautifully
Honestly,
done there by JT.
it's Cookie that's the opening right now. Oscar in trouble, no blocks. Oh, one block actually.
It's going to be Brunhilde that could fall. The lightning lasso
Holy
comes in,
shit, there's
still
the
not
karma.
sure The karma finally does.
We still have a bob, but it's fine.
Not to trade.
Lay on hands, lay on hands, lay on
I
hands.
think
Lay
it's
on hands
safe.
comes in on Cookie. Brunhilde's in trouble. He can't bop the karma. He's on forbearance. He's trying to run away. Brunhilde is scared. They're scared. How are Overload scared right now versus nap time? The lowest seed, I think, in the tournament right here. Taking #1
That's
seed
crazy.
for
That's
a run for
crazy
their money.
because he is
Game
in the most
5.
trouble.
I
One
can't
more
believe it.
connects
They're
and
so
he dies.
close to a kill right now. They disarm Andre, trying to slow down his damage, but Cookie and Andre are just monsters.
He's 2
at the
rampages
moment
away
on
from
the
winning this
damage
game,
meter. JT's
and
in
they're on
angel
top
form,
of him.
and he's
They're
so
2
happy.
away.
He's
One
dead.
hits.
Angel form. Brunhilde is just dying through everything that JT is throwing onto him at the moment. I can't believe it.
There's
He's
no
gone to a
wall.
polymer. Might have to bubble just a
No
tiered
sack.
polymer.
Bubble would be
Ice wall
good.
comes down.
Oh,
no,
such
touch
a
of death
close
comes
game.
in. Brunhilde will close the series out, and nap time are going to the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, what
That's crazy.
Insane series. The ice wall comes down, gets a surprise. I mean, Hetsuki had the divine shield. I feel like that wall didn't come and ruin the plans of nap time. This could have looked a little bit different here, but ultimately Overload will secure the win. But I have to say, I mean, if you're one of these teams in the tournament, watching what nap time is able to do here against Overload, you got to be horrified. I mean, this is a real threat in that lower bracket now for any of these teams. These are these final moments. You get the polymorph onto Hetsuki, and here comes the wall, and unfortunately, there's just really not too much. Hetsuki really didn't even have a response. Honestly, it had to be like a trinket or a divine shield a little bit sooner. Maybe Andre could have played a little bit more defensive during those moments, because if they held on there, I think this game was theirs.
I think running into that ring, I don't know if we're going to watch the replay back again, but Hetsuki, I don't know if that, sometimes the rings are invisible, so I don't know if that was invisible for him or not in that position, but he actually just ran into a ring. He was on the top of the tomb, and then he ran into the ring. What, right here? He fakes kick, and then he puts a ring down on the tomb, and then Hetsuki runs into it.
I'm not sure.
So, like, that all the momentum was just grabbed right there. Like, if he doesn't run it into the ring or he just bubbles instantly, I feel like if he
Gets
just bubbled
wrapped
instantly,
off.
he might
Yeah,
just
I think
kill
it was a
Brunhilde
bubble.
through everything.
The
Like I
tomb's
said, it's a
not
marathon of
on.
a
Nah,
series,
so
man.
here's the thing, right? The ice wall is actually bigger than that, so it's kind of. I mean, yes. Let's have a look.
Hitting through everything.
It's a pretty perfectly positioned wall. He's honestly dead center of it, so you can kind of see it's kind of it's blocked out by the pillar right now. But let me put this up real quick. So if you look at this, right, he is. When this opens, Paladin is right here, right? The wall is basically dead. He's basically dead center of it. But it actually goes. It can reach further to the sides. So technically speaking, the wall probably ends like hairish. Like his options are to go like this or go like this. It's pretty close to the same, I think. It's just a really well positioned wall that doesn't give him a good out. And he actually initially gets ropped. So he starts out in a polymorph in the middle, and he gets ropped to this spot, and then the wall connects. So it's really well played. I mean, it's a really perfect positioning for it.
gamers, but that's going to be
He can't
another
jump
challenge
over
for
it
them
now.
for
It's
sure.
really
That's
tall.
the team that sent Chibaku Tensei out of the bracket. So if we do see that matchup, or well we are going to see that matchup later on today, well, how do you feel like that is going to go?
Incredibly
Tease
close
based on
series.
what we just saw. Yeah, take a breath.
I mean,
take a breath.
nap time, like Cookie was taking Zeepai in games in Elemental Shaman Mirrors in Cup number 1.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that they have a fair shot, but at the same time, SQ on Resto Druid, he was really good. Like that was, you know, considering that we don't really know him as like a streamer or personality or something like that. Like he was.
Oh, I think I'm
really
so happy about this, by the way. So what you're seeing here, look at the bottom here. This is the matchup. MVQ, if they win this, they are top 8. If they lose this, they're not top 8. They basically going to knock out Streamer Zone. So you see Streamer Zone here, lost in the lower bracket. They are currently tied on points. They both have 72 apiece. Actually, maybe it's 52. Either tied on points. I think they're tied on points. They both have 72 apiece. But this is like the best matchup for them, just because of their specific matchup. I think DH might be superior to Warrior in that matchup. A DH training an Ellie versus a Warrior, I think DH can really melt them. So I actually think that I would certainly pick MVQ to kind of get through that. I don't know if Nats have any other comps they can play, but I do think that the default DH Ellie Adrude should be incredibly powerful into Warrior Ellie HPEL, in my opinion. So MVQ are very happy with that. That's like their best case scenario, but it was a really close series. Sorry, I'm pausing randomly a lot.
Big plays on that Druid. So I don't like, and Super Duper Gamers need this, right? I don't think they're in the top 8. I don't know if we have the points. They were like 11th or something. I don't know where they're standing.
They're probably talking about that now,
but like I feel like
it's a huge deal for MVQ.
Okay, so they're in 9th. So oh my God, wait, do they not?
Oh yeah,
out
that's it.
If they win, right?
They're one game away.
Oh my God.
Wait, no. Okay. They tie with both by getting this game. It's actually bigger than that. But I think they have to go 2 then.
Oh my God, that is
break before we do get to that lower bracket round. But that is another one that I am very excited for. Echo, of course, they are the team that has been the top dog in EU for so long, but they are in trouble of getting knocked out of the top 3 to make it to the grand finals. And Dobob definitely clawing their way to that top spot if they can get there. This is a team that kind of newly formed this season, but has really been impressing everyone so far. So we can talk about that series a little bit once we come back from the break before we get into it. But that is kind of it for that series. So we're going to take a break ourselves. So we're going to head off. And when we come back, it is the upper bracket match. It is
I'm not sure Windwalker is that good.
Next, you definitely don't want
the
to
best
miss
comp
this
for
one.
Windwalker
Be right
Monk,
back.
I think, in MOP Classic, from what I understand, is with a Ellie Shaman, is what I was told. But I imagine it's also good with Warlock and also Mage. I think those are the three you're looking to play more than anything. I didn't know about balance, but yeah. I think Lock is good too. Affliction's decent with it too. Balance the King of Threes and Mop? I don't know if Balance was played at all in Mop. Is it actually in private servers the best? That's interesting. Oh wait, no, it was. It was played with yeah, okay, and the damp. I remember that now. Yeah, because I think I won it. Fucking LSD 2 won BlizzCon that year because of the weird dampening change. Yeah, I remember now. I mean, DKs are just as dog shit in Mop, if I'm being real. Mop is probably the least my least favorite DK expansion was Mop. I think that while they're okay, yeah, it wasn't a great time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Chan is currently in the process of raising his desk. Good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. It is Dobob versus Echo. Very, very excited for this series. Chan, I'm going to hand it off to you first. What's your take on this series? Do you think Echo can defeat Dobob, given that this is a rematch as well?
My heart says yes. And my heart says it's going to be a 3-1. You know, one loss to Dobob because Raiku's going to die pre-block, so I am going to put that caster curse on Raikou. I'm sorry. But my head says it's a 3-0 for Dobob. And it's a three-peat for them. They face them every single cup. First match on Friday. And honestly, there is a massive mental block, it seems like, for Echo with Ezia.
Yeah.
Ezia alone, not to take away from Relza or Flappers, but this guy has been single-handedly causing Echo problems. Last season, this season, he is, fully CCing them, ice walling, just getting cheese kills all the time, and Echo just hasn't found a way around it yet. So today we'll see if anything is different, but I am looking forward to a Raikou death pre-block, and
That's
I need
horrible.
to see this at least once in my life.
Does he know that you're just rooting for his downfall?
Absolutely.
He does.
Hopefully I don't make him choke. Hopefully I do.
I don't know. I think
I'm not gonna worry. He's probably gonna be more concerned about if I picked his team to win or not, as far as getting cursed, because my predictions have not been good throughout this. But Tessia has been an MVP for a long time, just like Chan said. Moving from last season, we just had highlight reels, best play of the year. I think Chan was the victim of the best play of the year, actually.
Oh no.
so he knows firsthand what Tessia is capable of.
Yeah.
And I want to add on to that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Aya.
No, it's okay.
Thesia is perhaps the only player in the world in 12 years I competed that has made me felt like that, where I'm just getting completely outplayed in a tournament. I'm speechless. My team is raging around me. I have no idea what's going on. So the highest praise for him. I think he's probably the best mage right now. He's just the playmaker and a half.
Wow. Poor Raikou, man. You're just taking all kinds of...
Slamming
That's
him.
not to take away from Raikou. That's
I got it.
praise for Thesia.
For sure. No, I mean, that was going to be my question to you, Chan, is like your take on Dobob. So it sounds like you definitely hold them in high regard, especially considering your prediction is 3-0 in favor of Dobob. Subtees, what is your prediction for the series?
Past performance is not indicative of future results, but based on Echo's performance in previous season cups, they might drop a first cup, they start speeding up in second cup, but they usually start winning by the last cup. So I'm just basing off of history and going with Echo with this one, although I do think it's a very close race. I think it's going to be like 3-2 for Echo, but Echo is a team where I feel like I'm seeing it kind of repeat a little bit, where they kind of drop the ball. They're not sure exactly what's going on with the meta, choke a little bit on some of the earlier cups, but then by the last cup and the finals, then they're just max power.
Okay. I'm kind of on the same boat you are, Super Tees. I feel like Echo is one of those teams that tends to bounce back really, really well. And oof, okay. All right, Chan is going against the grain here. I like it. The only that is so funny. Okay.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is Chan
I'm with you. I
Chan's
just feel like Echo,
3-0 Dobob? That's
They tend
crazy.
to adapt really quickly. Dobob, they've been such a fun team to watch and to see develop over the course of these last 3 cups. And I think the opposite of Chan
crazy.
is that like my heart tells me Dobob can win, but my brain is telling me that it'll be Echo. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Every year I feel like every cup. I feel like I'm rooting for Dobob just because they've been such a fun roster to see grow and develop. But Chan, I love that you're sticking with it. You don't even. It seems like you don't even think Echo can get a single game. You're a 3-0. I mean, that's the only 0 on the screen, and it's yours.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad, putting them on blast like this, and he is the best playmaker in WoW right now.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get started soon. I do wonder if we have time. We have a predictions leaderboard that we can show real fast. Don't
Am I
look
the
nervous.
bottom? Am I on the bottom?
No, you've been
Am I on
doing.
the
I feel like
bottom?
you've been doing well. I think I'm on the bottom.
It got reset, right? It got reset,
yes,
right? Because
it
Chan's
did.
here.
I think I'm on the bottom. Yes, see, you're fine. You're
Oh.
fine.
But the coin!
I'm on the bottom.
I'm not
dude.
even. We're all tied with the coin. Wait, we're all 666%. That's a bad omen.
That is a
That's
bad.
a bad.
omen.
That
That's
is a
not
bad.
good.
This is a bad omen. The coin is 666. Wait, how is the coin 666? I thought the coin is 50%.
So okay, so for that, so
You're saying it's
so
Or did,
Josh
no,
has
they're
possible
flipping
for
a
a coin.
coin
They're
now.
flipping an actual coin.
Oh
yeah,
my
they're
God.
doing that. So
We're no better than a coin. None of us.
dude, I'm at the very bottom. You could at least be there with me. So we can lock it in. We can lock it in. All right, let's lock in for this game though. It's game number 1. Ooh, they use like the inky black potion or something. The observers here love that. Dobob versus Echo, game number 1. Chan, we've got a mirror on our hands.
FMP mirror, the Waz form coming out to play. Now we haven't seen this one, and I don't think, you know, I'm happy to see them adapt and not stick to the RMP. We'll see what happens this game, but this, you know, this is a big change from Echo. Echo is used to playing their mains, sticking to the RMP, the Warlock, and it's not normal for them to go on the
Oh,
ults.
this is interesting.
What do you
Playing a
think
mirror
that's
with
I think Waz is just
what the
tilted on
fuck?
Rogue. I think he's been tweeting about how he's not playing Rogue ever again or something like that. I heard him talking about
That's
it on
kinda
the stream.
true.
And he's just kind of giving it up and re-rolling, I thought. But we saw a nice life grip there from the Priest, pulling the mage behind the wall just in time. I like this Vortex on Raikou. It's holding him down while he's pinned in the stun. He's going to have to trigger that Vortex before considering Shimmer. Raikou's playing really aggressive here. Double Shimmer, gets a Polymorph. Tessia is isolated. He barriers. He's pulling back to the pillar. Flappers are getting pressure up on Raikou. Raikou fakes an interrupt. Really trying to prove himself here. Raikou's trying to reclaim that throne as #1 Frost Mage in Europe.
Right now, I mean, Thesia sniping actually a poly on Waz earlier in the game, and right now, Dobom has all the momentum. You look at the damage meter, Echo is very, very far behind, and that's kind of been the same story as when they.
I mean, it's gonna be tough. You're playing against triple main.
Playing from behind.
It's gonna be
And now they're
very
playing the mirror,
difficult.
but they're behind in momentum, and that's not a good sign of things to come.
No, it's definitely not. And like going toe to toe with Flappers is also a statement because he came off of out of retirement this season, but he has been absolutely tearing it up on this roster. And look at the pressure from that damage that's mounting. We're not even a minute and a half into the game. We've seen some of these games go 10 minutes, and players are getting so critically low in these early stages. A big swap on Waz. Good recovery, but now Raikou is low. Mez trying to stabilize him at the pillar with shifting power from both mages. Counterspell on Tessia. He's not going to be able to shimmer. Raikou's trying to get into an aggressive position. Wall comes down, isolating him. Nice play here. Mez tries to reposition, but he walks into a Dragon's Breath, and oh no. Oh, thank God they didn't overlap right there. It was a trinket from Mez. No panic, ice block. But momentum, as you're saying, is just continuing to build for Dobob.
Yep, and a lovely ice wall from Thesia. Like I said, always making those plays. Getting a full sheep on Med now. What he did was he ice walled off Med, forcing him to go the other way, and then he played goalie, DBing him, forcing that trinket, and also just applying so much pressure. Look at Thesia's positioning. He's always walking towards Med, but he actually has to go into the block first.
Oh, that is a big trade, and he gets massive.
That actually is a big trade.
But Flappers is popping Incarnation, but Tessia's getting crit.
Shit.
Big hits
Lives.
there. Relza recovers. Close call, but Echo easily put
Was
themselves back
Raikou
in the
both
game.
in the
Raikou
bottom
gets ripped
half,
out of there by Mez.
unfortunately.
He can't play around with that Incarnation. He cannot.
Mez
let
just
the cat
casually
right
doing
now. It's
1.8
massive
million
damage.
HPS,
Flappers
no
gets a
problem.
bash. Tessia is in position. He can't fake the skull bash, but he's still got a Dragon's Breath. But now he's in a maim stun. Waz is getting good crowd control on Tessia here, shutting him down on his push, preventing their attack. He's got to be a bit concerned though. He gets caught in a stun for a moment. Big swap on Waz. He trades up the survival
It's probably
instincts. Now
fine.
swapping back on Flappers, possibly cleaving him down. Waz looking for Cyclones.
It's actually
Trying to find
crazy this
some
matchup played
heals.
out.
He finds now Flappers actually finds a Cyclone on Raikou at low health. Can they manage to chain that? Tessia gets feared away by Meh. Another polymorph attempt. He actually gets the polymorph with no death. Was it on cooldown there? Raikou could be in trouble. So Waz is in a Cyclone. I think this is going to be a block. Easily a block. Is there a Master Spell? Looks like they're not really going to go for it, but there's still crowd control on Meh. They swap on Waz. This is a crazy setup from
Waz?
Dobob. So close to a kill.
Maybe
with the
dies
wall
this time,
down,
nope.
and Waz almost falling there. We're only 3 minutes into this game. Now a big setup on the Tessia. Echo need to bounce back if they want to take this.
And like I said earlier, I'm loving Thesia's positioning, just always standing close to Meh, trying to pressure. And Raikou and Waz, they're feeling like they're dying. They're feeling like they have to pull back sometimes. And the end result of that is because Thesia is so much closer to the enemy healer, they're able to get CC much easier. As I say that though, Raikou was able to snipe a DB sheep on Relza, forcing his trinket.
Ooh, big push on Tessia. Raikou getting pressured. Waz gets knocked away. Ring of Frost defensively. Nice Cyclones from Flappers. Big bite on Raikou. That was a nice chomp. But it looks like Mez in a good position to recover. Tessia is getting aggressive. As you've been highlighting, Tessia is just constantly pushing the pace. Rels has been getting way more breathing room for most of this game because Tessia is playing so aggressive. Waz getting bleeds up on Flappers. Maybe a swap there. Bleeds up onto Tessia. Swapping back over. Raiku's playing defensive. And it's not normal that we see Echo play so defensive. They just can't maneuver away from this position. Nice Dragon's Breath on the clone from Tessia. Waz getting shut down. Big damage incoming. Now, is this the moment of opportunity? When are they going to get in on top of Meh? It's such a dangerous game. Look at the damage they're exchanging back and forth. They're critically low. Raikou has to get gripped out. Flappers get swapped on. Meh is into Angel Form. Rels is into Angel Form, mirroring each other so
This has gotten a lot more even out.
An ice block lead
Kind
for
of.
Dobob.
I mean, Waz has
That is
definitely been
the
on
Incarn and the
tear.
veins from both teams though, so things are going to slow down quite a lot now. But overall, the games, in terms of cooldowns, it's quite equal, but it's clear that Dobob has all the momentum. Whereas dying as well at the same time.
Raikou
Big
doesn't
catch
have to
on
block.
Raikou. Oh, the vortex.
Really good vortex. Oh,
my
that is a
God,
block.
Sick plays from Flappers.
Really good vortex.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that is a
God,
block.
sick plays from Flappers. That
They
forces
had
the
to.
second block. Just when you think the damage is going to slow down, Incarn's on cooldown, Icy Veins is on
Mage
cooldown.
diff?
Flappers and Tessia
I don't know.
find
if-
an opportunity
Do you agree
to
with
force
that?
that last major
Really?
ice block and the Guardian Spirit.
I
from
don't think
Mez.
that's what's
Big
happening.
opening. Mana is tied. Waz is sitting through a Cyclone at the moment, but he's catching
There's a lot
Flappers
more
on
that comes
damage.
that
It's
plays
really
into that.
important that Raikou gets his damage picked up. He's almost getting doubled on
Guardian
damage
Alert's
now
not a huge
at
deal.
the 5-minute mark. He's getting
It's a
totally
minute.
destroyed. It could be a void shift at any moment.
got
If
Train
Mez
Swap
not careful here,
if we need.
he gets counterspelled possibly. Looks like they're committing the counterspell on Waz. He's looking for another Cyclone. Nice stun into Cyclone on Flappers. Take the Druid out of the game for a little bit. Raikou's trying to reposition. He's getting aggressive. He blinks on top of Relze. He gets feared, though. He couldn't find the polymorph. Nice fear on Raikou.
Raikou just doesn't have any opportunities this game to get aggressive, and he's just playing to live, and it's just a constant problem. Look at Thesia, he's got precog right now. He's threatening.
I don't know if it's a fair. I mean, I think Waz is definitely doing quite well still.
Point of view, because the game is collapsed on top of him. It's too close to him. He has to worry about all these CCs. Whereas on Dope, amazing grip from Relza on the Ice Ball. Foresight of that.
Oh, big catch on Waz now. Barkskin looks like it should be enough here, but it's a lot of mana if Meh has to spam flash heals for these couple of seconds. Tessia getting pressured. Maybe Echo aren't
Thanks
out
for
of it.
being here, buddy.
Raiku's finally getting into the middle of the map and a little bit further away from Meh, but Flappers fakes an interrupt. I think he's going to be looking for Cyclones. He gets Maim stunned. Big pressure still on Raikou. No blocks remaining. Tessia is getting low as well. A massive exchange of Titans here in the upper bracket of Europe, Chan.
Incarn's coming up in just a few seconds for both Ferals right now.
Okay, it's looking
Ice Ball
like
coming down
it
from
could
Thesia.
be
Waz
dead. That
drop.
swap. Okay,
Gets a
that's
swap
very
from Meh,
bad.
So he'll be fine for now. But Incarn's
Raikou-
going to get popped by Flappers. Waz is going to
Yeah.
counter pressure right now. Landing a
Veins.
on Flappers Incarn. Lovely
Last
play,
block
forces
actually,
Thesia's
they're
block.
evened out.
And
It's
now
just the life swap diff,
anybody's
maybe.
game.
It's anybody's game.
Very close
6.5
on mana
minutes
too.
in
Matt
here.
holding on.
Tessia, he's getting pressure, but
Tessia,
nice stun on Raikou.
after
Waz is
block,
soloing
in
Tessia at
trouble.
the moment. Dragon's Breath gets dispelled. He's still going
Raikou
for it.
in tons of
Flappers
trouble
is going for it,
too.
but Flappers is low health as well. Massive
Both
fight
could
into
die. I
Tessia.
mean,
Relze
this is
has
just
to
everyone.
void
This
shift.
is swap.
It comes
Now
through, but
no one's
Raikou
got
blinks in. He's
anything.
finally getting to make a play. Can he get the
Wait a
polymorph
second.
out in time?
Tessia.
Tessia is so low, and somehow, some way,
dies
Echo
first.
managed to
That
pull
is
it off.
fucking
He's been on
crazy.
defense for
That is
6
actually
minutes straight.
fucking
Like
crazy.
you're saying, Matt is screaming that his team can't get anything going, but in the last second,
It's
they
funny
managed to
because
clutch it out.
in the end, Tessia's maybe the
This game was a bit
positioning.
tough to look at. I think, you know.
I mean,
the
this
overall
spot is
momentum was in Jacob's
impossible.
favor.
Look at this shit. This is almost unlosable. Look at. I want to show this point right before block and life swap get exchanged. Right. This position right here. We've got Veins up. We've got Incarn in 17, and we have fucking everything. We've got Trinket. We've got Swap. We're gonna have Angel exchanges for their Incarn. We've got Veins up. We've got a nice block ourselves. And on the side of Echo, in a couple seconds, I guess this is a bad freeze frame. In a couple seconds, Met is going to have to trade that for a swap on Waz. So I guess I can go a little bit further forward even, and I can show you the point that, you know, if I go forward just a teeny bit here,
well,
there's going to be an ice
Coming up
wall.
in just a
This ice wall here
so he'll-
forces life swap before Incarn. It's just unlosable. And then somehow they just rip through everything. They rip the last block. They rip a life swap, and they kill through all that. It is crazy.
any type of counterplay, because Dobob, they're probably not going to change their comp. So this is probably a mirror all the way through. No.
No, this is game 3 or game 5 of the same comp. I think the entire way through. I think it's obvious based on the last 2 weeks they're not queuing RMP into FMP. I watch Waz's stream. He's constantly talking about how.
Well, now you have to play the
FMP,
mirror
he's
over and over
really
again.
Convinced himself that Feral is the way forwards, and you can see why. Feral has Incarn. Outlaw Rogue doesn't have a pop. Feral Druid is going to do much more damage than the Rogue, and when you have a bit of a longer game, it's just the pressure difference is too much to keep up with.
Okay, so
I love the fucking violin playing as they talk about Waz having to play a different class.
Interesting that Dobob don't.
It is
pick
tragic for a Rogue to swap Rogue. I don't know if
they've
that's
been
necessarily the
picking that,
case.
Maybe it's their fallback
100%
their
of the
last
time.
game map, but they've been using Cage to beat Echo almost every time.
I love seeing them pick the Cage of Carnage, to be honest. There's a Z-axis factor in
That
there.
is a crazy one, though.
There's making plays, knocking people around. It is his kind of map. Maybe they just want something a bit more neutral, which is what Ashermane's fall is. Echo taking the time to pick now, but in the end, I think it's just going to be an FMP pick. They just want to use that time to talk through strategies, what went wrong that game, what they want to do better.
What does it look like? You've been on this team, right? So like, what does Echo look like after they win a game?
Show damage done after the game. The official not details. 1 second. Yeah, I can. It's one thing nice thing about streaming on YouTube is you can, or like streaming their YouTube,
making
is you can just look through.
based on the last two.
Here you go. So on actual damage, Flappers with 388. Raikou behind by a bit, but it's hard to say because Raikou also made up for that in healing. You can almost see like if you really want to break it down a little bit here, you can see 286 with 54 versus 246 with 77. Like 23 mil is knocked off of that. So that's putting them within relatively within striking distance. And I actually think, obviously Matt had to pick up the slack here on all that damage lost, but I actually do think on mana, for what it's worth, they're very close. Like they're actually, what's crazy about that? You can see that Mez doing an extra 50 million healing here, but he's actually better on mana. Like Mez is actually a hit on mana here. So I don't know. It's complicated as to who's ahead and how this all plays out.
A lot of pressure, a lot of stress. They've been holding that title for a long time consecutively, but it feels like this season is a season where they've been incredibly challenged, and now they're going to be forced out of their comfort zone. And we saw that in North America last season, right, with Peekaboo, when he had to pick up the Feral Druid in order to take on Welcome to the Zhang. Waz is now following a very similar parallel here, switching over to the Feral Druid, taking a game 1 win. And I feel like he honestly kept his damage.
It's been a good Feral expansion, unfortunately.
Really thinking that was going to be where the difference was Flappers would be able to get significantly more damage than him.
Overall, Echo did do a little bit less damage, but I think that, it averaged out over the course of the game. The start of it was Dobop all the momentum, getting to go first, and just Echo losing for the first 30 seconds of the game. But they pulled it back, and, the thing is, when it hits dampening, Icy Veins, Incarn, it's anybody's game. It's whoever makes the least mistakes in those crucial moments of the game that is going to come ahead. Let's see if they can pull it off. I did say my heart, it was 3-1 for Echo. Let's see what happens here.
All right. Dobob 3-0 here. You were really firing on Tessia's ability here, but Waz is looking to prove you wrong with that Feral Druid pickup, I think. He's like, I know Chan's going to pick the other team. I got to really show him up here, I think.
I wonder what they're thinking of this, knowing that I'm watching, and how they're feeling about that, hearing what I said about Raikou. Hopefully he proves me wrong here. He's a fantastic player. I always thought of Raikou as like a fantastic, consistently good player, an efficiency player, whereas Thezia's more of a playmaker. In that last game, he wasn't really able to create any windows, but we'll see as the series progresses. If they slow the game down a lot, I honestly think Raikou can edge ahead.
All right, a game of efficiency for Raikou. Tessia, a game of style and finesse. Is finesse going to be able to beat that type of conservative play here in game number 2, as both Druids just jumping in, immediate Ice Wall gets Mass Dispelled. Incarnation ripped earlier, I think, for Flappers, so his damage should likely scale a little bit further ahead, I believe. Tessia getting pressured, Wall is down, Mez trying to Mass Dispel it. Big cleave on both sides. Barkskin trades for Waz. No trinket from Waz, so no trinket, no Barkskin. I do believe that he could be a target in this type of situation in the future.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to critique, actually, from both teams is they get the Angel from the enemy priest, but then they trade Ice Wall just to deny the Massive Spell. I actually think if you're Thesia, you don't trade that Ice Wall for MD in Angel form. You wait for an opportunity to catch someone who has no trinket and get a cheese kill, because that's Thesia's strength, right? I don't like seeing that from them. I would like to see Thesia, if he wants to win the series, to make some plays with that instead, rather than just trading cooldown for cooldown.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you have to block early and then there's a Massive Spell to threaten, it could be risky too. So, but playing
there's also a mind game that's evolved from this as well, where you try to you can actually turn those into maybe it's on Angel. On Angel, it's kind of pointless, I suppose. You can cancel.
Getting pressured. Raiku's got Blizzard down at the pillar, line of sight.
Did you practice something outside of the ARMP? Yeah.
In the middle of the map. Mez getting rooted by Frostbites.
Definitely.
Get a little positional out of line of sight moment there. He's actually getting tangling rooted too. Tessia is chasing him down. Snowdrift. Dragon's Breath. Waz jumps over. He might get stunned as well. He has to shapeshift this Snowdrift. He's shapeshifting. He avoids it. He walls. That was a good call by Waz in that position. But now he's got no trinket, no survival instincts, and they're constantly poking Waz. They're testing him, I think, on this Feral Druid to see if he's ready for some type of swap in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, he doesn't have Trinket or Barkskin.
A good amount of one-up mage, to be honest.
Really quick swap,
I think is where we're really going to lean, I think, in some ways.
Blocking Met off, no MD. They go on Waz, but pre-bearing it. Good foresight from Waz, anticipating that swap onto him. But again, in terms of positioning, Raikou was at that middle pillar, whereas Desi is just on top of Met. You hate to see this if you're an Echo fan or Echo viewer. Raikou is just... There's not as much presence as Desia has inside this game.
Ooh, that was a big push of damage here. Nice polymer from Tessia. This is Icy Veins. Incarnation available. Walls are coming down. Doesn't look like Massa. Oh, they've got.
I don't know if I love that criticism.
Incarnation's blaring for both, but Flappers get stunned immediately by Waz. Good shutdown. Raikou is free casting on the corner there. They're jumping in. They catch Waz. He's going to Barkskin Bear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like it.
Of those trinkets. And Tessia out of nowhere gets chewed up. And Relza has to void shift in that moment, in that opportunity. And it seems like there is more pressure on Tessia. I feel like Dobob are spending a lot of time on
I
Waz,
generally speaking just don't like
time on Tessia. I'm about to see which target ends up ultimately being the better strategy.
I like Chen as a commentator a lot. I just don't like. I personally hate the idea of Eva tearing players down on broadcast. Doesn't make sense.
Crack of damage. I can't believe it. He's actually managing to survive through this. If they had any crowd control on Meh, that would have been.
Why is he biased against Raikou though? He should be biased towards Raikou.
And a lovely double fear to recover Waz, but Thesia is going to block.
Because they're currently blasting, and Raikou's winning on Dam.
It seems like Echo has really figured out Dobob and how to play against Thesia. They played the mirror, they play it a bit slower, and they're just punishing and just PvEing and taking advantage of Thesia's aggression. And he's almost died twice this game, pre-cooldowns.
Yeah, this is looking very rough for Dobob.
I don't know.
Echo have leveled
I don't
up.
think that. I don't think that.
I was talking about in the pregame is that I just feel like Echo's a team. They might get tossed around in some of the earlier
Or his friendly shit talk. Maybe. I mean, it seemed pretty like it seemed pretty like full on, right? He's like, if you're a fan of Echo, you hate to see like Raikou have less presence in the game.
He could be a target here. He's got Heart of the Wild.
I don't know. I don't like that comment.
On the stun, but a wall comes in. I don't like this wall. There's no way you're killing a druid through Bear with Heart up in that situation. And now that you're a threat,
you think so? Because it was set. He set it up. He prefaced it.
Just try and train him down with damage because
I think the jabs were that one seemed like less of a jab.
Get on top of him here around the corner, but he's so snared.
I think Raikou's a fantastic mage.
That just moves to the other side of the pillars. He's casting Holy Fire and Smite, ramping up damage, resetting that stun, stunning Flappers, taking him out of the match. Bleeds on the 2 target. Meh has a mana advantage. They have a block advantage. They might be even getting the second block here. Tessia is playing a risky game, trying to make.
That's what I thought to begin with. Actually, Road Mana.
Cyclone is healing.
I thought that's what he was saying.
But Raikou blinks in
previously
around the corner. Double Angel form. Unlikely that we see any player die here, but Waz is kind of deep at the moment. Meh still maintains that mana lead.
Oh, Tessia getting blasted.
So good in game 2.
It is the Incarnate right now from both Feral Druids, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be a very explosive next 20 seconds. Flappers in a bash, Relza in a stun. Thesia under a lot of fire right now. He
Both
still
have
has
GS.
one block. Raikou still has 2. Relza has no swap. The game is only going to go on for 2-3 more minutes before someone is going to die. But Echo this game have been on fire. They're really shutting them down. And Waz in big trouble. He still has swap.
Doesn't swap. Just a big Serenity came through, I guess. 2 Serenities.
Echo are back. This is the first time we've seen them in 3 weeks where they actually look like they have a chance at winning.
What?
This is really good
Jesus
for them.
Christ,
at
man.
the same time, though, I think they can catch Waz. There's no trinket, no skin.
The fuck is going on?
So I think one good catch on Waz, one overextension, but Raikou in trouble out of nowhere. And Meh gets interrupted into a stun. That's going to be a block. Master Spell coming around the corner from downtown from Relza. Raikou is still low, but they have to reload bleeds. Tessia is in trouble. Could be his block. His second block's out of the way, and I don't think Meh has Master Spell for this, so he's just going to toss damage out here with some Holy Fires on the Flappers. It's a big swap on Flappers.
Ice
Wall comes down. Big crack of damage here onto Raikou, trying to pressure him during his hypothermia. They've got a couple of seconds before he can block. About 4 more seconds before he can block. Can Flappers manage to tear in? Doesn't look like it. He's got to stop Cyclones with Typhoon. He's trying to get another Cyclone. He gets Waz in a clone. Maybe they can get the second block at least, though, with this push. Meh gets rooted. So
I kind of feel the same way, so I'm not sure.
Nice
Be curious to see the context to it after.
An instant cast spell. Use that on the entangling roots on Meh so he can run away from a Cyclone, but he's managed to escape now. Oh, he gets caught actually in a polymer. Big setup on Waz. Is he going to die from Barsky? Tessia in trouble at the same time.
Is fine.
It is a race to the finish right now as Meh is coming out
How
of that
biased I'd
second
be?
of a polymorph and should be able to pick Waz back up. Their HP is equalizing, but the advantage is still
I'm not
in favor of
sure.
Echo. Tessia has to make a big play.
Incarn's coming right up about now as well.
Raikou
has
may hold on.
Thesia no blocks. Relza no swap. This is going to be a wild next minute. This Incarn pop. Flappers pops out on Waz, stuns him, and Waz has no skin, gets maimed. In trouble here, but Meh is standing on top to deny the Ice Wall. Has swap ready as well as Trinket. Goes into the Guardian form instead to stabilize. Echo is looking really good this game.
All right, they're so close to it, but they need to stay alive a little bit longer here. They've got 2 targets.
Tessia might go down here.
With no block,
nothing left.
With no trinket. If
we just need to not mess up.
Crowd control. I think it's going to be lights out for Dobob. Massive damage is crashing in. They catch Flappers. He's out of form. They catch Relza into a maim stun. Waz is ramping for the win. Flappers needs to trade. He's got survival instincts. He's being greedy with it right now. He's so low on health. He's looking for Cyclones. He Cyclones the mage. Raikou trinkets. Maybe they can punish that trinket, but he's still got greater invis. He's still got a block. I really don't see any openings there. Waz has trinket again. They stun Meh to try and make something happen. They get a polymorph. They need to get a major cooldown with this, but Raikou has Icy Veins proc. He's ready to go for massive damage on Tessia. Relza sees it coming. He's got Guardian Spirits. They're just going to Cyclone Tessia, deny some of that healing. Raikou's getting cracked. Dampening is high. Maybe just a huge crit could still win the game for Dobob, but it definitely looks more like a miracle if they're going to pull this off. Cold Snap comes up in 18 seconds. Can Tessia and his team buy time? Void Shift comes off cooldown right now. Maybe they might actually have a second leash on life. Ice Wall comes through. Raikou gets gripped back to the pillar. They switch over on Waz possibly, but he catches Flappers before the swap can be engaged. Tessia is pulling back to the pillar. They're trying to buy time for Cold Snap.
Oh, shit.
Waz is pushing in, but he has no trinket. He might regret it. He gets feared off into the corner. Flappers into a clone, into a stun. Waz is still getting cut down. Tessia gets pressured. Void Shift has to come through. They overlap, but maybe it doesn't matter. There's no trinket on men. Waz is in trouble. Dobob make a big mistake, but they still might be able to win this. His renewal
There's
comes
the
up in 1
swap.
second. Void Shift's over, saving him in the nick of time, and now I think Echo are back in this to win it.
Now they're going to push until the end of the game. Beautiful stops from Raikou there, peeling to go. Waz sitting bare form just to hang on to DLI for as long as possible. But the game is still not over yet. There's Incarn coming up for both Ferals. I can still see Dobob pulling this one off.
I mean,
Oh, they
There it is
catch
on
Flappers in the
Flappers.
stun. No
He's gonna turn
trinket.
around
He's
right
got wall.
afterwards. Incarn's on Waz. There it is. He pops. See if he can connect though, or if he has to stay there.
Oh,
Waz
Waz
just took him down
dies.
to the bleeds. I can't believe it. Dobob come back with
I mean,
nothing.
I want
Oh
to
my
say
God.
in
And
this
Matt, I think
game,
an Angel form in like a second or something like that. It was like really close
Waz
to him actually
seems
getting to that
noticeably
point.
less
Dobob.
comfortable.
Dobob. Do we have the audio?
That isn't
production?
shit
I don't
talk.
know if that's something you can do quickly while you
From
play
my
this
point of
game,
view,
but I feel like every
the
time they
big
win,
thing that
instead
you
of playing
probably
the
see,
music, we need to play the
and I'm just
Dobob
like,
audio
obviously,
file
like
for the
you're
track
going to
now.
do this.
It's
You're
better
going to
for
compare.
Asmodee. This
There's a lot of really insane Pharaohs in these tournaments, right? And Waz is one of them. But I will say that Waz seems less comfortable pre-bearing and just flicking bear form in general than someone like Flappers when they're in trouble, or someone like Tony when they're in trouble. I don't know if you guys are noticing that as well. But like Waz does go bear in this case, but he's not comfortable with it. Actually, I wouldn't say. And he generally wasn't pre-bearing until that point. He wasn't trying to. So
maybe was it Raikou's wall actually?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Meta. I think in this case, maybe Waz is. I would say, and this is again just criticism, not at all saying he's not doing an incredible job, because he is. He's able to do 99% of Flapper's damage here, and he's done a great job. But
This time Waz falling and
yeah,
with the Incarn and dampening, this is 43% dampening. 8 minutes.
I think he's leaning a bit more heavily on Meh
But it's enough. He gets a bleed
to bridge that kind of gap. But that's kind of what you expect. It's his ult, right? It's Waz's like 15th ult, 20th ult.
Farming Flappers on damage, but towards the second half of the game, it flipped on its head and Dobob started pulling ahead. Thezia obviously behind, but
Lancelot, they have the 3-month reset, buddy.
damage this game.
He plays like it's a rogue.
He saw
I mean, of
Waz
course,
dampening.
on some
So
level.
hard to heal.
But yeah.
Get put into a half sheep, and it's enough to close out the
I'm very impressed by how that game played out. I think it was a sick game.
The first 2 minutes, the other team could
Very
still have a
close
chance if they
game.
survive. If they can get deep enough.
Flappers is an OG competitor, like Legion and probably like WAD competitive, if I had to guess.
And you're still gonna have a shot here. So both teams opting for more big neutral.
Just a
maps,
very good Feral Druid.
with Enigma Crucible here.
The reality is,
for
it takes
Echo,
a
and
long
they've
time
gotten
for
it
classes to come
before,
back.
I feel like many times, and it's always been very flashy from.
Yeah, no, Waz
Tesla
plays
in
everything.
that regard, and it's interesting.
So
that
the fact
Raikou is
that's
kind of
that
forced
close,
to adopt some stylish
if this
plays. I mean,
meta
he likes
continues,
Ice Wall. Like
this could
before, I feel
flip
like
on
he was
Dobob
reluctant
really
to
quick.
go
I think for this
with
week,
Snowdrift
this
back
is Echo,
from
and they're
Ice
like
Wall
kind
here,
of.
to try and
I think
beat
Echo
Tessia,
hope
but it seems
to.
like you really need to with
The
the
meta has
Freeze.
turned against them, kind of. Like Rogue Mage is not as powerful as like it seems like
Obviously,
Feral
Lakers are
Mage.
adapting with these life
Um,
grips that you called out in that last
I would
game.
say
I think it was 2 life grips throughout the whole game.
if
One
this
from
is their
each-
experimentation
one from
cup
each
to
team.
try and like figure out a new comp,
Like, all right,
they're
so
doing
we're
great,
excited, that guy
right?
going
They're
from
1-1.
being walled
That
off
game
to
could have
now
easily been, it could be 2-0 right now.
So teams
They're
are
playing really,
evolving,
really
they're
well.
adapting.
I
Echo and Dobob still look really
I think that,
matched
you know, the
here.
next
We're tied
cup,
1-1
the next
apiece.
tournament
This
is in
series
3
that
weeks,
could
4
go
weeks.
distance after observing. Like, this could
In
go to
4
a
weeks'
game
time,
of mirrors.
I
Who's
could see
gonna
this
take
having
the face
flipped
off against
entirely.
the load? It's a very important series for both teams.
Yeah, he's
as
good at
far as
Druid, I
seeding.
agree.
I think there might be a little bit more on the line for Echo though, because if they lose 2 series in a row, they will be in a tiebreaker situation for top 3. So they cannot really afford to lose this series or 2 in a row. They'd much rather just win this, secure their spot, and be a little bit more comfy, than lose this series and potentially lose their spot.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to, pivot to the map pick as well, Enigma Crucible from Dobob. I have some criticisms regarding this map pick. If you're Dobop, you know, I do think
The
Thezia's
wall.
strength is not
The
that
bad
like,
wall.
efficiency playstyle. It's more about making plays, getting on top of the enemy healer. So why have we picked a map that is, you know, quite large and giving Met that space? Don't you want to pick maybe Hook Point, Dalaran, Cage of Carnage, and getting on top of Met and playing his style of the game? I feel like this is good for
think
Raikou.
Tessia.
Echo likes this.
I don't
This was
think
Echo's pick.
Tessia thinks
Is
that.
Echo's pick? No, no.
I think
It's Echo's pick.
Go Bob
It was
just
Echo's
won
pick?
by the skin of their teeth, so Echo would have picked the map.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so this is Echo's pick then. That's good for Echo. They want to play a slower game. They want the 12 veer. They want the big map and just slow down the game and not let Thezia play on top of them. If it's a big map, Rel's is going to have to cross. He's going to get exposed, and it's going to be a harder game for him.
All right, Echo looking to play a conservative game here. Game number 3, we're all
Any chance
tied
you play
up.
this comp?
Frozen Orbs
I don't
just
think we're
across
playing
the
this comp,
battlefield.
no.
Both break stuns, both chats, they're exactly mirroring each other as far as crowd control. What a crazy opener. Like the exact same globals. Ice Wall comes down, possibly here from Raikou. He holds it for a second, it looks
Actually,
like.
I
Actually,
I just haven't thought of-
immediately. Raikou
I don't
gets
think of
cashed, but now
Tessia as
wall down
being
for
better
Tessia.
than
They're doing the
Raikou.
same exchange, like you mentioned, the walls on the Angel.
Maybe that's
you really
weird.
think Tessia would be more favored to save that for a little bit later to try and clutch out a kill with it. At least now they don't have the threat of a Master Spell because, oh my god, the damage
I think
on
they're
the
both
mage
insane.
is quite remarkable. Guardian Spirit for Relza, which means Met is still holding on to his. They're buying time with barriers, and still it seems like Echo are building an advantage early on.
Yep, and so far in this game, nothing has really happened. They've traded out the Angel, they traded out the Guardian on Relza's side just to combat the Veins, the Incarn push. Flappers, though, using his trinket, so I would like
Yeah,
to see
he
Raikou
is.
look for an opportunity.
Raikou
where he
ridiculous.
can Go for an Ice Wall, maybe force his skin first,
Super
and try to cheese
consistent.
kill him like that.
Like,
we haven't
I think
seen
you expect
kind
that,
of
by the way.
ice
I think
wall
what
yet,
what Tessia
but
does is
I do
riskier
want to see him go for that
inherently.
and try to make a play.
Raiku's actually playing Snowdrift now too. He doesn't typically play that. I think he plays a Master Shepherd for that extra versatility during Polymorph, but he actually got a
About
Snowdrift
even?
stun on Relza. So it's possible that Raiku's going to play really aggressive here.
I mean,
and
I
try
think
and
he's just
match the
consistent. You're
stylistic
trying to
plays
create
of Tessia in Game
plays
3.
that
If he
are
can
like you're
outdo him,
trying
then
to
they're gonna look
create
really strong in the series,
predictable
but he got interrupted for a
moments in
moment.
games.
Relza is
I think that's
managing to avoid
important.
Crowd control at the pillar. You just
They're
see him
just
bobbing
different.
left and right there at the pillar. Line of sight.
But yeah,
and he can
Tessia
reset
may
his
have a
stun,
more
resets with
aggressive
the smite
playstyle and
stuns.
try and set up.
Raikou gets
He
cloned.
tries to
Wasp could be
1v9
the
more.
target here. They got
I think
Medallion
that
scan.
doesn't mean that
Wasp overlaps those
Raikou
a
is any
lot.
worse.
He does,
Though,
but
that he
does a
doesn't
fantastic
try to
job
do that as
of shutting
often.
down the push
You know what I mean?
onto Met. Thezia was trying to sneak around with that Snowdrift constantly onto Met. Met doing a perfect job 180 lining him. Gets
I mean,
something
I
DP,
don't pick
Waz
anyone for
comes in and
best.
shuts it down.
I just
So Waz also playing, you know, very good bodyguard from
take
Met in this
issue with the
game.
idea
He's
that
trying to
one
stay
is
ahead
one
of
is
momentum.
you know
Vortex,
specific.
Vortex, that was
Was
insane. That was insane. But
and
Tessia
Tessia.
dies on his own wall. We have
That's
to
kinda
click that.
crazy.
That was crazy. He vortexed the life grip, so he got pulled back through the wall. But then Tessia almost died on the play.
Oh!
Now Raikou is just dead. He has to
Holy
block.
shit.
They switch back on Waz. It's an explosion of damage during these icy veins. It's so crazy. Full clone on Rel's a big opportunity for Echo. That's going to be a block from Tessia. And we're just so evenly matched. Met is slightly ahead with the medallion, but he might have to blow it here if they get a crowd control off of this stun. They're not going to get it. Angel forms are out. Defensive Ring of Frost from Tessia.
Waz has
on
got his
Waz to
block.
slow down the game during that exchange.
Let's see what happens.
Master spell on the wall going to be
Both
removed.
have a
Raiku's
block
getting
apiece.
bit here by Flappers. He's really tearing in. They swap back. Try and get a stun.
Waz
possibly
stands
here.
his.
Yeah, stun on Flappers. Got his
Gonna
trinket.
start
stun
seeing
his
some
trinket
spiky
into a
damage on
clone.
Tessia.
Waz
Will he get bitten?
is not able
Gets
to get the clone
cloned.
just yet. Flapper's able to avoid
Flap
it, but
is in
Flapper's
trouble.
just dying. He's got
Here we go.
cooldowns.
Send it
Relza's
back.
stun. He needs to
Flap
trade.
is
He's
still
so
getting
greedy. He's so
blasted,
greedy. He's
but
so
now
greedy. Why is he
Tessia.
so greedy?
Tessia.
These survival instincts at
Barriers.
like 20%
Barriers
health.
are gone.
Tessia is low, and Echo
Blocks.
are running
Last
away
block.
with this game
Flap
right
is
now.
at 10%
Second highest
health.
block, Snowdrift. Raiku's on top of Relza.
MD
Does he
on
have
that
fade?
block.
He frost novas him. He can't get the Snowdrift stun, but Tessia is still just dead. Finally, a big heal comes
Look
in
to
for Relza,
the
but
next
Echo
Incon
built a huge advantage
where
with that.
Flappers will be
There is such a
slightly
pressure
earlier
difference in this
again,
game. Echo
but
ramping
Raikou
up
getting
game
blasted a
after
little
game,
bit.
improving so much in this mirror as they play it. You know, Relz is almost out of cooldowns. He still has swap, but they have no blocks left. Flappers has no trinket. Raikou still has one block. And
Again, they're
Echo
ahead.
are looking very,
I'm
very good.
curious as to
And I
like
also
when you
love
look to what it is. I
you know,
wonder.
the way that Waz is playing in this game. He's just constantly going on Flappers on every stun, denying him when he pops his Incarn, and just honestly, I feel like in this game at least, Waz is using Incarn better than Flappers is.
See that the pre
Okay, let's see if
Ring
we
of
can-
Frost
maybe
is
that
to
comes
sit
to playing
back.
Rogue, right? Aligning your
Now they're pushing
cooldowns,
in.
Whereas Flappers just focus on raw damage. Oh my god, that raw damage is paying off right now on Raikou as he's barely able to escape. Tessia is in a stun, no blocks remain. Relza has to be this
Tessia
saving
being
grace for
left
his
at bottom
team
damn
as
too.
Raikou restabilizes.
I don't know.
Man,
I wish I
he's
could see
moving-
all
he
the
wants to
different
move
things
across
in
the
these
map right
details
now.
games,
He's
like
in
who's
midfield.
polying more, like
Tessia's
how
taking a lot of damage, but
how
Waz
this
is
game's
falling
playing
behind a
out.
bit. He catches Flappers in a stun, forcing his spark skin. Raiku's on top of Relza, good position to try and push, but Skull Bashes are denying a lot from the mages. Waz gets Cyclone from Flappers. It's a big opportunity for them to get the second block from Raikou here. here. He barriers it, denying it. It looks like he'll recover. Tessia in trouble. Relz is in a tough spot. Raiku's right next to him to harass him with Polymorph. They have to force Raikou away. They managed to do so, but now Tessia is falling behind. Relz into Angel form. Meh is likely going to go into Angel form. It's 2 seconds away.
Oh, he does.
It out. Wall comes down. They catch Flappers. They get rid of the wall. Flappers survives with the bark skin. Relz actually trinkets the Poly to get a stun fear here. Relz is playing really aggressive in this position. Stun fear and Poly. Oh, so it's just a stun Poly. I think they're going to get blocked, but I don't think they have Master Spell. They use it on the wall. They need to get blocked from Raikou. I cannot believe they don't get a block or a trinket with a full
So
Polymorph.
this is both
really
incons
right for Dobob.
This is what happened last time too. Like neither one really got anything done.
Further ahead. Flappers popping the incon now, Waz as well.
Not
but
quite.
Desi has no block. This is going to be lethal for them. It's going to.
Oh, that's a no block.
You predicted it. You predicted it. The pre-block.
Bro, I don't know.
I mean,
is it a bad?
Flappers popping the incon now.
I want to listen to their analysis, I guess.
Veins, and then they have the incon afterwards, forcing Angel without popping incon, and then they have it right afterwards. And like I said earlier, this series is not what I was expecting going in today. I thought Dobob was going to clean sweep 3-0, but Echo is just leveling up game after game, just getting better and better. And also, I want to say again, I love seeing that Waz is picking up his Feral and playing his Feral instead of sticking to the Rogue. I know Echo, they love to stick to their mains, even when they lose. There's a big ego thing. Right?
I don't know. He gets killed.
Yeah, I think.
It's just Tessia, yeah. It's not.
It's a huge shatter, and I don't think he's on hypo.
I can tell you.
Snap, it's a long time away.
But Divine Hymns
not
up.
Happy about this one.
He's standing right next to him, right? Look at them. They're just like standing right next to each other. There's no CC. Tessia just kills him with damage. Just boop. Instant Frostfire.
Is that a block?
Flappers isn't even there. I don't
know if that is a block.
I think Matt was probably telling him you're fine because he stuns a Feral. It's literally just Tessia.
I think.
These games go 10 minutes, but you can just die.
I don't know.
It goes 10 minutes because they're so insane at the game.
This is not even Veins.
But you can just die in this type of situation. Make the wrong
I don't think this is ever a block.
The Feral. Feral's not hitting him. It's like you should be fine. Tessia is like, you're not fine if I'm in the game. Not fine if I'm in the game, bro. Just
I don't
solos
think
Raikou.
this is never a block.
Right in midfield, right in front of his healer's face. Just by himself right there.
Right now, Holy Priest is.
Nah, he should never be using block here.
In the game.
I don't think.
Playing Mage Priest. But the one thing about Holy Priest is you don't necessarily have that damage reduction, like Pain Suppression, Iron Bark, Earth Shield from Resto Shaman, to slow down the damage. It's very spiky, and in return, you also have a lot of burst healing. So it's not uncommon in these Mage Priest mirrors for the mage to die pre-block because your healer's not in CC, you're at 40% health, and you explode inside a second. If you block, what if you overlap?
It's a risky gamble. It's a very difficult matchup to be put in at the moment. It's also a completely different meta, but at the same time, I feel like Relza and Meh have so much experience on Priest that they're pretty used to this. They're pretty accustomed to this type of situation. And it feels like Echo, they have a lot of their losses off of a situation like this. I feel like last week it was like line of sight. Raiku's like a little bit out of line of sight on hook point. And they go down, or a situation like this where they have obvious cooldowns that they can trade, but they just don't expect the damage in a certain situation, and it was Tessia in those final moments. To be fair, Flappers had a full load of bleeds. He procced a big win or two at that same second. It looks like he got a couple chomps in before he got knocked back by Raikou, but it's just not expecting to die. They're probably tracking the cooldown, so like, hey, it's not Veins, it's not Incarn, I knocked the Feral, you should be fine. They're trying to make those calculations. But then Tessia just had an instant Frostfire Bolt proc, so because he had the Frostfire Bolt proc, you could get a big shatter and get a kill in a situation where they were in the lead. And now it's 2 games, right? Your Echo, it feels like you're winning the game, you're building your advantage, and you've lost now twice. So does the tilt set in? Is this going to be spiraling out of control, or can Echo keep their composure?
The thing is sometimes with Echo is they're not used to losing, not at all. Even not clean sweeping a series is not a good feeling for Echo. They're used to being the kings of Europe. They're not happy when they lose. So maybe tilt could come into play here. But I think if they keep level-headed, they keep their cool, and they keep playing the way they've been playing, and just keep getting better, they can still win this. They can still win 3-2. Because that last game, it was the Echo show, right? They were driving the car, and Dobob was just, struggling to survive, just constantly on the back foot. And we'll see in this game, are they going to tilt? Are they going to crash out? Or are they going to keep their head cool? And they are veterans. I have faith in them. I'd love to see them play it out to game 5.
All right, it's match point here. Echo may be sent to the lower bracket. And if they lose 2 series, we're going to have to go into a tiebreaker series situation to decide the top 3 for Europe. And it's possible that Echo don't even get into the guaranteed top 3. So they really need a win in at least 1 series today. and now backs against the wall. They built lead and advantage throughout every game in the series. They just can't close out the game. It's just one little blunder, and it costs them. Massive crits are incoming on both Tessia and Waz. It's a huge exchange in the opener when Icy Veins and Incarnation are active. Those blue icons that have glowing borders, that means that ability is active, and it enhances the damage of a mage by a tremendous amount. That's why we see the HP so spiky. Just you see a full health bar and then a 10% health bar, and then back to full, and then they're back down to 10. It's a scary opener, but they've managed to navigate through it pretty effectively. Mana Polymorph still for a second, but it looks like they should restabilize. Nice knockback, putting Raikou in the open. Meh sees that, he pulls him back, but this is what we were talking about game one. Meh and Raikou are standing on top of each other. And if they're playing too close, it could be very detrimental, but maybe not. They catch Tessia. What is that? Swap. Disgusting damage. They save him, but Waz now gets swapped. It's match point. Meh gets stunned. Waz is low. Raikou is low. Out of nowhere, Meh manages to recover. Both players, Meh is repositioning. He knows he can't be anywhere near that exchange, but then a wall comes down, and they have to use Mass Dispel on the wall, so Tessia's looking to punish. If they spread, he'll get walled off. If they stack, they're going to get cleaved and CC'd. Meteor's incoming. Flapper's sitting through a stun. Waz like cycloning out of these stuns, so I think he's going to cyclone out of the main stun, take the Feral Druid out, limit his globals, make him have to refresh bleeds and not spend time looking for stuns. Tessia takes some big hits here, and it looks like Flappers is pushing in. Getting damage on Raikou, trying to punish him for pushing towards Relza, but Tessia gets feared into the corner on his Snowdrift from Meh into a Maim stun. Waz dodges the stun by shapeshifting. He catches Flappers in a bash with no trinket, but I think they still want Tessia here. Raikou takes a big crit from Tessia. You gotta have your eyes glued, man. Just like one big shatter, one Frostfire Bolt crit here, and anybody can go down.
That's the thing about these Mage Mirrors is the burst, especially with Veins, is just so insane. To touch on what you said earlier, I absolutely love how Waz is playing this matchup. You know, he's getting those stuns on Flappers, getting clones off it, and so far Flappers has only got one clone on Waz, but Waz has gotten 2 or 3 on him. So in terms of pressure, I mean, you look at the damage meter, Waz is cooking on this Feral, and the form is looking good. The form is looking great. If they can keep this gameplay up, they don't choke their cooldowns, I can see Damp being very good to Echo. There's he's fine.
I mean, he's dying through. Okay. We can breathe a little bit. It's just anytime I'm looking at, oh no, a counter spell. Flappers is still low. I think it's a block. But Raiku's mind control. Rel's a mind control. He has to block. He has to block anyways, even with the mind control. When he was locked on Holy there, it gets caught in a polymorph. Flappers could be in trouble. He gets interrupted from Waz. He's getting stuns here, but he bear forms. Nice bear form from Flappers. Back into Cat, looking to get on target here. Ice walls are coming down. Meh repositions. Tessia is still in trouble. I think he's on hypothermia for a few more moments. So down a block, down your trinket on your Holy Priest. Waz is jumping in. That could be it. I think he's on hypothermia. I think that's... Is he on hypo still, though? Oh, and he goes down. Echo, bring it to game 5. I would need a replay to see exactly if it was on hypo, because I think it must have been like a millisecond.
What the fuck happened here, team?
Still active on
this is crazy.
Moment, but okay, Echo come back. They clean things up, and they.
It's 2-2. Was it actually like a consistent 2-2? It was just top down this game. Tessia is now beating Raikou. Were they just ahead? Like at the point when we have a death here, so he's on hypo block. It looks like Mess got every. They've got every CD. Like Echo has every CD at this point.
Instead of getting the life stop in for momentum,
they've got every single CD.
It was just too low and caught on global. But that ends up biting them in the end here. And Relzar, look, gets bashed into clone by Waz.
Waz have million more Flappers on Zero.
Beautiful seeing that.
That's interesting.
And I want to say,
I was talking to Aaron for a sec.
This game specifically, he is honestly playing better than Flappers. He's getting more clones on Flappers. He's pushing for CC on the healer.
I don't know if it's saying it's obvious.
Like I said,
we don't have to be that.
As much as I hate to say,
we could just say that Waz is leveling up.
Waz Feral's great. Waz Feral is great.
What? Did Waz like make fun of one of your alts at some point in your competitive career?
He does not like my DK, yeah, so.
As much as I hate to say it, Waz is looking good on the Feral. A little bit.
He's playing it like a rogue, you know. It's lovely to see. He's playing it like a rogue, getting the control off. Look at this. Full clone on Flappers, and then he goes for a push. And Flappers can't stop him. He's in a clone. What's he gonna do? Lines the CS, says he doesn't have it.
I mean, that is definitely a Waz fucking 1v9.
Fake the counter spell.
That is a Waz 1v9 for sure.
Over bash cloned and killed him while he was on hypo. So yeah, Waz top of the damage meter and getting.
That's how you know. Chuck doesn't like my DK either, man.
Game number 4.
That's how it goes.
To get his team into the to a safe, comfy top 3 position, hopefully. But it's game 5 and it's Dobob's pick. Pick the cage. Pick the cage. It's time to bring the kitties into the cage. Bring the kitties into the cage and see them duke it out here. Please, Dobob, do not back down. It's worked every time for you. They're not doing it.
Okay, and insta-lock mirror.
This is exactly what Chan was saying, though.
Kind of more Thesia style map.
You're picking the Tessia map.
Thesia is a playmaker, so is Waz, and last game that showed. So even though, you know, I do think that this is a better map for Dobop than it is for
I'm
Echo.
worried DK Prez doesn't work. That is unfortunately one of the worst
Either way, it's gonna be
possible
a
variants of
very
that
bloody
comp.
game.
Prez just can't keep up at the moment. Warriors can't protect DKs. DKs can't protect Warriors. Or Prez's.
Crowd control. I feel like Flapper, like it's interesting. I wonder what like Flappers and Raikou together, because they're kind of just like
the only
raw
situation that
output,
comp would work is if
whereas Waz
DKs
seems to be a little bit
and
more
Warriors were tanks,
stylistic on Feral Druid, trying
which
to
they
find
aren't.
his moment. So you got like this interesting mesh where the mage
These
on
classes
Dobop
we're looking at right
is a
here
little
are
bit more
much
flashy,
tankier.
but maybe the Feral on Echo is a little bit more flashy, and seeing which kind of edges ahead and how that balances out between the teams. And I feel like Relsa and Meta are just equally matched. They're very equally matched. On the Holy Priest. It's kind of a stylistic difference between the Ferals and the Mages going head to head. But this series is always just lightning to see between Echo and Dobop. They're looking so strong against each other in this meta. Echo have adopted the Feral Druid, and they're matching Flappers in what feels like a week. You know, less than a week. And I don't think Feral Druid is an easy spec to pick up. Like, I think Feral Druid, if you've never played it before, never touched it before, it can take you a long time to pick up and play at the most optimal level. You just have so many resources you're managing, your combo points. When do you need to go into bear form? How are you using your instant predatory swiftness procs? Are you using them effectively to heal and root? Are you, where are your stuns going? How are your DRs being tracked? Are you faking interrupts while also not dying? While also
I will say this though,
damage?
these have
I feel
been
like Feral
crazy
Druid
games
so
today.
many calculations.
There have been
but
so
Waz is
many,
doing a very good job
so
in this
many
matchup.
3-2
Hook point,
series.
It's a small
I think
map and
3
it's
out of,
hectic.
I think almost every
And-
series has been
yeah,
3-2.
to talk
Have there
to
been
Waz
any
on the Feral,
blowouts?
I played with him in Kata when he was just
I'm not sure if there
starting
have
on the
been.
Feral. I can tell you it was not a
Maybe
good,
a
it was
3-1?
a bit of a bumpy ride. But he's been getting better at it. And, you know, a small little insight into Echo is that Meh thinks that Waz's Feral is just not bad enough. It's good enough to play in the mirror. So he has Meh's vote of confidence as well, which is nice. Waz form showing us the goods this game, and hopefully in this last game we can put on a good show for. He can put on a good show for us.
Yeah, otherwise it's lower bracket, and I can't remember who they face and where they flip on the lower bracket with who they face. Given that nap time is down there already, I think it would. They fight it locked in, and
Yes.
they
I mean,
lost
they gotta-
locked in.
They gotta feel good about this
Oh my
regardless.
God, if Echo lose here, if Echo lose here, oh my God!
This could be a
also
tiebreaker for him.
and your prediction is right. You
Absolutely.
your prediction is right, and they'll have to face Locked In, who beat them last week, and then it knocks them into a tiebreaker series.
Yes.
This could be a crazy domino effect for Echo if Dobop win this game. Dobop could pull off one of the biggest upsets in the European region, in probably AWC history, if they put Echo in a position where they're not guaranteed a top 3.
Echo loses them.
Echo has been third
I mean,
going into a final.
I think that
They've
Tessia has
never
picked
gone
the
into a gauntlet.
most
And
uncomfortable
last week they had a bit of
map
a-
for them to fight
a
on.
huge
This
mental
is definitely
shift
like
for
if you're
Locked
playing a
In.
mirror and you're playing on the smallest
lose
possible
here,
map, you have the
pretty
least
much
kind of
so
space to
close.
run. You have the
She's
least
locked in again.
like.
I'm scared for the
I would
Waz.
expect
Terrible.
Relza and Tessia to try and play on top
Gates
of
are
Meh
open. There's no
and
turning
Raikou
back.
have.
It's
But I
game
could be
5
wrong.
After game 5, this is going to be an epic weekend. You do not want to miss any of these matches.
Wanna Ashman?
Qualifications
Relza needs
on
big
the
map?
line.
Wanna
Egos
Ashman? They already
being
played
destroyed
Ashman, I
here
think,
for the
game
top
2.
dogs getting a run
But,
for their money from newcomer rosters.
But I
and
think they
newly
want to
formed
try
teams
and
this
make
season
the team
around.
that's less
As you see
comfortable
the
in the
veins pop from
mirror
both
play
sides. Tessia is getting cracked
in the
and
least.
recovers. Relza
Like
with
I think
immediate
I think
reaction
Meh
time
with a bigger
to
map
heal
can
that
do
type of
more.
damage. And
I
same
think
towards Meh,
this
but Meh's into
takes
a
away his
bash.
options
Flappers is engaging
quite a
crowd
bit.
Control first. Tessia
They're
gets
forced
knocked,
into
makes
an
sure
uncool
Palmer,
map.
if he can't fake the interrupt, he's got a barrier. Get back in line of sight of Relza. He blinks forward. Raikou is trying to avoid the meteor. He gets away from it. Here comes the Snowdrift, but Tessia is getting pressure. Here comes the Snowdrift from Raikou. They're matching Snowdrift for Snowdrift. Which mage is going to fall first? Who's going to have to trade here? Raikou plays a risky game, but both priests decide to use their trinkets first to recover through the opener.
I mean, Dezia making plays, goes for the DB, the Snowdrift, fakes the poly kick from Waz, lands a full poly, getting his trinket out that way. But one thing is that Dezia is really struggling in this game to, you know, be his former self, where he's just constantly on top of Meh, constantly getting CC, and a part of that reason is because
So much
Echo's doing
damage.
a fantastic job playing bodyguard. Raikou, Waz, always covering for Meh when they can, and Dezia's not able to get ahead and make
Both at half.
pressure.
He's gotten 2 polymarks in a minute this game, off DR basically. Ice Wall comes down, but Raikou is there, and he gets back around the corner. Should be able to recover. I like that Tessia is using the wall to shifting power before he cancels it, so he doesn't get interrupted. Shifting power is such a critical ability to fully channel. Flappers is also playing more aggressively, but Raikou is there. He gets stunned up, and now Waz is there. Great, and they knock it behind the pillar.
Wall?
Oh, the
Ice
wall.
wall.
Is that good? Is it that good?
Raikou.
I don't even think they need it. I don't think they need that. It did not seem necessary. Tessia is actually caught here as well.
I mean, both walls are fine. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's terrible.
No trinket. Not finding
I think
any opportunities.
it
They're
made him
cycling
have to take the long
feel
way,
like
I guess.
Flappers has realized like he's gonna have to crowd control more. Like Waz is getting the better of him in that regard from the last game.
Absolutely, and you know, in the Tigers Peak game, Waz was having a field day with Flappers, just constantly stun cloning him over and over again, and doing it on his Incarn as well, shutting down that massive cooldown. If Flappers can do that to Waz, Raikou has to block.
Okay, big play. Still no trinket. Still no trinket.
Volley?
Master spell. Does he get another one? Need a clone? Clone. He sits
Yes,
oh my
yes.
god, Echo, are you going to the lower bracket? Are you going to the lower bracket? Echo, it's so much damage. He's in
It's
Angel.
still a lot, but he's got
pulling him
GS.
back up.
If
I
that
think
GS is,
he should stabilize here.
We'll see in a
back to
second if
full
the GS
shifting power,
procs.
resetting.
GS did not
Recovers, but
proc.
I mean, you don't want it to be that
Flappers.
close. Flappers gets knocked on.
Flappers
Massive
dead.
ult by
Not
Echo.
lower bracket. That is
Massive
crazy.
catch, and I
They
think
won?
they're in the top 3.
Waz form.
I think that's it. Waz form with the
Knocks
Typhoons
him
just
behind the pillar.
out finessing Flappers twice, right? He got the knock
Yes.
where Raikou
Well, I mean,
kind of whiffed the wall. If he got a wall,
the
it could've been
map
sick.
unfortunately
The knock earlier
backfired in
and
a
then the
big
knock at the
way.
end, yeah, Waz definitely leveled up here for this series. He
I mean,
prepared the
they're just
Pharaoh Druid. He came to
capitalizing on
play.
mistakes.
Dobab are in the lower bracket. Chibaku are sad pandas. They're not going to get their tiebreaker. They're going to have to battle it out in the gauntlet, I believe. Although I think
Yeah,
maybe
Chibaku are
I'm trying
not.
to think if there's any other teams that might be able to play any type of spoiler, maybe for Dobab's position. But I think it's probably unlikely. So
Dobab
it's more
top,
about the
they're-
newcomers in the lower
oh, wait, no,
bracket
they're
now
yeah, no,
getting their
it's-
gauntlet positions, right? It's about nap time securing their gauntlet position or the super duper gamers. But this was such a good catch. That was such a good catch. Right off the
I
back
mean,
foot of
they
almost
punished
dying
Flappers
here
2
on
separate
Raikou.
times,
Waz
yeah.
just sees his opportunity. He sees Flappers. He's like, yo, Flappers, you're looking
Flappers?
kind of nice on that Druid there. I'm about to be stunning you and knocking you behind the pillar here. So he gets a kick, stun, boops him into the on his
life grip.
He got
That's
life
crazy.
grip. He booped the
Waz
life
got
grip. He
him.
would have
So
got pulled
lucky.
out.
So lucky.
Oh, and then he just dies because of it. Oh my god. We're also
I mean, that's
so
crazy.
sad.
Going back though, Waz form is looking super good. Look, it's Flappers Incarn, right? It's Waz's Incarn as well, but he shuts Flappers down here. And this is the kind of thing that is so important to do. Incarn is such a big cooldown. You just get so much pressure with it. He, of course, ends up getting the kill because of it, but a lovely, game sense from Waz.
I mean, they
Love to see it.
both played in.
Definitely
I think
should be
I
very
think the
careful
series
as well.
actually
And
was
Waz
less
form,
close
You know,
than you would
He did
think.
Watch out.
I actually think
Overload.
this
Looking forward to the
series
twit longer,
was
to
a
apologize
3-2,
to your former
but it
teammates,
actually, if you look at the
Jan.
2 losses they had, they were ahead in
I'm
both of
happy for
them.
I'm
One,
happy for them. It
it
sucks
really
to
could have
see
been a
them lose in
3-0.
Cup 1.
I think
it
was they were.
To see them come
Yeah.
back and beat the team, Thezia, that is always just giving them a
If
hard
you
time.
analyze those 2 losses they had, though,
Work.
they were actually
Really work.
favorable to Echo. I think.
Yeah.
I think both.
It was good to see. Very
What's
good
their
to see.
pride? Just out of curiosity, like knowing kind of where they started and how they just were able to win that series. What do you feel like the work looked like?
That game, the
to
last game
prepare
was
for
kind
this
of cheese.
series
The hook point
between
one,
the last 2 cups
less.
and now, like,
That
how
was
do you-
more like the
how do you
map
feel like they worked
backfiring. I think it
through
was
that
a good
issue?
choice to go with.
I think they were.
How many more
kind of
series?
on
There
the
are 2 more
RMP
today.
rope, thinking RMP was
And then
the
I am
best one.
sleeping.
They're the best RMP. They're just gonna play through that and make that work. Quickly realized, hey, wait, feral druids are actually just, harder to deal with than rogues. And after Cup 2, it's their back is against the wall. Echo cannot be going into the gauntlet, right? Going in third, whatever. Second, not great. But you can't be going into the gauntlet. And so Echo realized for Cup 3, we have to win. We need to just play FMP. We need to mirror these teams that are beating us as it, and we need to play better than them. And Waz, one of the greatest players of all time. I hate to say that, but it's true. He's showing it on his feral druid.
Yeah. No, I think that's totally fair. I think that's why a team like Echo, no matter how poorly they may be doing in the standings compared to how we normally expect them to, this is never a team that you want to count out. They were able to make it work, and they are up here in the upper bracket still. So they'll be facing off against Overload, the team that won Cup #1 here in this War Within Season 2. So very, very excited for that series. But what a day it has been so far. I feel like it's just been a day of upsets. I'm going to count that one also as an upset. Echo beating Dobab. I think a lot of
Saying
people...
Echo is an upset?
I
don't
think
know
it
what you just
was.
said.
I
agree.
really think it was. Thank you, Chan. I'm sure people think I'm insane right now, but I mean, this is a team
is an
that they
upset,
just
for sure,
have not
because
been
of the fact
locked
that
in
it's a
this
mirror,
season, and they
and the
just
team
flipped
that-
the switch, and
like,
they
the
made it
team-
work.
TJ and Tessia, they're the main. They're the team that kind of put Feral Mage in the map last season. So it's an
Dobab
upset
has
for
had
sure.
an incredible first season playing as a roster together. So Beta, I don't think they were an underdog by any means, but I think a lot of people definitely didn't expect them to win that one. So I'm happy for them. Sorry if I'm being controversial here, but we're gonna be seeing them play on Championship Sunday. But let's talk about that next series. We can see it down there in the lower bracket. We've got 2 more series left, so that means we have 2 more teams to knock out of the tournament. Super Tees. We've got Nap Time, the team that almost beat Overload. They were so close. We've got Super Duper Gamers, the team that is just 1 win away from getting back up into that gauntlet. So both of these teams, I feel like, have so much on the line, and they've got a lot to prove, Sid.
Do we have the leaderboard for the standings? Like, is it guaranteed Nap Time are out if they win this, or is it a tiebreaker? Like, I just need the math here. So right now, Super Duper, if they win, they get 20, so they'll be tied, right? And then they have to win again, and then they have to win again, and then they're locked in. But it'll still be a tie for 8th. I think that no matter what, there's a tie.
There's a lot of tiebreaker situations. We'll have to work through it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If they, maybe if Super Duper win a lot, I don't think there's a tie. But if they only win like 1 or something like that, I think that there's a lot of ties. It's top 8 is not guaranteed.
Definitely not. You know, it's this time of year when we're kind of nearing the last couple of moments for these teams to get locked into either the top 3 or into the gauntlet, that it can get really complicated. So we'll certainly keep everybody posted on kind of how this is going, how the standings are going. But remember, the teams want to be in the top 3. That will give them a ticket to the global finals at the end of May. If not, it's the next 5 teams after that will get sent to the gauntlet. And that is a very scary place to be. Only 1 team from each region will make it out alive from that. So that being said, we're going to go to a break. Before we do that, Chan, we have our first game that you get to play with us. Are you excited?
Sure.
I'm gonna take the lead.
Sure.
That sounded. He's like, wait, hold on. I thought we were here to cast. No, we're gonna play some games in the meantime. We're just doing this, give the team a little bit of a break and have some fun in the meantime. So if you're watching from home, play along in chat. This is called Picture This. So basically, Jen, we're gonna be looking at some emojis and try to figure out what is referring to. So it could be a PvP term, it could be a person, it could be a map.
All right.
This is Runes of Lordaeron.
There's an arrow with 4 tombstones.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong, actually.
Oh, I know what it is. What it is.
What is it?
It's an arena team. It's
okay.
left 4 dead.
Oh, that was so.
Oh,
wow,
that's actually clever.
That was so fast. That was so good.
Sometimes I'm quick, okay? Sometimes
that was
I'm
nice. Yeah. Okay. Would you have gotten that one, Chan?
Maybe.
You can lie. It's okay. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you you're wrong up here. Okay.
Sid's rank 1 at this game.
He is.
I don't know about that. No, wait till the next one.
Wow.
Wait till. Okay.
Oh my God.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Now I'm gonna have to get rank 1. Now I have to come back.
All right. Let's check out the next one. Spells and abilities.
Ghost,
Star, and what is that?
Hole.
A dog bowl.
It looks like a hole or something.
Spirit of the Redeemer. Is that the name of the Spirit of the Redeemer?
Abilities. Ghost.
It's like you die, but then you turn into a bowl.
Ghost, starry hole.
I don't know what the last one even represents.
Is that a golf hole or is it a
What's
bowl?
the-
I think it's a.
If it's Astral Shift, what's the hole mean though?
Well, what are the other ones to do?
Is it that totem that reses you?
I don't even know what that is.
Shaman?
Ankh totem?
Yeah.
Is it Ankh totem?
I can't remember what it's called because no one ever plays. I don't think anyone's
totem.
ever played. Maybe one time it got played in PvP. Celestial Conduit.
Ghost is
Is that
throwing
even
me
an
off.
ability? Like, what is this? What does this starry sky have to do with anything?
It makes me think
Why
it's
does
like a
the-
Boomkin
I don't-
spell.
Wait, Collapsing Void does make
was the
sense.
Boomkin,
The Boomkin.
what is the? Yeah, but why is this ghost? Is a dead Boomkin, and then
Spirit?
is he just like
Ghost?
What does the ghost
Boomkin
mean?
res
But
call?
I think the
Ghost
collapsing
wolf? Like it's a dog
the
collar
void,
maybe or something?
and then the
Could be a
collapse
dog and a
because it's
ghost.
like a hole. But I don't know what the
Why
ghost
this
is for in Collapsing
constant?
Void.
Is
Okay,
that even relevant
We have
to
a
what it
hint.
is?
We have a hint. Chan, it's a warlock ability.
Oh,
What?
Haunt?
What?
No.
Is it gateway? I don't know.
Soul?
Is it Soulstone?
Wha-
Wait, is it Soulstone?
No.
Fell domination?
I'm CC'd by the stars in the middle. What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what the haunt
don't
means.
know.
Warlock with stars. Like what? Stars. Soulstone?
The-
Soul- Demonic gateway? Demonic circle? Let's just name warlock ability. Just name warlock
I
ability.
feel like Soulstone
Fear.
makes
I'm
sense.
retired. I forgot. Demonic Gateway?
I don't think that's it. What is it? A Demo Warlock, an Affliction
Is it
Warlock,
Portal,
or a Destro Warlock?
Is it
Garrus?
Lock? No, that doesn't make any sense.
What in the
Haunt.
The middle one's...
No.
Huh?
A Haunt would make sense. It's a ghost.
But
Yeah. Soul Rot.
They're just saying abilities at this point.
Malefic Rapture. I'm just throwing out names now. Corruption, Agony,
there's a hole at
Curse
the
of
end, so it's gotta be
Weakness.
like
Curse of Tongues, because his tongue is out.
yeah, that's a reach.
I don't know. There's a tongue
Please don't tell me it's
emoji.
not.
It's definitely not.
Uh,
I think it's soul something.
Chaos Bolt. How is this so hard?
I don't know. I've given up. I don't think
Can you
if
get a clue
the if
what
the
that
lock
is at the
if,
end?
if I'm heading to the opera
scene.
soon. What?
What does that have to do with guessing this? Or are you just going to leave us here forever and we have
Phantom?
to just sit here until we get it
Is
right?
it Phantom something?
Phantom Singularity.
Oh!
How?
woo!
No, it can't be.
Oh.
Wait. No,
Oh.
it's not.
Okay, I'm so excited.
Well,
What?
Yeah, it is.
Woo!
It's a ghost. It's Phantom. It's Danny Phantom.
Okay, but
It's
what
like-
is the hole?
I don't know what the whole
Phantom.
Space plus hole equals black hole equals singular.
That's rigged.
What is this, physics
Oh
class?
my
What the heck?
God. Black
I would have
hole?
never
I
guessed
think with
that.
2, it would be fine,
my-
maybe.
Did anyone in
Phantom,
the chat guess that?
and then-
Like, is there a single
Uh,
person? You should give them like 10,000 channel
Yeah.
points.
No, nobody guessed.
Black
it.
hole
Oh,
is a
actually,
singularity.
There's a few.
Yeah, but why? But
Shout out,
like,
shout
what
out
is
to the few
the?
that I see you
You're
in there.
saying
I'm a
the
WoW
black
player,
holes
not
in
an
space?
astronomist, okay, what even is a black hole? Like,
I don't know.
Vortex is the only
I don't
black
love it,
hole
but
I
it's
know.
also fine. It's
Oh,
so
oh,
fun, you
yeah.
know.
What is that? Why is it spell and ability? And there's two people
Dancing. There's two
dancing.
people and there's dancing. Okay, so they like
Shadow
to spell
dance.
it out phonetically. I'm
Oh.
getting. Oh, okay.
Is that it? That would be too obvious, right? I
Yeah,
feel like
no,
it's
that
too
makes sense. The
obvious.
first one.
That's a
yeah,
good one.
Nice.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Instant lock. Instant lock.
Wow, that was great. I think that's it. I think those are all the ones that we've got. You know what? I think we did great. I think that was really good.
2 for 3 is not bad. 2 for 3
That's not-
instants.
Yeah, they're really hard. Cool. All right. Well, chat, you once again proved to be better at this than we are. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. Hopefully there'll be more of those that we can redeem ourselves with.
All right.
But we
I'll
are
be right
gonna
back
come
one
up to
sec.
that
Thank you
lower
for
bracket
watching.
series
That was the
map
insane
time
support
versus
today.
Super
I'll be back in
Duper
one sec.
Gamers
Hope you guys
up
are enjoying
next.
your Friday
Stick
so
around.
far.
We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are down in the lower bracket for an elimination series. It's nap time versus Super Duper Gamers. Both of these teams are teams that
this
could
is
make
Warrior.
it into the gauntlet still, so a lot is riding on the line. Nap
Time are a little bit ahead
into this bracket earlier
I don't know
today.
if Nap Time can go
as
gauntlet.
and Super Dupers, they were in the lower bracket, and
I think it's out of Streamer Zone.
So both of these teams have had incredible
I think it's out of
days.
Streamer Zone,
Both of these
and
teams are
maybe
playing
not.
out of their minds today.
Maybe
Ben,
Nap Time
and I
has
think
to
we
have a
have
playoff
a
for
very
it.
fun series that we are about to see.
We do, yeah. Nap Time, phenomenal performance in that upper bracket, going the distance.
Almost beat
with the highest
rank
rated
1
seed
team
in the tournament. So I think they've really made a name for themselves. Super Duper Gamers, they're looking to cause some upsets here as well. I mean, this is a phenomenal team. You've got Jamie, MVQ, SQX, and Blizzo. So some heavy hitters on this roster, and I think they're really trying to cause a bit of a stir in Europe for this final cup. And both of these teams very capable of causing that stir, but we'll have to see who comes out ahead, because they're going to have to unfortunately go through each other.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting comps, I think as well in this series, Zico. I mean, what do you make of Nap Time, especially? You know, they're playing kind of a non-meta composition. They're making it work as well.
Both
Do you think that
to
they
be
are up
honest.
to the challenge of Super Duper Gamers?
Absolutely. What I want to see, like a dream scenario here, with Super Duper Gamers beating Shibaku Tensei in the mirror, just taking their comp, making it their own, saying, what do you got? I want to see them do it again. I want to see them lock in Blizzo and full send it Thunder Mirror. That would be insane. They're just.
I think DH is ahead of the
sun.
sun. I think DH is ahead. I think they're already ahead in that mirror.
That would be. I would
think.
love that. I don't think that's what we're gonna see. We're probably gonna see DHLA.
All right. Well, with that in mind, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
I am going with the Super Duper Gamers. I feel like Nap Time, they have had a solid performance, but I do think that the defeat that they suffered earlier when they were so close may have demoralized their spirits a little bit. On the contrary, Super Duper Gamers, they just came off of a big win. They got the steam, they got the momentum, they got a super experienced roster. I think they got it.
All right, Ven?
I'm going with my heart for this one. I feel like Nap Time, they got this. I'm going 3-1 in favor of Nap Time. I saw what they could do in that upper bracket, and I believe in the H-Pal dream. I want to see it. I want to see the deep run going from rank 1 last season to, you know, making it into the finals for this Cup 3.
Okay,
so
funny
everything
conspiracy.
on that.
What if they just
Okay,
get given
all
the
right,
card and they get told they have to defend it?
And
What if they just what if they just roll a
Okay,
random like
I think we're
RNG?
about split here.
Like, the
as for
desk,
my
like,
prediction, I am
rolls
also on the
1 to
side of
3
Nap
for
Time.
each
I know that
thing,
Super
and they're
Duper
like,
made a really
defend
good
this
point
answer.
Earlier, though, that Nap Time played a really long series, and they might be just a little bit tired from that last one. I feel like given the last series, though, they've had a little bit of time to take a break, get some recovery, but still carry out that momentum. You know, from how well that they did end up playing, even though it was a loss into this series. So, but I mean, that being said, Super Duper Gamers also have had a great day. So who knows, really? We are going to get into that series, though. So much on the line. The winner of this series still has a chance to make it into the gauntlet, and you can bet that both of these teams are going to be putting everything on the line. They're not going to leave a single thing on the table in this series. It's game number 1, elimination round. Nap Time versus Super Duper Gamers.
All right, what do we get? It's the
Classic.
DHL versus the Thunder Clean Holy
I
Paladin
think
versus
personally,
Rester Druid.
in my
Jamie
mind,
versus Cookie.
they should just be
And,
ahead.
let's see. What are you thinking here, Van? Who should win this?
You can also see they're
I
playing
don't know.
different
This is
builds.
not a matchup I
Cookie
see too
is
often.
not playing
I feel like we're
Burrow.
looking at kind of
Jamie
like the
is
meta
playing
classes
Burrow.
right now. The Paladin is the only. This is the only odd man out. Like Hitsuki's the only one that's like, okay, like, do you really belong here? These are all like the S tier specs. Like, should you be here? But I feel like you put on such a good performance. I'm curious to see. I think one vulnerability in this game could be they go after SQX. So I think making swaps onto the Restoration
Nice
Druid
fake.
is going to be
Insta.
really important. in
Blown
this
right
match.
look
You
at
can see
that.
Cookie just pushing forward as well, putting a lot of pressure on the Druid. getting
Cookie's
up that early
aggression
damage.
may not work super well into a DH, though. DH
definitely
is going to be continually punishing him.
Actually, in a lot of trouble
it's
right now.
constant damage.
50% HP already.
It's just
proccing Saved
constant.
by the
He's
Light.
getting
That's gonna
melted
be
the entire
Astral
time.
Shift coming out there from Cookie. Jamie is gonna also take some return fire. Nice Hammer of Justice, blinding light there onto SQX. Oh my God, that was a beautiful stun there by Cookie, forcing out Jamie's trinket. With that pet stun, and now MVQ is taking a lot of damage too. MVQ has no trinket. Jamie has no trinket. They're already in a pretty bad situation. And SQX is looking for Cyclones, he's looking for CC, but immediately has to kind of abandon that push, realizing that this is a moment where he has to be defensive. A swap onto SQX. Huge lightning lasso here from Cookie. She is doing some serious work right now.
Yeah, definitely. Some solid damage, topping the meters, but Jamie is right behind her right now in terms of that. See what can happen. Cookie putting out a blast of damage. Jamie getting low, though. Atsuki, Andre, and Cookie. Honestly, if Andre has uptime like this, it's going to be really difficult for SQX to heal through the pressure. Back and forth here in this game number 1
nice
between
fake.
these two teams.
Gets the clone again.
Cyclone fakes out
Second time that's happened.
And Will manage to find it on Andre.
It's just
and
so safe when you have that.
Get that on the warrior. That's when the slaughterhouse is going to fall. And that's
it's a guaranteed clone regardless of cyclone or regardless of reflect when you get a precog.
Taking a lot of damage.
Onto SQX.
He's in a hammer of justice.
They're all
right
rotting.
And it is because of that reverse magic from MVQ. The hunt connects onto Andre. Needs to be very careful in this position. He's going to activate the regen to try to mitigate some of that damage and heal back up. Jamie on the backside of that pillar, trying to just kite Andre. And I feel like if Andre gets enough uptime onto Jamie, eventually Jamie's just going to flop over. So they need to try to make something happen.
Onto the last of the
beautiful main stun onto Cookie. SQS looking for the Cyclone, forcing out Hetsuki straight swapping to SQX. Nice swap, punishing SQX in that position, getting his trinket as well. That's a worth trade for the Paladin.
Yeah, definitely. Blinding Light now goes out, but it is going to be Andre that's low. At the same time, Jamie has to trade out the Astral Shift. Cookie just having a field day right now, putting out lots of damage here on MVQ. I love the setups on the Druid. There's no Barskin, no Trinket available. The next Hammer of Justice on SQX could be absolutely devastating. They need to stall just a little bit longer for that Barskin. They're going to just preemptively use the Ancient of Lore. SQX just topping off the team, but that's a big defensive cooldown he no longer has access to.
Yeah, and the Hammer of Justice is up in about 20 seconds, so there could be a KO opportunity there onto either Jamie or SQX. Jamie with no Astral Shift, so they could go for a Hammer of Justice. Blinding Light, Hetsuki's looking for it. SQX, what are you going to do? Nice Ursul's Vortex, but Hetsuki is crossing the map here, trying to get aggressive. MVQ is trying to shut it down for a little bit. There's the Hammer of Justice. Are they going to swap? No. Reverse magic coming through from MVQ. They're swapping to MVQ, though, with a Lightning Lasso, and he's going to have to Trinket out of that one. Activate the Blur as well. Now, Darkness getting dropped here onto Jamie as well. MVQ making some MVP plays.
Yeah, once again, a Hex is going to be landed. Just a little bit of disruption. It's a race between these two Elemental Shamans at this point. Hetsuki is a little bit behind on mana. Naptime falling a little bit behind right now. Hetsuki doesn't have too much healing to trade out. A full Hammer Justice on SQX once again. Very back and forth. I like the aggression here from Naptime. Playing this matchup very confidently here. The double stun comes in. Jamie gets a little bit low. Cookie looking to line up some damage here. Big primordial wave, and Jamie's getting absolutely smoked. Andre gets put into imprisonment by MVQ.
Mana-wise, super
down,
even, actually.
Cooldown-wise, kind of collapse on SQX.
That seems relatively even.
Here's the Giga Tree. And that's going to be the Ancient of Lore again from SQX. Also had to use his Barkskin. Cookie, though, is in trouble. She uses the Astral Shift and tries to get back in line of sight of SQX. He realizes that he's most likely going to be the target, so he's ducking around the corner. Jamie now in a Stormbolt, actually pre-Astral Shift on that Stormbolt. Nice read there from Jamie. He's going for the Stormkeeper. Gets interrupted, though, by Andre. Cookie gets interrupted on the Stormkeeper there as well, and huge damage coming in onto MVQ. He's in the stun, and Andre is going to get caught up with the Cyclone. Hitsuki now.
Warriors down.
Nice interrupt there from Cookie, actually interrupting that Cyclone that SQX was looking for. And Andre going to be put in prison here for a second. Going to allow Jamie to get a little bit of extra damage.
It might be a little bit unhealable, but it's surprising how fast this game is looking like it's going to end.
SQX has a lot of healing to catch up on.
Yeah, definitely. But Hetsuki at the same time finally trades out the sacrifice. Might be able to keep Cookie alive here. It's a very back and forth. I mean, anyone could win at this point of the game. No lay on hands going to be available.
Maybe Paladin runs out of steam just a teeny bit early.
Defensive cooldown, so
it could just be literally onto that.
Healing out, trying once again to play on top of the Druid. Big blinding light comes in. Jamie could be in a little trouble. There's no Iron Bark. There's no Astral Shift. This is an opportunity for Naptime to really push.
There's the tree again.
Denies it. The Ancient of Lore is just so much healing. Jamie easily gets
free
topped
healing.
up. But after this Ancient of Lore, if they can find that pressure once again, I feel like nap time, they have a limited window, but they can win this game.
There is no window.
Absolutely. That was SQX
Both have Trinket. We've got Barrow again. We have Wall in a second.
Mana is coming down to a wire here as well for both teams. It's going to be SQX. He's looking for the Cyclone. Not able to find it there onto Hetsuki. Now Hetsuki has an opportunity to get aggressive.
Trinket Nether from MVQ.
And uses the Nether Walk right there. There's going to be a rake stun.
There's a window now on MVQ. If they just run MVQ, they could win.
Justice, but the hammer connects. Who is going to drop MVQ? What are you going to do here? He's taking so much damage. Jamie powering through with a couple of heals as well, but now Cookie might crumble under the pressure of Super Duper Gamers. They're trying to clothesline the game here, trying to land a Hex, but Jamie is taking a return fire. Andre swapping to SQX as well. Huge damage onto everyone. Jamie's just cosplaying a healer at this point, and it could be SQX actually who falls first, but he manages to top himself, and Jamie now in big trouble. Andre with a nice fear to slow down the pressure. Nice darkness.
So the win condition, actually, if you look at this,
yeah, let's see what they decide to do.
They're very
this
close
is
to
not
mana, but it's
for
this.
Nap time. Super Duper Gamers, they have all the pressure, all the momentum, and Cookie
they're gonna mana.
crushed.
Just game over.
Suki does what he can, but unfortunately, it is not enough. Super Duper Gamers.
Yeah, Trank too.
First blood, and
Trank
honestly,
into big tree would be the game now, pretty much.
Good. I mean, they've kind of just been owning everyone in these mirrors. So I don't know, nap time, what they can do.
Really is though.
They
XO
played that game well, but ultimately, maybe starting to see some of the weaknesses of the Holy Paladin.
I mean, they're both close. It's just tree not costing mana.
The Holy Paladin definitely,
or tree not having any mana costing your heals holds up
for nap time, but in terms of damage, they were actually massively ahead. Like you can see, Andre and Cookie both out damaging their counterparts. So if they actually
asterisk, the Paladin team takes less damage from Diva Aura, and also Beacon has reduction on it too.
Paladin in the late game, it's not going to be as potent as the rest of Druid, and I think that the Demon Hunter pick, I actually really like it.
They take like 9% less damage or something because they're a Paladin.
Most of their setups are going to come through a Hammer of Justice, into a Blinding Light, similar things like that. And it's so good to just have that reverse magic every single time. It's so good as well. MBQ is playing with the Darkness, of course, and he's able to get a lot of work done, just dropping it early. So I really like the Demon Hunter pick. And I think the best way that they could punish that is to maybe look to stun MVQ a little bit more, try to take him out of the game. Because anytime they leave him free, he always has the imprisonment. He always has, Chaos Novas. He has reverse magic. He has all kinds of things to kind of keep his team safe. So yeah, I think maybe more stuns onto MVQ when they get those Hammer of Justice plays to try to accelerate the pace of the game.
I like that. We'll see what they decide to do. I wonder if map is going to play into this at all. Like, potentially a small map to play on top of the Druid more often. Because, like I said, I think for Hetsuki, Cookie, and Andre, they are playing these games very confidently. They're playing aggressive. Hetsuki's not afraid to push in and get the Hammer of Justice and the Blinding Lights. So I do suspect we'll be going to a small map. Potentially something like Ruins of Lordaeron to really kind of accelerate that type of playstyle. But I think in these Elemental Shaman mirrors, like MVQ and Jamie seem to have really good synergy. MVQ coming in clutch with great darknesses at the right time, with great reverse magics. Like, playing against MVQ, he's quite annoying. He's very good at like pre-glimpsing setups. Oh, okay. So
this is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. Super Duper Gamers, they are confident. They are locking in the mirror, and they're gonna have the advantage because the Druid in the late game is gonna outmana the Paladin. So
they felt like MVQ didn't do enough
to get something done. But the
downside
like it wasn't
decisively enough.
You can swap to the Druid and kill him. He doesn't have any Divine Shield, doesn't have any bubble, doesn't have any of those kind of emergency cooldowns. And on a map like Hook Point, I fear for SQX. I really think that the key to nap time is going to be to potentially put that Druid to sleep.
I am surprised. Like, why do you think they brought in Blizzo? Because that game looked relatively convincing from my point of view. Like, what didn't we like about the Demon Hunter? Because I kind of like the insurance of like being able to pre-glimpse goes and get the reverse magic on the Hammer of Justice and bring in the darkness. When SQX doesn't have bark skin or anything like that. Like, it didn't seem too bad to me.
I don't actually know if this matchup is going to be better, but on paper, I feel like playing a mirror, but your healer is stronger in the late game than their healer, it seems like a good bet. And more so, I'm excited for this just because Super Duper Gamers, this is kind of what I was talking about in the pregame. I just want to see them mirror everyone. Like, if they end up facing Echo, I want to see them go FMP mirror or RMP mirror as well. Like, you know, just be that team. Just mirror everyone. Just be the most confident team in the tournament. But game number 2, Super Duper Gamer versus Nap Time. Resto Druid Thundercleave versus the Holy Paladin Thundercleave. This is kind of a pick that I do believe Super Duper Gamers actually have been practicing, because they have Blizzo on the roster, and that's mainly what he brings, right, is that Warrior as well as the Windwalker. So I do think that Windwalker Ellie and Warrior Ellie is probably comps that they are actually very familiar with. But this is Nap Time's you know, bread and butter comp. So we'll see who comes out ahead here in game number 2.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do. This could be a very back and forth series. But Super Duper Gamers are feeling confident. They're bringing in Blizzo, heavy hitter on that Warrior, one of the absolute best Warriors in Europe. Let's see if Andre can go toe-to-toe and what Nap Time is going to be able to do. About 30 seconds have elapsed. It's going to be Cookie and Jamie once again under fire in this matchup. Blizzo just putting out some devastation here in this game, but won't have freedom. So it's not going to have that same kind of luxury as Andre to have that blessing of freedom from the Paladin, but of course not going to have to deal with getting cycloned and rooted. So, you know, it's a bit of a kiss curse between these two healers. Which one is better? Which one provides more benefit? Full Hammer of Justice now on to SQX. It's going to be Andre and Cookie that are going low. Hatsuki doesn't have a Hammer of Justice available, so can't find the crowd control just yet, but still just keeping the team topped off. SQX going for some crowd control, gets a full stun here onto Andre, and now looking for a Cyclone. Blizzo can turn his attention over onto Cookie.
Yeah, Blizzo is looking for the Cookie and the Cookie Jar. Let's see if he can get any uptime. Right now trying to get the uptime there, but Andre shutting it down for a second. Now going back over onto Jamie. Cookie trying to kite Blizzo, but the Stormbolt connects. Big damage here onto Cookie. Do they have anything to deflect it? They have the sacrifice. They're being greedy with it. Doesn't look like Hitsuki wants to trade it. He's going to be able to just heal through it here, actually, without really using any cooldown. So a tremendous amount of healing coming out from the Holy Paladin, but mana is starting to slowly but surely edge a little bit in Super Duper Gamer's favor. In terms of damage, though, it's looking really good here for Andre. He's quite ahead in terms of warrior damage compared to Blizzo, and if he can get more uptime here onto Jamie, that could be dangerous. Oh, beautiful Ursul's Vortex. They already forced out the Blessing of Protection with that Stormbolt Ursul's Vortex behind the pillar there, and now Jamie could be in trouble. Do they have the healing here? He's going to activate the Astral Shift, respecting the damage while his healer is in crowd control.
Yeah, good trades there by Jamie, staying alive. Now Blizzo's going to be that main target. Going for a big Blade Storm, though. Huge setup here onto Andre. No defensive cooldowns available. Hetsuki might have to trade the Divine Shield. Oh, looks like he's going to greet it. Divine Shield, lay on hands. That's basically everything. Nap Time barely has any cooldowns left. It seems like Super Duper Gamers have made a good decision bringing in Blizzo. This game is looking a lot more one-sided, but there's been moments, and Jamie has no defensives, and they can take him down. It's a lot of pressure. SQX will deflect. They get the Bark Skin or the Iron Bark and the Trinket, and all of a sudden, Nap Time is back in the game.
Yeah, Nap Time, they just need one more good setup onto SQX, and they could be able to take him down, but at the same time, Hitsuki, no Divine Shield. Could also be an opening. I don't know how much damage they can actually do in a Paladin swap, but Hitsuki is at some point going to have to cross the map here, and now he's going for it right there. Looks like he's going to be able to cross safely. Nice Hex there onto Blizzo. Now they're going after Jamie here on the Ellie Shaman. Lightning Lasso is going to slow things down for a second. SQX looking for the Cyclone with that Ancient of Lore up as well. So if it does get reflected, it's just going to get immune. Nicely done there by SQX. Going to be able to slow things down for a second. Hitsuki activates the Sacrifice there as well. Amy fake casts an Interrupt. He's got the Stormkeeper up, but they're trying to punish SQX. Oh my god, his damage from Cookie is absolutely insane. SQX, though, is able to deflect it. No stun connecting there for a second, and now they're actually going to turn their attention over to Blizzo. Big CC chain onto SQX. He's got no Trinket. Blizzo, what are you going to do? Huge damage, and Rage Regen trades, and here comes the Bladestorm counterattack onto Andre.
Yeah, Cookie getting swapped too also. Big Shockwave comes in from Blizzo. SQX rotting down low. Pressure on multiple members of both teams at this point in the game. About 4 minutes have elapsed. Dampening is getting higher, and these healers are going to start really struggling. I mean, healing against a Fury Warrior Elemental Shaman is not easy. Hammer of Justice lands. No Trinket available. Blizzo getting a little bit low. At the same time, Andre and Cookie are under fire. Beautiful wind shear there by Jamie. Slows down Hatsuki's heals, but it seems like SQX is in a good position now. Throws out the Trents, getting the Dispels. His team's topped off, and Super Duper Gamers are looking good for a push.
Super Duper Gamers. Who are they going to go after? It looks like SQX actually has his trinket back up. No bark skin, though. So I think if they swap to him, he might have to use it, but might have to be a little bit careful with how he positions. Hetsuki's pushing for it. Ancient of Lore. Oh, he gets it off beautifully right there. So he can't get Hammer of Justice by Hetsuki, and that's going to buy SQX a lot of time. It's going to allow him to get his bark skin out, but look at Blizzo. Blizzo is just absolutely getting blended here in the midfield, but so is Andre. Andre's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Trinket and Enraged Region trading here, but there's the Hammer of Justice onto SQX. Can he hold his Trinket in this position? It looks like he's going to be able to. Blizzo, with excellent defense here, is able to stay alive, and Blizzo has the Avatar popped. He's got the Recklessness popped. He's got a lot of damage loaded up. Meanwhile, Andre chilling in a Cyclone.
Yeah, Andre low on health. Cookie low on health. Great pressure here for Super Duper Gamers, but Blizzo may have overstayed his welcome behind the pillar. He's just throwing caution to the wind, continuing this push onto Cookie. Big heals coming in. That's going to be the lay on hands. Good save there by Hetsuki, but really not too much left. Hammer of Justice trades. SQX immediately trades out the Trinket. Super Duper Gamers, they have a lot of momentum right now, and they want to hold on and continue this push. Blizzo just chasing behind the pillar. He is unafraid. He gets the double fear out just to slow Cookie down for a second. Cookie's going to trade out the Trinket and the Tremor to try to get Naptime some uptime and try to turn this game back in their favor.
It's actually not looking that bad right now for Naptime. SQX with no Trinket bark skin. Blizzo's dropping very low. If they can land a Hammer of Justice, this could just be it. 3 seconds left on that cooldown for Hetsuki. They already traded the disarm, but look at Andre. He's getting blasted. He's buttering up his target. Ancient of Lore with Nature Swiftness coming through there from SQX, trying to bait the Hammer of Justice, but Hetsuki didn't fall for it. They still have an opportunity. SQX looking for the Cyclones. Can he land it? There's the Stormbolt. They're looking for the Cyclone follow-up. They get it. They get the Trinket.
Oh.
Andre on 1% HP.
Lord,
The Trinket is enough, I think, to save him. I don't know. The Blaze
He's not.
defensively.
He's not
Can
making
they
that,
do
is
it?
he?
Hetsuki trades the Divine Shield. Cookie with some heals there as
They're
well.
playing-
Andre still cloned on 10%. Anything more? Do they have any follow-up? No, it doesn't
This
look
is
like it.
Thane
SQX
versus Slayer,
sitting
by the
through that
way.
Hammer of Justice, but still manages to get the DR main stun. SQX trying to make some MVP plays here onto Andre. Can they close it out? There's the triple blinding light. Andre will recover, but it costed Hetsuki his entire spell book and his entire mana bar.
Yeah, Cookie actually did a really good job there, throwing in some off heal, some hexes, but Andre still not out of it yet. The full Blessing of Protection lands. It gets purged off, and he gets dropped. At the same time, though, cross-kill potential. Cookie, see how much damage she has available. It's not going to be enough. It looks like Super Duper Gamers hold on. That was actually a back-and-forth game. Ultimately, Super Duper Gamers come out ahead, and it's that Ancient of Lore. Every time SQX has access to that Ancient of Lore, he's able to fully recover his team and get them really aggressive in the match. And just honestly, the game only lasted that long, and Naptime barely held on because Cookie throwing some amazing peels here in these final moments.
Yeah, this last push was actually so scary onto Andre, but they did manage to recover, and then Andre tried to charge back into the fight, get aggressive, and the purge right here on the Blessing of Protection, they immediately got that off, and Hetsuki at this point doesn't really have any cooldowns to work with, almost no mana left as well, going for an offensive play. Not too much Hetsuki can do in that position, and yeah, they don't have enough healing to kind of survive the damage. They had to use pretty much everything. Andre, 2 seconds left on that Enraged Region. I think he actually may have had it here. Yeah, he actually did have it as he went down, but obviously this was in giga slow motion, so wasn't quite up in that kind of for that long in the actual game. But yeah, Andre had 1 or 2 seconds maybe to press that button.
Feels like a
right
lifetime
at the end there, but yeah.
We're watching it back. It's like you had Enraged Regen for a year at this point, like right now. He have to be slamming
that
it.
1 second.
But yeah, I think they were kind of in trouble. Hetsuki was zeroed out on mana. I mean, 7 minutes. That's a fast 7-minute game. I feel like that game kind of flew by.
Yeah, what? Was that
there.
7 minutes?
Yeah.
That felt like 2 seconds, actually. Like gates just opened.
Something's weird. The phantom singularity, you know?
I would have never guessed that, by the way, on the
Me
previous
neither.
game,
I was just
not gonna
watching.
lie.
I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, I had no clue. But they figured it out, and we'll have to see if Naptime can figure it out too, because they're down 2 games right now.
Nice.
Elimination series, and Super Duper Gamers are looking good. This is a team that is looking to play spoiler, and they have the capabilities. They've got the players, they've got the experience, they've got the compositions. If I, had been competing in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2, and I saw Super Duper Gamers in Cup number 3, I'd be very annoyed and very afraid because they're quite capable of going toe-to-toe with these top teams.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely insane at this, and I couldn't agree more. And we are going to go to Ruins of Lordaeron, which was kind of an expected pick. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. That last map obviously being Hook Point, but Ruins, definitely another good map like this on the menu. Now, the question for Super Duper Gamers is, are we locking in Blizzo again? Are we seeing the Warrior Ellie again? I feel like they're going to do it. And for nap time, they're probably going to run the same thing as well. So it's just time to wake up and see what we can do.
We'll see. Same composition. So it seems like Super Duper Gamers, they're going to be a little bit happier locking in Blizzo on the Warrior. And I have to admit, it did look good. However, so did the Demon Hunter. I mean, both of them seem
in
like
the end, in
winning
retrospect,
composition. The rest of Drew just seems a little.
I think in the end, what happened here was they thought the DH got gapped by the Warrior, so they'll lock a Warrior, and the Warrior will do equal. But in really, what they're not taking into account is the fact that the Paladin is just reducing their damage by so much. And also they're bitter at kiting because of the So I still think Warrior is probably overall maybe better, but it's close. I think, it's close.
Have a little bit more mana in the late game. It would be massively beneficial because I think both games have actually come down to Hatsuki just being completely tapped, right?
Yeah, more or less. I feel like for SQX, he is the difference maker. He just needs to keep landing these Cyclones. If you can't get them onto Hatsuki, he needs to land them onto Andre. Either you slow down Andre's damage, you're stretching the game out that way, or you're making offensive plays and you're forcing Andre or Cookie to play defensive, and you're kind of stretching the game out that way. And obviously there is a world as well where you land so many Cyclones that you win the game because they just don't have an answer for it anymore. But SQX, he has the ability to make this game and just take Super Duper Gamers to Championship Sunday. For nap time, I think that it's all about denying SQX. Continue to swap to him. That's what I want to see. Like, you're not going to win the long game by training the Warrior or the Ellie. You're going to win the game by continue to swap to SQX. They did a good job with it last game, but they need to try to get even more aggressive. I want to see every single Hodge onto SQX and try to punish. Ancient of Lore obviously makes it a little bit more difficult, but I think they can do it.
Ancient of Lore definitely paying dividends for these druids. It's a very powerful cooldown. If you guys don't know what Ancient of Lore does, you basically go into the super tree mode, which we call it the Ancient of Lore. You get 30% damage reduction. You get access to 2 heals. One of them is just an AoE heal on your whole team that also puts up heal over time effects on everybody. And then the other one's a single target heal that puts up your heal over time effects. So the longer you're in tree, all this healing is free too. So you can't be crowd controlled. You're taking less damage. You get free healing. You're just, it's very good. So it's super difficult to deal with that.
Yeah, you just you become very hard to take down. It's like angel form for a druid, in a way.
Better.
You can't really be killed. Your spells don't cost anything, and you can just spam heal. Except your heals are also better.
And you can move.
Yeah.
And we've seen the druids use like the Spider-Man maneuver too, where they go in the Ancient of Lore and just like sling over to their teammates real quick, maneuver around the map, make sure they're in range. But here we go, SQX immediately. Look at that, just right away. And one of the reasons why healers trade out the cooldown like that, even when it looks like no one's in danger, is just to get free healing. Like, these games are coming down to mana, so the fact that all of your healing is free in the Ancient of Lore just allows you to kind of stay ahead. However, Blizzo's getting absolutely smoked right now. Might just die in the opener. Big amounts of damage. SQX is not gonna be too greedy. I mean, I can't believe that Super Duper Gamers didn't use more there. Basically trading no cooldowns. Finally, Iron Bar. At the same time, Andre is getting low here, Zico.
Yeah, and they're going after Jamie a little bit. Actually, it looks like they want to go after SQX. Are they going to fear him and stun Jamie? What are they going to do here? Andre is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Beautiful Ursox Vortex. Beautiful stun onto Hatsuki. Look at SQX not allowing Hatsuki to land that Hammer of Justice.
I mean, people didn't know a lot of people were judging.
No, look like it. He's getting punished hard, taking a lot of
Lore
damage.
before they understood how it worked. They didn't understand you could NS it, and they didn't. Oh, Blizzo getting blasted.
Double blinding light. They're going after Blizzo.
Blizzo getting blasted.
Stay alive.
Bro, I can't believe how much damage Cookie did that as well.
Nice call there.
But you can leap as well. You can leap in with Cookie in the tree form. But it's also free mana cost abilities. They also buffed it, and they also made it, you could NS it.
Cyclone, maybe out of the Stormbolt, double roar coming out, but it's going to break, so he's going to activate the Ancient of Lore, and he's going for a cast, but gets interrupted there by Cookie. Nicely done by her. And again, it's going to be Andre on the main attack here, back onto SQX. Full Hammer of Justice. They do have the trinket. They don't have Barkskin. I can't believe he's not. Okay, there we go. He's going to trinket that finally. And he does get the meld rake stun. Beautiful knock onto Andre all the way to the opposite side of the slimy pool on the side there. SQX also getting a cyclone there onto Cookie. And so far, it looks like Super Duper Gamers are in control, but they did get SQX trinket there. So if they can line up a big push and try to punish that, they could still win this game. Jamie is taking some damage, but Tranquility should deflect it.
Yeah, Blizzo getting low. Nice Hammer of Justice here by Hetsuki. SQX has his work cut out for him. Needs to get some serious healing out to keep his team alive. And Naptime has a lot of pressure at this point in the game. Blizzo rolls over, getting a massive swell of damage here on a Cookie. He's going to trade out the Astral Shift and stay alive. Hetsuki has a lot of cooldowns as well, so has the trinket, has the sacrifice if needed. Jamie and Blizzo are falling behind. A beautiful blinding light. Naptime looking to put a point on the board. Can they do it? Seems like Jamie will deflect. SQX keeps him alive, but another Hammer of Justice. Hetsuki just playing so aggressively in these games with his crowd control on that Paladin.
And look at the damage. Andre is 40 mil ahead of Blizzo. Cookie is 20 mil ahead of Jamie. And Hetsuki,
they aren't quite respecting the differences in what they're doing.
They are doing a lot more damage, but they're doing such a good job kind of dealing with it on the side of Super Duper Gamers. There are some openings, though. No trinket for a couple of more seconds, but it might be Blizzo actually surviving this situation. Maybe not.
Take a 1, yeah, 3-2.
Go for the Stormbolt onto Andre. SQX sitting through another Hammer of Justice. He's got full hots onto Blizzo. Looking for a Cyclone against Bladestorm by Andre. Double Bladestorm, double spinning Warriors in the midfield. Blizzo's going to cancel it a little bit earlier and charge back into the fight. He's looking for Andre. Oh, what a nice Thunderstorm right there onto Blizzo's heroic leap. That is not going to let him connect onto anything, and now he's stuck in a root. Cook is doing a great job there.
Yeah, Hetsuki's falling slowly behind on mana, going for a Searing Glare, trying to reduce some incoming damage, maybe deny a Cyclone there by SQX. SQX under pressure, though. This could be a little bit dangerous. Does have the Iron Bark available. It's trying to line of sight Cookie as much as possible, and that's kind of the problem here. If SQX is just line of sighting, Cookie can't connect damage. I don't think the Druid's going to go down. Finally, some pressure coming in, though. SQX in bear form will connect some heals. Do they have a Hammer of Justice available? It looks like it's up in just a few short seconds. Full Hammer of Justice lands. Immediate trinket. SQX is not messing around, does not want to fall behind immediately into that Ancient of Lore, and now just throwing in the heals here onto Jamie.
Really good defensive rotation right now between Blizzo and SQX. Blizzo doesn't have his enraged regen. SQX trinkets. SQX doesn't want to trinket. Blizzo pops the enraged regen, but Blizzo could be in some trouble here. Nice stun there onto Andre. They stun his trinket there with the Stormbolt, so it's going to slow down the damage for a second. Searing Glare is being casted here for Hetsuki. Gets interrupted, and mana somewhat tied up, but the Druid with the Ancient of Lore should be able to pull ahead. It's going to be all about the damage right now. And so far, Naptime, they are really, really digging deep here with the damage onto Super Duper Gamers. But a triple fear connects from Blizzo. Nice Tremor Totem, though, from Cookie. Cookie is also trading out some good kiting here. Double Shockwave. Blizzo is going to get knocked and charged back into the fight. Nice stun there onto Blizzo as well, just really pinning him down away from the pillar. But SQX, he doesn't even care. He's just doing damage onto Cookie, spamming out Star Surges onto Cookie, and Blizzo is going to be completely fine. It's going to be Cookie on the back foot here.
SQX is even on mana right now, so Tsuki's done a much better job maintaining mana at this point of the game. Blizzo's getting a little bit low. Cookie at the same time going down potentially here. It is really close. Cookie gets interrupted. Full Disorienting Roar. If they get the Cyclone, it could be dangerous, but it looks like Hetsuki will deny. Gets the Searing Glare to slow down Blizzo just a little bit, so really powerful, potent PvP ability. At the same time, Jamie's going down. SQX going to that Ancient of Lore. Lots of empowered free healing here for SQX, and this should put his team ahead during this moment.
Yeah, Jamie's got the Stormkeeper loaded up as well, and he is unloading right now. Cookie is taking so much damage. The bop coming out there onto Cookie. Jamie not able to find the Purge just yet. And it doesn't look like he's going to even go for it. It's going to almost subside at this point. Blizzo looking to make his way back onto the Ellie Shaman of Cookie. Blade Storm connects there as well for Blizzo. Maim stun from SQX is going to force out the trinket from Hetsuki. Nice Hammer of Justice, or nice sacrifice with that trinket as well. Cookie still in a little bit of danger. Cyclone onto Andre. SQX is looking for an opening here. He's trying to be aggressive, but he gets punished there. Beautiful aggression though onto Cookie.
And there it is.
And SQX actually trinketing out of that stun and just going cat form.
It's a tough one, man. To go from a 3-2 series that could have gone down to like literally a 2v2 at the end.
But still,
multiple times.
SQX timing has been
to
so good
0-3
with when he goes aggressive and when he's going defensive. And again, super duper gamers. They play this kind of pseudo mirror.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them.
And they come out on top.
Yeah, this team is looking really good. Like, it's so nice to see Blizzo. Honestly, with how strong Warriors are, like, basically not see him in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. I'm like, where is he? Like, where did he go? So having a really good showing here in Cup number 3 with Jamie, SQX, and MVQ. This is a solid team. They have the Warrior Demon Hunter Cleave if they need it. We've got Jamie on the Elemental Shaman to play both Demon Hunter Ellie as well as Warrior Ellie. It's really great to see. And for nap time, unfortunately, this was just not their match. But this is a team that has really impressed me. I mean, nap time, they had a lot of close calls in these games going in a mirror against
they still qualify.
Some of the best players in the game.
Maybe not.
Those classes, almost
they pick up
taking
0
down
extra
the
points.
upper
Maybe
bracket,
maybe
number
they're
1
tied
seed in the tournament. Overload. So it's just really great to see them show up. And yeah, a great performance by them.
Put it in practice on Thunder.
Yep,
Not a whole bunch, very little.
Just take a look at one more time. Look at
a
that
tiny bit.
Skull Bash that came in
Maybe
there
one
at
session.
the end onto Cookie. And nap time, I mean, they definitely came in and delivered some pain. Not often we see a Warrior out-damage Blizzo. Not often we see an LA Shaman out-damage Jamie. So Andre and Cookie doing a good job with their damage, but it just wasn't enough this time around. But yeah, we'll see where the chips fall in terms of standings. Super duper gamers continue to climb the ranks here, and I believe that they are tied now with some of their competition, and it is looking good right now for me and Chan. Look at those predictions. What's going on there? Are you guys losing to a coin again?
Dude, I am having such a bad day. I'm losing to not only the coin, but Supatees as well. He had a bad weekend last week. I started off this season so good with predictions, and I am just losing. I'm taking the L. I don't know what's going on. Supatees rubbed off on me or something, but yeah, we'll have the updated leaderboard, I'm sure, for predictions. But we can take a look at the updated leaderboard for standings for the moment. And you are correct.
They all tied?
They are now tied. So
They're all tied?
Dream alive of making it into the gauntlet. Super Duper
That's
Gamer.
crazy.
This is the team that beat Shibaku Tensei earlier today. They beat the team that almost beat Overload. So they've had an incredible day for sure. And it kind of seems like every time we see them as well, they're just getting better and better and really driving up that level of competition that they are able to deliver. So very excited to see what else this team is capable of. So they'll be moving on to Championship Sunday, and they'll play the winner of this next up series. It's either going to be Dobob or Locked In, depending on who wins the last series of the day. And both of these teams have had an incredible day themselves as well. Venrigu, which team do you think that they would be more prepared to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So far, I mean, the tournament, one of the themes about this tournament, these cups in general, which has just been so fun to watch, is just how evenly matched these teams are, right? I've said it again. I've said it. I'm going to say it again. When I had a chance to talk with Waz, he was just saying the really interesting thing about the season, it seems like there's no team that just beats everybody. Like, everyone can lose. There's lots of different compositions that are evenly matched. Sometimes it's going to be Rogue Mage Priest that beats Feral Mage Priest. Sometimes it's going to be the Pharaoh that wins. Like, sometimes we're just going to see the Elemental Shaman beating the Mage. And we saw a composition like Jungle take down Echo. So, yeah, I feel like it's really anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. If you look at the bracket, it seems like every single series has been a bit of an upset. So these teams continue to surprise us, and I'm sure this next series will be no different. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got that last lower bracket series, Dobob versus Locked In, and then we will have our final four for the European region for our last cup before these teams try and make it as high as they possibly can into the standings. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll come to that series up next.
as a 3-way tie gets sorted. I don't know if they'll do matches or if they'll. It depends if they. I think for top 3 ties, it's done through a tie break. I think for a gauntlet tie, from memory, it's done through head-to-head first. So if there's one team that beats the other teams, then they'll just be through. I don't think they do all the tie breaks. Maybe they do. So who's MVQ fight next? They fight the winner of this series, right? I believe. No, they're still on their own tracks. They fight a team that drops down. Wait, no. There's only 4 teams left. Wait, hang on a second. They fight. Bro, it's crazy. They had to do such a crazy run. They're guaranteed type 4. Yeah, they fight the winner of this. I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, they're hoping for Dobob to not make it. I think they may have already lost to Dobob in this tournament. Let me look. Dobob. Depth bracket. Da-da-da. Okay, Super Duo Game is lost to Echo 03. They did lose to an RMP last week though, but I'm not sure if they had Blizz on their team at that point. Team solid as a comp. Yeah. The first game of the gauntlet, the last 2 teams of the gauntlet, it wouldn't matter anyway as long as MVQ team. Well, winning another game is super difficult. They're gonna have to fight Dobob or Locked In. I think they can, on paper beat Locked In. On paper, I would say that MVQ's team is not crazy strong to Dobob. Would be my guess. Yeah. That's my take. Chibaku has not qualified for finals. Chibaku out of the tournament. I think Chibaku... So that's a different part. I mean, they're qualified for the gauntlet. I don't believe they can qualify for the finals.
We're here on the last series of the day. I am very excited for this
one.
Because
Echo winning their series meant they were guaranteed at least third.
I'm definitely curious your take on this series, on these 2 teams also, and how they have been doing today so far.
It's gonna be a good one. Dobob, I'm expecting just the FMP again. Last week we saw RMP into jungle, didn't do too hard. I think Trimaz is going to keep that bench nice and warm today again. Flapper's going to be in there, FMP into maybe jungle. And I don't think they're going to pull out the Dev Evoker. I think it's going to be a jungle versus FMP matchup. And to be honest with you, I don't know how that's going to go, but it's RMP. It was brutal last week for Echo, so...
All right. So given that, what is your prediction for this series?
I want to. I have faith in Thezia always. I always.
Dobub
have faith in him.
3-2
You know,
or 3-1. 3-1. I think.
maybe for them. But
Ooh.
That's confident. That is confident. That's bold.
yeah,
3-0.
depends how the jungle matchup goes. I think after game 1, I'll.
Okay. Sipsies, what about you?
I mean, I'm definitely leaning on Dobub as well. I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as 3-0. Like Chan has here, I think that Locked In have a lot of options, and they could mirror as well. Venruki thinks, though, it's a 3-0 too. There's a lot of bold picks here on the desk. I think Locked In. Hey, man, Locked In got counted out last week, and then they beat Echo. So it's like, I don't want to count them out entirely. I got to give them at least a little bit more respect than that.
So you give him one game.
Yeah, at least one.
That's
At
giving
least
them
one.
respect.
It's better than 0. It's better
You're
than
right.
0.
You're right. I felt the same way. I don't know. I always feel bad like predicting the 3-0s for the same reason because it's like, you know, they could get a game. So I did 3-2 for the same reason. I feel like they're fairly evenly matched, but you know, we'll have to see. But that being said, real quick before we move into this match, we do have the leaderboard for predictions updated and ready to go. I'm scared to see it. We could show it now, but I don't know what it's. Oh no! Oh, come on, that's so bad.
Coin is so
What
OP.
happened? We're
Nerf
all
the coin.
losing to the coin. Huh?
The coin is so OP.
Yeah. Jan, I thought you were gonna do better. What's going on?
What? Why are you throwing Chan
You
under the
know,
bus? He's tied with all of us.
He's throwing everyone else
My
under the
first time
bus. So
casting,
someone's got to
right,
give it back to
so-
him.
I'm the newbie.
What?
So it's fine.
You're right.
I was just
No,
throwing
no,
smoke screen.
You don't get
I
it.
was throwing a smoke screen because she's on the bottom. That's what this is. She's just
You're
throwing
right.
a distraction.
I'm lashing out. I don't know. We don't need to talk about that. It's fine. Listen. I think I've been rooting with my heart. Voting with my heart
Chan's-
too often today. Hopefully,
How many games are there?
hopefully these
There's
guys
like
win this time because I really could use some more.
There are
points on this
six
prediction, 'cause this is bad.
total?
I don't think I've ever scored this low. How do I?
And they've
recover
had
from
5
this, Sipsies?
attempts.
How did you walk away?
And
after
one of them was
that?
the Echo result, where you
Eventually
predicted
just
Echo to lose
accept it,
0-3, which
Eventually you
I
just
feel like you
accept the
didn't
pit.
mean.
Like if you fall in the pit, you sometimes just accept it, and it's just a better mode of being.
Oh, I don't want to be in the pit. I don't like it. Man. All right. Well, I mean, in your mind then, Chan, what's it going to take for Locked In to get a win against what you're predicting?
The question really is how jungle matches up into FMP. If they,
Yeah.
I don't see the mirroring. I don't think like that's an option here. It's gonna be the jungle versus FMP. That's my prediction. And if they do good in game 1, it really depends on how game 1 goes. Do they win? Do they get the momentum roll it into game 2, or is it just a disaster and then comp swap, try to make something else work, last ditch effort, SB mirror pick? Yeah, it really just hinges on that first jungle game.
Okay. All right. Sipsies, any surprise comps you think either of these teams could bring to the table?
I think Locked In is probably more likely to play some type of curveball composition because they've already have at this point with the Devastation Evoker, the only team that run any compositions with that. I will say that I feel like I'm really impressed with Smite. I feel like he's having a really good tournament season overall, flexing between the Devastation Evoker and the Beast Mastery Hunter. And as Chan already said, the jungle matchup, that's kind of likely to determine the entire series. If jungle can beat FMP, then yeah, Locked In can take the series. But Streamer Zone and Notorious Jungle Cleave has been struggling with all of these kind of mage Holy Priest compositions. So you would anticipate that Locked In would as well, but at the same time, Locked In beat the RMP last week of Echo. So they might have something that they can mix up here. They're looking like a really strong roster. You definitely can't sleep on Locked In. They look really good off of Cup number 2 and Cup number 3. It's about climbing the ranks of the gauntlet, trying to skip as many series as possible.
How's Chan's broadcasting
to make
been?
sure that you've got a safer,
I've liked it.
more comfy ride into the top.
Really good. How does
All
Chan
right,
move
well,
away
let's
and
see if they
maintain the
can pull it
accent, but
off.
you
It is
lost
the
yours?
last series of the day here. This could be the last time we see these teams.
I may have
also
moved
your
away for
first
longer.
3 cups because this is an elimination
But
round.
also,
it's Bob versus Locked
I think
In,
it
game
depends
number 1,
on-
best of 5, a lot on the line
Oh,
for
it's hard to
both
say.
of these teams. Let's see what they can do. We're heading into game number 1.
I've spent a lot of time talking to
there's no
Americans.
jungle. What is that? It's a holy
I don't know if
paladin.
Chan has necessarily. Oh, Chan did the
Did he
same.
get inspired? Or
When
like,
did he
what
leave
happened?
though? He's only been gone for a couple years.
Not a fan of this one.
4
I
maybe?
think Smite, very good Devoker player. I think he can do a ton of damage. Maybe he can burn Flappers into a crisp. I don't know. But I don't think that the Paladin pick is a good one here. I think he's going to get overrun. He's going to get bullied by Thezia. Relza can move in and for some fears. I would love to see that. And I think Dobub is going to have a good time here.
Oh, Flappers move it in.
Most experienced PvP caster? I think Vin's up there too.
Smite immediately targeting the dragon. He pre-renewing Blaze, so
Vin's
doesn't
similar.
look like it even matters.
Oh,
no,
Chan's more
experienced.
Chan's more
Pulling out
experienced.
there with the shield. He manages to survive the opener, but now Cassidy gets swapped to. He's getting shredded. Flappers is getting low. It's a very bursty opener here for both teams. That Dragon Rage and the Icy Veins currently active on both sides. Smite is fishing for sleepwalks. He just kind of spam casting it on DPS here since he has no cooldown. He's going to use the deep breath with a interesting animation there. I don't think I've seen the dragon look like that, but he gets caught immediately at the end of the deep breath. He can't really capitalize on that window, and he's just getting chomped at the moment. I don't know if they're thinking, like, I don't even think he's playing the Cauterizing Flame. I'm thinking, like, maybe the bleed removal is something that they're looking at for this. Maybe I think the Dev Evoker will put enough pressure out. They did get Flapper's Trinket, and they've got him bashed right now, but no crowd control on Relza. I feel like he'll be able to easily heal through any setups like this if he's not CC'd.
Especially against
The game's been great. Yeah, really close to everyone, pretty much.
If they just bash Cassidy and then Flappers
I think the only 3-0 series today
opens Dezia up to push onto Numbless with DB Sheeps. I don't see how.
I think was the last one that was played.
It's going to be really tough. Numbless,
Every other one has been a close 3-2 series, pretty much.
I would love to see Relza push in as well. I think him playing 80 yards away here doesn't really do anything. If he gets a full fears on Numbless to complement that, it's going to be impossible for Locked In to really get away with this one.
Maybe he's thinking he just wants to play safe for mana. In the late stages,
things have changed for sure. That was he stopped like right before ABC became a thing.
Cassidy at half health, now caught into a stun. Another polymorph, big trouble.
I think the wall. I think
it's a bubble lay.
I think the wall.
So now they're down Feral Medallion, they're down Bubble, they're down Leon Hands. I feel like Smite could also just randomly die at any point in a stun. I don't know what they were thinking with this composition.
Double Echo was sick as well.
I think they just have to try something. They must know that jungle, doesn't feel that great. Beautiful sheep by Thezia on the clone. I mean, yeah, right there on the clone.
Oh my god, they caught him.
There is a gap. Numbless to top him. But the problem is, we're 2 minutes into the game. Full sheep on Numbless again. He only has Trinket. There's no bubble. Time stop on Smite to survive for now, but follow up. Chastise into full fear. Trades out Trinket. And now Numbless has absolutely nothing left. Locked In, running on fumes.
I mean, they might even just dive into the medallion. He's dying to Obsidian Scales. They switch back on Cassidy. No cooldowns there. Numbless has sacrifice, but he takes a huge hit of damage as well. They stun Relza. Finally, some crowd control onto the healer. And into a blind, they get Relza's Trinket, but I feel like it's too little too late. We're at 2-minute, 30-minute mark, and it's just like you're so far behind.
I think one of the most intimidating things about casting with someone like Sid is it's hard to match that intensity.
I think he managed to fake cast with that Disintegrate. Nice fake cast. You don't normally see that from the Evoker using Disintegrate and actually fake casting it. Here comes a deep breath. Maybe he can get some crowd control. Tessia blinked it. Relza faded it. Now Smite is sheeped 40 yards away from Numbless. He has to run into the middle of the map to dispel him. Cassidy gets counterspelled on a clone, and it's just so much trouble for Locked In. They're just trying to burst down Tessia and Flappers with random damage at this point. Try and get a surprise kill, which obviously Devastation Evoker can be known for. I'd say it's notorious for just random bursts, so maybe don't count them out entirely, but it just feels like the next crowd control on Numbless and anyone could topple. There's a full MAME stun. There's the Dragon's Breath. Tessia in position. Does he get the polymorph? He gets it. The rescue pulls him away, and it actually breaks it. So nice.
Should Pat down with Zika
just get another polymorph.
I think personally,
trying to get back to his paladin. Who's
do you guys remember when they used to have the Zico analyst desk?
Smite has time stop.
They had they had a lot of casting done by like Sid and Vin.
Numbless out of crowd control finally.
And then Zico would be an analyst. He started out as an analyst before he moved into casting.
Yep, and Numbless's Trinket does rotate back. He's got his bubble in a minute. Problem is though, Thezia now pops Veins. Ice Wall comes down, doesn't amount to much. Trades out a bop, steals it. But Flapper's Incarn 10 seconds, and this Veins Incarn push is going to be absolutely brutal. Numbless might not even be able to heal it, even if he's not CC'd. Big damage.
Oh my god!
Follow up. See if they can follow this up with a clone or fear. He's gonna wings and they're gonna be fine. Flapper's getting knocked behind the pillar. He's gonna make it out alive.
Almost a repeat of the previous.
Giving me PTSD from the game before.
Here's Incarn. Oh, deep breath to counter it. Bash on Numbless. Maybe they can take down Cassidy in this position. It's double Incarn. Angel about to end in a second. Flapper slowly but surely recovering, but now Angel is over. He's going to lose out on that cushy heal. Cassidy's getting low. Numbless is running out of options. He's just dying at the moment. They're both dying. It could be a double kill at any moment. Numbless is really struggling. Double Psychic Scream. Numbless trinkets immediately. Lay on Hands just came off cooldown. He's going to shove that onto Cassidy right away. Now Flappers with no trinket. Big swap. Bubble up in 15 seconds. He's so sad if he dies right now through Divine Protection. Cassidy fakes an interrupt. He stuns Flappers. Locked In have been on their last leg this entire game to try and pull off a win. I think it's an absolute miracle if they managed to pull this off.
Absolutely. What do you think of the Holy Paladin pick? I wonder what they were looking for compared to playing Holy Priest in this. Surely, you know, with the Holy Priest, you're able to death, aid, avoid CC much better. If you're going to try this Dragon Devoker pick, I really wonder, why go with the Holy Paladin?
I feel like it's just desperation. I don't know. Like, if,
Maybe he's more
in all
comfortable.
reality, I mean, if Numbless is more comfortable, he's been playing Disc Priest and not Holy, so I definitely don't think. Oh no, the crowd control.
I mean,
is he gonna bubble here?
by the way, I don't know why we're not giving credit to the fact that they're winning on mana and they have bubble.
Tessia getting cleaved.
Like,
Rels is actually
the game will time out.
Is this actually possible?
With this, but I mean, Devoker
We're just
damage
criticizing it for 5 minutes.
Devoker damage is obviously super high, right? It's one of the highest DPS classes in the game, but I do feel like, hey, Relsa, we should be getting in there. We should be playing melee range, getting fears on Numbless. You're a Holy Priest, you're playing against a Devoker, you can fade, you can death CC. He's not really that afraid of getting sleepwalked or cloned, I feel like. You should be getting in there, landing fears, and closing the game out against the Holy Paladin. Otherwise, they could get dampened.
It might just be happening right here. Rels is almost completely out of mana. Flapper's at 50%. Tessie's at 50%. We're at 6-minute mark. Dampening's getting high. Smite's trading effectively with Obsidian Scales. They're trying to get something in Cassidy. But the momentum to favor
They're losing.
What just happened? They flipped the switch. They're winning on mana. They're getting every cooldown in one push. In less than 5 seconds, they get pretty much every cooldown from Dobob. And out of nowhere, Locked In, we're doubting them the entire game. Like, what is this pick? What are you doing? This makes no sense. And maybe Cassidy will just randomly flop. But Numbless is there to back him up and restabilize. Incarn is active. This is a scary moment in the game. And Relza is totally tapped on mana, and he doesn't have Apotheosis for 7 more seconds. He can't get that free healing on his holy words. He's just using heal, but he's struggling to keep up with the pressure.
Goes down.
Is just dying to smite.
Bite,
and out
bite,
of nowhere,
bite.
Are Locked In going to pull up the biggest miracle ever? They deny the kill. Flappers recovers. Cassidy in trouble. Ringer Frost around the corner. It looks like Numbless is able to avoid it. Smite's trying to retreat back. Smite is Dragon Rage. He's got Deep Breath coming up pretty soon. You can definitely decharge, but they catch an Ice Wall here. Cassidy's just charging in. He doesn't even care about that wall. He fakes a kick. He gets a clone onto the mage, building up damage on Flappers. Here comes the Eternity Surge. Trying to get in line. Flappers line of sights it. Mind control on the Feral is annoying here for Cassidy. He Typhoons a clone, but now he's caught in a maim stun. Cassidy's trying to push. He's trying to push, but he gets caught a little bit too deep. I think a little over his head. He gets time stopped at low health by Smite. But now Smite has to
get right at the finish line.
They need damage on Flappers now. They have Relza completely out of mana. All they need to do is just a truck ton of damage. They might be able to win this. Tessia, Greater Invis at 1%. Block, man. He blocks at 1%. Relza, I think he's drinking. How much mana is he going to get?
He still has Veins, though. So
Flappers dies.
Flappers doesn't die here, but I mean, Relza is running on absolute fumes. If they can get a kill on Cassidy here,
Cassidy. Nope.
Can keep him up.
Flappers is gonna go here. Wow.
This is super interesting to me. I can't believe that they actually pulled this off, but I do feel like Locked In should be playing with a Holy Priest. It would just be safer. You can avoid more CC because there were a lot of moments during this game where Dobob, they were so close to, you know.
What's going to happen? Yeah, this result is completely unexpected. What is going on? Locked In have had this opportunity before.
I'm surprised that they actually did better on mana in this type of situation.
This has happened before, has it not? I think in Cup 2 this already happened, and the result was not close.
Dragon is one of the highest.
So what has changed?
In the game.
EU Cup 2.
That mana, but yeah, I'm really surprised that this worked.
No, Locked In lost to Chibaku.
He's like, I gotta pick this up because like this game was like 6 minutes or maybe 5.5 minutes of just Dobob owning, and I'm like, why did they pick the Paladin? This makes no sense.
They lost to Overload, probably Rogue Mage.
They just crank damage and just ran them over. The Priest. Look at Rels is just standing there like, what do I do, man? I think
Cup
he tried
1
to drink here, and he just didn't drop combat, and he was just scared
Cup 1 would be fake because of the mana changes.
Serenity pop 1 heal. All right, I can't heal anymore. Rels is just standing there like, can't heal, guys. I hope you kill Cassidy in the stun because I can't do anything. And they can't kill Cassidy, and they actually get taken out. I feel like I've not seen
Locked In went not top 8 in the first tournament.
Dobob like this. It's just completely no cooldowns, and it's mostly because Locked In are just playing something totally different. This Dev Evoker curveball, the only Devastation Evoker I want to say between both regions, it's actually providing them a ton of value. Like it got them through the first bracket series. Got them a game 1 win against Dobob, where you're expecting it to be 3-0.
No, Locked In got 3-0'd by Dobob in the first tournament.
Maybe this is actually going to make Dobob sweat.
And they're playing for top 8.
Matchup, right? You know, Feral Druid. Lapis playing Feral.
So there is history. They have Mercy. Mercy hasn't had a chance to play much so far. I mean, it's tough. The meta's really narrow. Probably one of the most narrow metas I've seen.
It's just going to overpower the FMP so much. So I want to see an adaptation from Dobob.
I do, Theo, yeah.
I want to see Relza go into
remember his old haircut.
Kidnap Numbless's Pillar. get in there and just constantly fear on cooldown, whether it's a fear on the DPS or on the Paladin. Just getting setup after setup after setup, because if he's going to stay on that Paladin, you have to abuse that. You can't sit back and let the game just draw out to a loss like this. Locked in obviously played to their win condition. Good job by them. I do, you know, they're kind of cooking with this pick now, but I also think that it's sort of Dobob's game to lose.
All right, Dobob, what's it going to be? Locked in, go again.
NA's tomorrow.
So I would have thought they'd want a small map, and then they can get on top of the Paladin. I guess big map also can expose him, especially with a limited range on the Dragon. He's probably going to have to chase at least a little bit to be able to heal his teammates. So
wasn't it last season?
Sense. I think Dobob just.
I think it's similar to last season.
Maybe with this, like, how often do you fight? Feral,
if this series goes the distance, which it might, I may have to stop because I've got to be on. I've only slept like 3 hours so far. I think the team's probably on in like 3 hours or less.
Take no risks.
I got to try and get like a little bit extra.
And obviously it didn't work, so now you're down a point. So
today has gone a bit longer than I expected.
Around, and I guess this is another thing to consider as well. Is the source of magic from the Devastation Evoker, giving your healer more mana.
What the hell? Source of magic gave a lot.
Mana return from Blessing of Winter with 810,000 mana return. Source of magic at 274,000 mana return. Whereas Rel's on the opposite side. Looking
it's like Rogue Mage, Feral Mage, Feral Shadow Priest.
Using everything he's got available, which is mostly
a few things
in order to recover mana. So their composition, I think, just threw Dobob off. They're thinking that they could just play safe. We're playing the meta comp. Locked in are playing a Paladin. What are they doing? Let's just play safe. But that
it's longer than usual, for sure.
Option for them to do.
Keep in mind that on Sunday, if this was Sunday, and you were starting NA at like 5 p.m., you wouldn't be finishing until 10 p.m. at night, my time. It's like 12 midnight. That would be like they're hoping the game's not this long on Sunday or Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, Sunday would be literally a broadcast that goes 12 hours.
It's going to be at 40%, just fragile to dying at any moment. So this game for Dobob, I want to see them push in, and Locked In, we're going to see how they're going to handle that.
All right, Dobob, are you going to be able to kind of keep your top
feels like we keep games
here?
closer to 4 to 5 minutes?
Like,
yeah, they usually
stuff can go wrong for them.
I mean, they're gonna keep in mind the meta is going to change before the
good secure here from Tessia, and we do see
finals.
I think playing more aggressively here.
So we will see a different meta and probably a different game pacing at that point. Plus, corruptions might speed things up a tiny bit if everything stands.
Do that. All right, Master Spell on time stop to try and clutch out a kill. It's not enough though. Smite recovers, but Relza has switched gears here. He's way more aggressive.
Absolutely, and I can already hear Thesia's voice telling Relza, we got to go in, let's end the game. It's a Paladin, we should be abusing him and just taking advantage of his weakness. So seeing him walking like that, Fear Cassidy, MD the time stop, it's beautiful to see, and you know, just see him get involved with the game.
They might be second guessing themselves a little bit after that series against Was, right? It's got to be pretty like shattering.
Nice sacrifice.
Like you probably get a little bit rattled by the fact that you expect to be the main Feral Mage in this tournament, and suddenly you're in the spot where you're being beaten by a kind of 2 week-ish, 1 week-ish Feral Mage. And it's got to be very, very disorienting, you know.
Cleave damage like this, that forced the ray. Flapper's not looking.
Smite played Dev last week too. He's done well with it.
Just doing a tremendous amount of damage. Nice pre-time stop.
It does a lot of damage. Smite or Dev is like
time stops to
basically full PvE max dam.
Buys 4 extra seconds on this attempt, and maybe with the wall though it might not matter. Numbless repositions, gets around the corner. Here comes the Avenging Crusader. Should begin to restabilize, bringing back Smite up to full. Likely bring up Cassidy in a moment. Teams are evening out.
But corruption, I mean, right? I don't expect to do anything with the corruption. I think it'll be nerfed too much to not do anything. But
wait for now,
we'll see.
They have Veins coming up. They have Incarn coming up as well. As long as they keep that cleave damage on Cassidy and keep the cleave on Smite as well, any CC that's going to hit Numbless is going to be pretty brutal for them. And of course, Locked In, just playing to survive, playing off that blue bar. Rel's are already at 60%, less than 2 minutes into the game. So Dobob is on a very, very short timer here.
Ooh, full Psychic Scream, another setup. Rel's is playing well. Getting crowd control into a polymorph that forces.
They're super nerf versions of the corruptions from before.
Taking a tremendous amount of damage, even despite that. Flappers get stunned, double stun lockout from Cassidy.
And they're very time gated, so you won't see them outside of ABC very much.
Flappers is still low. Numbless is winning on mana again. Honestly, I feel like Rel's is playing aggressive, but it's looking even better for Locked In, even despite that. Oh, the knock again.
They're not able to develop enough pressure off it. You know, especially with Smite using those time stops on himself. Here's another setup. He has to trinket now. Walls. Can they follow this up with anything else? Dash. Chastised the trinket, but he's going to be able to top with the lay on hands. So good plays by Numbless, saving his teammate. But, you know, on Dobob's side, they're just absolutely taking the most damage from Smite and Cassidy.
it's just damaged. Like there's nothing on Relza. He's just sitting in the back free casting. It's 3 minutes in. He's almost less than 50% mana. In some games we've seen go 10 minutes long in the tournament. So being the knock behind the pillar again. Cassidy's really trying to get Typhoon kills. And if Flappers loses this series to a Typhoon after losing to Echo Man, and somehow they lose a top 3 position, he's going to be so mad. He gets Cyclone. I think they won against Echo with a Typhoon on Raikou last week actually. And Cage of Carnage like knocked him down. Nice double ring from Tessia, but look where Smite is. He's drinking.
Oh, that is a huge drink. 50% mana. So they're going to be able to stay in this game a little bit longer. But, you know, again, it's hard for Relza to push in as well because his teammates are just taking so much damage. He's so scared to push in. If he tanks a CC, he has to trinket, and then that's, you know, the game is cracked open for them. They're going on Relza now. Trinket swap.
Oh my god, they got Survival Instincts and Trinket Swap in one pull, and Relz has not been CC'd at all. If we look at like time in CC, I don't know if we record that. Relz is probably not at all, but it's my big shatter. It doesn't even matter if Numbliz, your bubble doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, bro. We don't care if you bubble. Smite just gets absolutely incinerated by Tessia and Flappers there. I was just thinking like, man, it's actually looking kind of good for Locked In, and then just they pull out massive crits. Tessia pops Smite the same way that he popped Raikou in the upper bracket for that one game.
That is a quality fucking icon for Dobob.
Lay on hands a minute and a half or so earlier, and here he gets a bit greedy, doesn't bubble immediately to save his teammate. Bubble sacks, but he's too low, and you know Smite gets Comet Storm to death. And that was Thezia's Veins. Obviously, massive burst damage from Veins is up. Good punish by them. Bit of a mistake from Numbliz, greeting that late, but
yeah, chance casting.
Very good punish from Dobob.
You see the knock though? So they polymorph Numbliz, and they knock him away so he doesn't break. He doesn't break the sheep. I think they were expecting the sheep to break because Smite rescued. So right here, he rescues and they're stacked. But then he gets Typhooned. And look at this precision. He stands in a way so only the dragon gets knocked. So then they can Comet Storm him out of range of the Paladin. And he Frost Novas him.
From Westfall.
Okay.
So that was good to see. This is sketchy now for Dobob, I think. Because this didn't look good. You know, maybe the map is a bit too big. But Relza was struggling to heal this. And honestly, outside of that last go, Locked In were rotating cooldowns very, very well defensively and able to keep up.
I mean, they got nothing at the bite, but we maybe a little bit late.
I don't think this is a wash. I don't think this is a wash in either direction now at this point. I really think, like, especially if the small maps work out for Smite and Cassidy, maybe for the Dragon to land more multi-target stuns, I think that could be a good situation. I just feel like they underestimated the amount of damage in that setup. They thought like the pre-rescue, you know, I would think like too as well, like I pre-rescued the go. It'd be like pre-bearing. So it's like maybe you don't want to react instantly in that situation. But that's the same thing with Meh and Raikou. They're like, Meh's not CC'd. And then Raikou just dies to just the mage, even if the Feralger's not on him. Sometimes the damage can just be really high and you just constantly you just constantly have to be making these assessments at a split second because otherwise you're just going to get erased. So Locked In, unfortunately, lose that round. They're confident to just keep playing. They must think that jungle stands no chance, I would think. Yeah. And then they're giving respect to the mirror also.
I do want to say, like, if Locked In wants to win this, I do want to see him on his Holy Priest. He is a Priest main, I believe. I just think Holy Paladin is just, you know, too exploitable by a mage, by a priest, by a feral druid. And you're kind of playing into Dobob's strength at that point. Why not play the priest, avoid CC? Your team is doing more damage anyway, so you're winning on that mana front in dampening. Priest, I think, just complements this much more, but maybe he doesn't feel comfortable with it. Maybe he just wants more cooldowns to trade here. With the Paladin, more breakers. I'm not too sure.
I would be interesting. If they end up winning this tournament, we're going to have to interview him, and we're going to have to ask him what his logic here on the Holy Paladin and what exactly is going on with that. Other than, like, I can't see it being better than Priest on mana, you know? Like, he's getting the same benefits no matter what with the Dragon, as far as mana regen. And then their stun is also just undispellable as opposed to a dispellable stun.
I think it's Dia. It's Paladin Dia.
Have many problems with
and defensives
between a Feral Druid and a Devastation Evoker. But yeah, the positioning.
Holy Paladin is incredibly chilling in terms of damage.
You can sometimes get like 1 million Hammer of Wrath, but it's like you could just get 1 million Holy Fire.
Exactly. You have Chastise stun for
Holy Priest does not have Dia.
I'd try, like, other than like Bubble, but it's like you have Angel Form and it's like it's a lower cooldown. And then Bubble, I'm just laying this out here. It's like lay on hands, 3-minute cooldown, I think, roughly, with the talents that they're playing.
It's like
versus
the
Serenity.
Light
It's like
Forge
the
stuff
same heal.
or Lightsmith stuff,
like 20 seconds
and then it's the 5% DR
Your
on Beacon
immunity
and the
cooldown's way
3%
longer. It
DR.
comes with liability that you can't use
I
other
think.
forbearance effects at the same time. It just seems
Like Paladin
like
just
why
reduced dam.
would Paladin be the right pick in this type of scenario? But obviously they've got some confidence in it. Otherwise they wouldn't have locked it in.
I think Paladin's
On their
underrated.
side. We're tied
at the
at
moment.
1-1, and they almost won that game. It was just they
Yeah, it was
underestimated the
looking good.
damage. They underestimated it. Didn't make an effective trade in time. Got punished. Dobob take a win, but Dobob are not. This is not going to be a free ride for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, 4 seconds left here till the gates open. Where is going to be the opener here for the Feral Druids? Usually it's like Cassidy opening on Flappers after he opens first. So curious to see if they opens first this time.
Hey, Six.
Just open
How you
on
doing,
the
buddy?
casters immediately. Tessia trinkets. Flappers trinkets as well. They're just going all in on Smite, looking to power him down through his defensive cooldowns. He's looking so fragile on that devastation.
Oh,
evoker.
God.
He's just dying through everything. They could switch to Cassidy as well. It's just all out aggression from Dobob in this initial exchange.
Once they go through the walls from the dragon, he is so squishy. So as long as they can, get setups after setup, force time stop, force obsidian scales, when he's out of those, he's gonna take so much damage in those stuns, and just even like a bash on Numblers is gonna be enough to kill Smite. So I want to see Dobob, I said this last game, but I do want to see them just constantly go in and pressure this dragon. Don't let him play the game.
Oh, big setup on Flappers. Nice Cyclone from Cassidy. He's
Rooster.
getting a lot of good Cyclones.
How's your
here.
Friday going, man?
Switches it on the Flappers now. Cassidy's having a really good game. Another Cyclone swapped over onto Tessia. Getting bleeds. Vortex on Flappers, keeping him away from the dragon, but he gets caught in a stun, and now he's going to get cloned. Flappers is turning it up. Rels is trying to get into the mix. Smites into a stun. Numbless pre-sacrifices again. Nice pre-sacrifice from Numbless on all of this crowd control. Smite still has to use Renewing Blaze even despite that glowing icon, one of his most valuable defensives. And he may have to use Obsidian Scales if this pressure is maintained for any amount of time. Numbless is keeping him up with the Avenging Crusader. Now they need to get aggressive. I really think Cassidy maybe could sneak away on Relza, or maybe even Numbless. And get Cyclones on the Priest. I think that's a big opportunity. Get some Cyclones, Hammer of Justice, or something on Priest. A little bit more crowd control. They get it, but now they're double Dragon's Breath into a Polymorph, big meteor. We saw this in the last game. Smite
Rescue
rescues over
again.
to it to break the
Time stops.
Polymorph, but doesn't feel comfortably. Time stops.
You got two
there.
walls
He manages
still.
to recover, and time stops a low
Assist.
cooldown, so you can kind of just trade it in those types of situations and feel like you're afraid. But it just feels like it's so delicate for Smite. He could just die at any moment.
Yeah, it's only a 45-second cooldown, but he's trading his defensives beautifully. He still has 2 wall charges, using Rescue, the CC before, just to save those, and he's a long way from dying right now. As long as he has that trinket, as long as he pre-walls to go, he's gonna be fine. One thing I want to highlight is look at Cassidy here. Rake stun into
Perfect
clone.
pre-roll, let's go.
Cassidy just has to play bodyguard, right? If he's helping his teammates live, bash, clone constantly,
He's dying through his
they're gonna
wall.
win on mana. So pay a lot of attention to Cassidy and what he's doing in the game as well.
Let's see. Rakes on Flappers, catching him, but Rels is an angel. They should recover, unless just a surprising amount of damage hits him at any moment here. They guys are holding him at 50%, even despite the angel. They force Ray. They stunned the Ray. Cassidy's having a really good game, but he gets polymorphed on his clone. Oh, but Numbless is there with a blinding light. That's good backup. Smite still a little bit needs to be cautious. Polymorph has been secured on the Paladin. He's going to Trinket Rescue. Stack him up for the AoE to break it. Really like that, but Tessie is there for another poly. Flappers is there, but he gets caught as well. Turning it around on him. He has to Trinket. Smite's falling behind. He's just spamming it. He's being super greedy. It's so greedy right now. He's so low. He's so greedy. Oh my god. Now it's an overlap between Lay on Hands. It's a Trinket Lay on Hands and Obsidian Scales. I don't know if that's a miscommunication. And that put them really far behind, I think, at this point. Icy Veins is coming up in 37 seconds. That's the next big window for Dobob.
He still has time stop though, so he's gonna be fine for a while, but we'll see how they handle it. Numbless, Bubble, Sack, Bob, and of course he's got Renewing Blaze back as well. Here's the full sheep.
Ooh, pre-time stop. Nice play from Smite. Pre-Renewing Blaze on the double fear. Pre-Deep Breath to immune the stun. He stuns the whole team. Smite's now caught in a stun, but he Renewing Blaze, so he'll be fine. Now Rels is repositioning with Tessia.
Smite's playing is insane.
Rels has no trinket. Flappers has no trinket. I think that's a big opportunity. Maim just came off cooldown. You Maim stun Flappers, Hodge the Priest. You might be able to clutch out some major cooldowns with that type of push here in the next couple of seconds as they're just building up momentum on Smite. He's trying to reposition. Numbless pre-sacrifices. They stun Flappers, but they need crowd control on Relza. It looks like he faded, I think, a stun there from Cassidy. He's repositioned far away, avoiding the setup during that stun. Flappers survives with Barkskin, Guardian Spirit. Smite's retreating during the Cyclone. Ringer Frost down, but not going to catch anybody. Cassidy's trying to get bleeds, but Flappers is on the run. Dobob giving respect to Locked In here. They're not continuing their aggression.
Flappers playing a little bit scared here, having to use that skin. Big damage on Smite here, gets Bob traded out. Love the ISO from Thesia, but full poly, they're able to continue that. Gets the bubble as well from Numblers. Not
Oh,
sure
he
that was
leapt into
necessary,
that.
Maybe a bit of an overcommit. But Flapper's playing scared, you know, he has no trinket, he has no skin, and Relza overlapped GS with him on that go previously as well. So Flapper's, for the next 20 seconds, has to play super safe. If he doesn't pre-survival instincts to go, he could just die.
I mean, he's just dying right now, even without a stun. Is that actually happening right now? He just almost got soloed by Smite. Relza had to void shift. Cassidy's coming in now, getting combo points, looking for a stun here. Full maim stun, no trinket. Into a Cyclone. Nice setup from Cassidy, but there's not enough damage. Numbless is in a polymorph. Cassidy's too low health. They knock Flapper, so trying to go for it. Can they drop him? He's in bear form. Nice pre-bear form. Barkskin soaking hits. Flapper's still on the run. He retreats and recovers. Tessia now getting swapped to, looking to try and get a block. He barriers and blinks back. Dobob continuing to give respect to Locked In, despite this unconventional pick with the Devastation Evoker and the Feral Druid. Tessia fakes an interrupt. Flappers gets a clone on Cassidy. Tessia procs the Vortex. Blinks in for a Dragon's Breath. Looking for the Polymorph. Polymorph secured. Another setup comes
Restun.
through. Numbless trinkets, but Repoly and Restun come in. And Time Stop at a sliver of health. The Rescue Shield. He canceled
How's he
rescues with a
alive?
millisecond of time in between that to stay alive. That was an insane rescue. He was literally at a millimeter of HP. To be able to use rescue that quickly, where you have to aim it on the ground and not die to even a tick or a bleed, was insane from Smite.
I mean, to be honest, that go, I think I have to commend Dobob. Tessia got from the Blink DB as they stun Smite. Smite can't read it quick enough to, you know, pre-Obsidian scales that, gets maimed into the half bash, and now he's in trouble again.
Oh,
Nice through the
my
renewing blaze.
God.
He gets bursted by veins from Tessia. I mean, this game was a lot better from Dobob offensively. I like this. Smite was having a hard game.
what map we going to
The
now?
first half was a bit sketchy,
It's
but
kind of
well played.
well, could because I guess they lost on two big
Dobob,
maps.
As far as setups, it felt like they had a
I don't think
clear
small
route to
sounds
victory here.
great.
Tessia is just getting big crits, it feels like, in their Echo series, in this series, like toppling him before the Renewing Blaze even has a chance.
I mean, this
to
is
really
a comp
trigger
where
5 million
Div
moves.
just can't.
Smite is doing like 69 million.
He can't kite anything,
It's quite substantial from a DPS in a game like this.
even
and
when
it's
they're
still
preing everything as well.
Not enough. He just gets completely collapsed in this game. And now, honestly, I feel like if you're locked in, like, you gotta be feeling shaky because you're making plays. Like, you're making flashy plays. You're getting so much pressure out. You won game one. You're like, it's like maybe there's a chance. It's not just like darkness. Maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel. But I feel like that light at the end of the tunnel with hits like
It's
this.
damn man. It takes a
was
long
40%
time.
That was like 40-0. And Tessia got cloned.
I mean,
It's just like
Dev
it's
is not
gotta
a
be
tank
so
class.
morale destroying on the side of Locked In.
Everyone
Now, if
else in this
Numbless
game is a tank
Holy
class,
Priest, like, how does that change? This
and he's the
situation right here?
he's
Like,
the owen
he's
out. That's not a tank
He
class.
gets
immune.
maimed, and then he gets cloned. Right? Flappers cast a clone. He could fade this or fear it, but instead
Yeah.
he tanks the clone. No trinket, no bubble, and you know the dragon without obsidian scales.
Does have
is
pre-sack.
too squishy. Just
I think he was trying to kick something. I think he moved to the mage because he was going to kick sheep, but then Flappers just cloned him. So what? Like, watch Numbless. Like, the advantage of the paladin is that he's got rebuke, but maybe he should have just stayed out of line of sight because like he sees Polly and
getting
he's trying to kick
threatens.
Polly.
Yeah.
He was trying to kick Polly, and then Flappers like baited you, full cyclone, and then the game ends. So that was just
Not
like, as a
fast.
paladin, yeah, you can't do anything. If there's a druid and a mage
Exactly.
standing on you, there's
Oh,
no choice
that's a
between
mage
those two,
damage,
whereas
man.
If he's just if he's a priest, Shadow or Death. Now I'm on DR for sheep.
Frostbite
Fade the clone.
bolt.
Now I'm immune for a
Lance.
second. Now he's got to take a second.
Frostbite
to try
bolt.
and land it again. It's just paladin doesn't have the same type of avoidance tools for these.
I want
types
to see
of pushes,
more
so
than this.
even if he was disc, you know what I mean? Like,
Wait, is that actually?
because he's been
That
playing
is
disc
10
priest.
wait, that
most
is
of it.
two- how
Obviously,
is that
I
that
think
much
Holy is
damage?
better, but he's just been.
We can
playing
see
disc
all of his
with it,
damage.
so
There's gotta be a
maybe
comment
he
storm you can't
needs to
see
make
in
reps
the-
on Holy Priest, but it just,
Right, 'cause that doesn't
on
add up
paper
to that
doesn't
much
make sense
damage.
You'd want to be
I
a paladin with this much crowd control.
I could be wrong, but I think someone told me that Numbless hates Holy Priest, and that might be why he defaults towards the disc. Which, you know, I do think the Holy Priest is better in this matchup, but if he doesn't like playing it, he's not well practiced on it. I can see why he's sticking to the Holy Paladin. And there it is again, Maldraxxus, huge map. They want to just stall it out, but it really
I
depends.
think he
if
can
Dobob
drink though. I think
capitalize
Rosa
or
can
not.
drink on this map.
Locked In obviously doing a lot of damage. The Evoker is very good for that. I do want to see Cassidy try and save his stun DRs for every time that they make a push, because they're really only going to die in their CC chains. If Numbless isn't CC'd, I think Smite is going to be fine. So, you know, waiting for the maim, waiting for the bash, waiting for the DB, and then Cassidy can go pounce and look for a counter clone.
Yeah. Maybe playing similarly to how we saw Naptime playing in the upper bracket, where they're kind of turtling together as a team and they're blocking everything that's thrown to them, and then waiting until later on. Because it seems like before dampening, like Locked In getting a kill, it's just kind of luck. right? Like Dobob just unresponsive, you get a really big crit or something. So playing aggressively and trying to get crowd control and Relza might not be as valuable in the first 4 minutes of the game as opposed to stunning Flappers when he's pushing in for clone, or stunning Tessio when he's pushing in for clone. So maybe if locked in, take similar line of play of strategy as nap time and just focus defense, work as a team, protect the Paladin. Wait until you get a little bit deeper in dampening where your damage is going to become more valuable, because obviously getting control in the priest is difficult. So just try and get the game into dampening. You already won on mana, and try and pull off a win that way. I could see that working out better for them, but it's still so delicate. Like the dragon is just not as disruptive as like an elemental shaman. It's just the cooldowns are really, the interrupt's a long cooldown for like the same duration of an interrupt. You just don't have the grounding totems. I think I honestly have a little bit. The healing might be close, but I feel like healing stream totem is just a little bit more passive. Earth Shield's a little bit more passive, whereas you have to be active with Dev Evoker healing. It's like you got to pre-wall every go. You don't have any fail safes really as the Dev Evoker if you get caught at all. So it's way easier to get punished. Probably way less rewarding overall in terms of pressure. So the pressure is on for locked in if they want to climb up this gauntlet. Dobob really want to secure their top 3 position and avoid the gauntlet entirely. So a lot on the line for both teams here. Locked in look desperate with this composition pick, relying on a Holy Paladin in their darkest hour, whereas Dobob, game after game, Dobob just looked better and better.
Definitely. And, you know, on what you said earlier, the dragon is just so fragile, and, you know, they're on match point now. If Dobob wins this one, Locked in are kicked out. So, playing a fragile class, you know, where you have to pre-time stuff, pre-obsidian scales, pre-renewing blaze the goes, the pressure is on him.
What make DK get in this meta? They need to be tanky.
It's a tough position to be in.
They need to be tanky like a mage. They need to be tanky like a shadow priest. They need to be tanky like a feral druid or a rogue. Without that,
again,
it doesn't matter how much offense you give them. They can't play. Like Blood actually feels pretty decent because Blood is actually tanky. But it's worse offensively than everything else.
Smite. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones. He fakes an interrupt. Nice fakes from Cassidy. Smite, unfortunately, hovering into the ring, but looks like the polymorph broke on Numbless. That's at least a decent start for the Paladin. Oh, Flappers takes a huge hit of damage, but Rels is an angel. Really unlikely, I think, that we see them take any substantial damage for the next couple of seconds. Nice line of sight from Cassidy, but Flappers fakes a kick. Cassidy line of sights it. Now Cassidy gets counterspelled. Constant kicks and pressure from these Cyclones from both teams. Another Cyclone, but Cassidy gets pre-polyed on it. Nice pre-poly. Looking for another one. Fearing him on the Dispel. Taking Cassidy out of the game. Smite's now isolated. If Tessia can get in behind the pillar. Just sheeping the Feral Druid again, just to insult the injury there on the Feral Druid. Typically not getting polymorph. Nice sacrifice from Numbless. Now, charge in with sacrifice. This is what I want to see. Like, if they have a pre-sack play or something like that, run in and get crowd control. Take advantage of that moment where you're immune. And try and get something going for your team.
Nah, I don't think revoting the stand buff would be enough. It'd help a little bit, but you still will take hits and not be able to recover from them.
So many good fake casts here in game number 4.
I mean, imagine if you're like, see how squishy Smite is in this game. Like Smite is dying to just like air, right? Now imagine that he can't run and avoid it with avoid. He can't.
Oh, is there a
Yeah,
gap?
see how he's,
God,
see how he's avoiding everything?
Got through the wall.
He takes as much damage as I do.
Smite's trying to line of sight.
But he can actually like be evasive.
I just don't see them finding a kill unless they can get to
You have to have the ability to deal with this incoming damage.
With how much pressure is being thrown their way at the moment as far as crowd control. But they are keeping Flappers on his toes, forcing him back.
The way he deals with it is by kiting around and channeling behind a pillar.
So he
definitely just dies.
Ring of Frost, locking Smite in place so he can't escape. Is he going to be able to... Oh, Deep Breath to escape that Ring of Frost. Defensive Deep Breath. I haven't seen one of those, but it actually makes sense. You got the Feral Druid to stun anyways. They're playing good defense, avoiding crowd control, but Relza sneaks in. Smite pre-rescues the Maim. It might not be enough.
And the reason I'm saying that is he's really squishy in this matchup. Like, the Dev is noticeably squishy in this matchup.
And also, it looks like he's gifted the Naru here, which is healing while he's crowd controlled for a little bit. Smite pre-time stops.
That's crazy.
Nice play. Immune damage here, but oh no, Numla's got knocked. Smite is trying to hover back in line of sight to get to him. And they've got Flappers in a stun, and they're just trying to power him down. I feel like they could, in dampening, just one stun on Flappers, and it could be over for him. It's just a matter of locked in living for at least 4 more minutes.
Definitely. I mean, right now, early in the game, dampening hasn't started to ramp up just yet. Flappers trade skin. Relza is an angel. He's going to be completely fine. But I love what Relza is doing here. Look at his positioning. He's on the enemy pillar, and that fear earlier, plus the Numla's his lay on hands. Now they get the red sack. Smite has 1 obsidian scales left. Once that's gone,
the knock.
It's anyone's game.
Nice knock from Cassidy here. That's not enough. Rels is there. He's got the Angel. They're topped off. They're getting aggressive now.
There it
Another
is.
Meteor. Defensive Deep Breath. Smite is just using Deep Breath defensively. It's normally an engage tool when you fly through the air, but it looks like he's not in crowd control. Flappers gets the Typhoon on the clone.
Big thing here, I think, as well,
Clone on Tessia.
is notice how like Flappers is actually doing less damage than Cassidy.
Like that in the near future.
Flappers understands that he can play incredibly defensively, and they'll still win.
Flappers isn't falling for
Cassidy really can't.
Anticipating the
But
attack.
Flappers can literally just be like, you know what, I'm winning the game by just living, because he knows that his teammate will be tankier as well and dampening. They know they have a win condition no matter what.
And J-Bob is looking for a big push now, right? Numless is off CCDR, Fear on Cassidy, Bash on Numless.
They can choose to not
Obsidian scale, so that's
PV the whole time.
Numless, good anticipation of that, just trading out early, making sure that Smite doesn't, go too low and then suddenly he can't save him. But big damage on Desia as well.
Oh, another Typhoon. Oh, Deep Breath, not enough. I think Flappers is going to be A-okay here. We're hitting about the 4-minute mark. We're getting close, but it's just so scary for Smite. He gets out of the Meteor, repositions, looking for a Fire Breath, hovering with his Paladin, focusing on defense, keeping Flappers on his toes, pushing him back, almost soloing Flappers right here. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones, while Smite is just farming Flappers. Tessie looks for another Polymorph. Pre-time stop on the Psychic Scream. Flappers gets kicked on the clone. Time stop about to end. Does he have rescue or something here? Oh, the wall comes down. Numless has to get around the corner in time. It's match point. They will be out of the tournament. They catch Flappers in a stun, but Rels is an Angel. He's free casting heals into that Ray of Hope. It should top him off. Numless into a maim stun. Cassidy is rotting down. Smite is rotting down. They need to make a call here. They're going to trade out Obsidian Scales. Matt, what is that? What just happened to their team? Everybody just died in 1 millisecond of the Dragon Rage.
This happened last time.
Nowhere. Smite hits his enrage timer like a raid boss. I can't believe this. Rels gets kicked. Smite out of nowhere almost wins the game with that one push, and Flappers is out of there. I'm out, bro. I'm out. I'm not going anywhere near that dragon. I'm out.
That was the Dragon Rage and the Incan, to be fair, but Flappers almost dying through the Void Shift right there. Absolutely insane. Rels are barely keeping him up. Don't know how he did it, but going for a clone on Rels now, and there's no recovery at this point, I feel like. It's not that deep in depth
No,
yet, so
they're recovering.
Rels has a lot of work to do, and he can catch them back up. Double Fear there, beautiful. See if they can follow that up and counter pressure. Smite doesn't have wall for a few seconds here.
Flappers
Flappers
almost died a second. He went to top Desia.
He can't stay on the dragon. They have to sheet the dragon. They're going on Cassidy, it looks like. It could punish him. He's got no trinket. He's got Barkskin, though. And now Flappers is on defense. We're 5.5 minutes in, and the roles have reversed. Flappers is running for his life now with Relza on the pillar, and now they're getting crowd control to full bash. Cassidy wants this, man. Locked in want this. They want to take this to a game 5. Nice blinding light. How can they close the game? That's now the question if Flappers plays defensive. They catch Cassidy. Nice rescue from Smite, pulling him around the corner out of that Meteor. Now Flappers is on the run, but Numless is in a Polymorph into a full Psychic Scream. Sleepwalk spam gets interrupted. Cassidy jumps in, but Smite is stunned, and he pre-walled, but it might not be enough. It's so much pressure from Tessia. Icy Veins is just destroying everybody on Locked In at the moment. Lay on hands.
How it
Cassidy.
reverses.
He will recover, but it's overlapped with the survival instincts, and now Smite has limited defense. Only time stop remains, but they're so far ahead on mana. If Locked In can just hold on a little bit longer, that cheeky mind control, Smite getting pulled way out into the corner. Cassidy with no personals. He gets wild charge defensively to the Paladin. Smite gets caught in the stun.
Smite in the open, and the ice wall.
He's low. He trinket time stops on the wall, but now Numless is out in the middle of the map.
Oh, no.
Cancels the wall. This could be it for him if he gets caught.
He's getting blasted.
Just die through healing. It's so much pressure. Can Smite hold on? They're so close. They've almost hit that critical mass of dampening, but it's Incarnation. Who's going to die first? They bop off the bleeds. Here comes the Dragon Rage. Massive disintegrates are crashing in onto both Flappers and Tessia. And they're boldly standing their ground as Smite is just wrapping around the corners, catching Flappers in a bash. Rels is trying to recover through with Guardian Spirit. Renewal, every cooldown but the kitchen sink at this point. Is Flappers going to top with that Ray? I can't imagine he wouldn't. Oh my, okay, there's the Ray finally coming through. Cassidy is low and now Locked In. They have to make a big decision. They're going for it. They're going for it on match point. Can they close out the game? They land the kick over to Relza.
They're pushing without mana as win condition.
Still low. They get the trinket from Relza. Can they get another crowd control?
Smite can die in stuns.
Cassidy gets shut down by a counter spell.
If he gets a stunner off this.
Smite is doing it. Smite is doing it. He's so close. He gets Dragon's Breath. He's so close. One more hit. Eternity Surge. One more disintegrate. I think Flappers is done for. No, one huge heal comes through, and now they jump back with Smite.
He wants to jump in.
Rescues the Meteor.
Stuns.
Crazy play from Smite. He
time stops.
Right
May have time.
Hits, but now he's out. Melly Wings come out. Can they hold on? Can they hold on? They're almost there. They're almost there.
I mean, for the past 2 minutes, Flappers has been playing scared, and for the first time now, really, he's finally able to go in. Numless in so much trouble.
Numless dies. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I feel
just gets cleared out.
I'm disappointed they died. They're so close.
You know what's crazy about this moment now? You go back a little bit. I'm almost positive this time stop gets everything. I'm pretty sure it's literally stun. I'm almost positive he's not playing Bash, right? He's not playing Bash. I think. Or maybe he doesn't.
I think Flappers is done for. No, one huge heal comes through, and now they jump back, but Smite pre-rescues the Meteor. Crazy play from Smite.
No, he actually doesn't maim into it.
Right as the polymorph
It's showing
hits,
maim
but now
CD.
he's out.
Tough
So he was
balance. It's a
super
tough
dead.
line where you have to go back and forth, and you know, Relzar doing a fantastic job keeping his team up to secure the dub.
Yeah, I'm so sad.
They expect a kind of result here, I think. Unfortunately for
MVQ's
MVQ's team, they now have to fight Dobob to actually qualify for top 6 or for top 8. And maybe there's some sort of crazy tiebreak that happens. But yeah, Dobob is a tall order for MVQ's team. They've already lost them once, I think.
A little bit, or a cyclone. Last push as well for Dobob. You know,
yeah,
so close to and
why didn't he wall?
Very interesting games.
Just, unless it's bugged, it might be the UI might be bugged and it's not on cooldown. But like, why would he have pressed it any time before?
All right, guys, I am very tired. I got to be on in like less than 3 hours time. So
got, like, a pop to regrowth off there.
On that note, I'm gonna head off for today. Thank you guys for watching with me today. I'll be on tonight for a little bit, but maybe not for too long. I'll be on tomorrow for the tournament stuff, and then we'll be on after the tournament. And then we'll see if we can do a stream on Sunday as well. But thank you for watching. Thank you to Lancelot for the 3-month resub, Ed for the 58-month resub, Art for the 43-month resub, Diva for 10 gifted subs, Zombie for the 7-month resub, Declan for the 6-month resub, Samuel for 10 gifted subs, Fried for 50 gifted subs, Rotary for the 46-month resub. Good night, Johnny. Hope you guys have an awesome Friday. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys. Kind of good night. Good night for like a couple hours.
They made Dobob sweat 100%.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious then from your perspective, Chan, like what do you think the comms are? What do you think the vibes are right now on the side of Locked In after that loss?
I mean, they're going into this as a bit of an underdog, right? Like last week, they would have been super excited to take out Echo. Echo is the team to, you know, there's no better feeling than to take out Echo if you're playing in Europe, right? They've